466, the narrow dragon riding alley was a slope with a long flight of stairs. The straw shop was at the bottom of the stairs, along with the sway shop. The two shops were the ancestral businesses of the little girl with ponytails, Shi Jiachuan's family. Later, the little girl did not follow Li Baoping and Li Huai to the Great Sui Kingdom Academy to study, nor did she stay in the town like Dong Shuijing. Instead, she followed her family and moved to the capital of Dali. She sold the two shops. Later, with the help of Ruan Chui, the shops passed to Qin Pingan. Every time Qin Pingan returned home, Dong Shuijing would still see him. However, Shi Jiachuan had not seen him since that time they parted. The straw shop was first owned by the Shi family. It sold sundries and stored many old items. It was the earliest pawn shop in Lizhu Cave. Later, when they moved, the Shi family picked some relatively pleasing antiques and left half of them in the shop. It could be seen that even if the Shi family moved to the capital, they would still be a big family. When Qin Pingan first returned to Lizhu Cave after he got the shops, especially after he knew the value of those items, he felt guilty and uneasy. He always thought that it would be better to just close the shops. When the Shi family returned to the town to visit relatives, he would return the shops and the items to the Shi family at the original price. However, Ruan Xiu did not agree at that time. She said that business was business and relationships were relationships. Although Qin Pingan agreed, he still felt a knot in his heart. However, now that he was used to doing business with others, he did not think about it. However, if the Shi family was willing to send someone to take back the shops, Qin Pingan felt that it was okay and would not refuse. However, in the future, both sides would not be able to talk about relationships. Of course, how much was his relationship with Qin Pingan worth? There was only one shop assistant in the shop. She was an old woman with a simple temperament. It was said that when Ruan Xiu was the shopkeeper of the shop, she often chatted with her. Qin Pingan naturally recognized the old woman. She came from Apricot Blossom Alley. According to the seniority in the town, even if there was a 40-year difference in age, he only needed to call her Aunt Qin. However, they were not real relatives. Although the old woman was old, she had done farm work all her life. Her body was strong and healthy. Even though her children had moved to Longquan County City and stayed there a few times, she really couldn't endure the large and cold houses there. She couldn't even find an acquaintance to quarrel with, so she stubbornly returned to the small town. Her children were filial, so she couldn't do anything about it. However, she heard that her daughter-in-law had some gossip and disliked her mother-in-law for being a disgrace here. Now that the family had bought several servant girls, there was no need for an old mother-in-law to come out and earn a few copper coins. Especially the shopkeeper of the shop, who was the poorest junior in Mud Bottle Alley back then. Of Aunt Qin. Of Aunt Qin. Of Aunt Qin. Qin Pingan chatted with the old woman for a long time. They both used the town's dialect. The old woman was talkative. When they talked about the past, she looked at Qin Pingan, who was now very successful. The old woman could not help but tear up. She said, how good would it be if Qin Pingan's mother could see her current situation? She only cared about suffering all her life and did not enjoy a single day of good fortune. In the last year, she could not even get out of bed. She did not even make it through that winter. Heaven was not fair. When they talked about the sad part, the old woman complained about Qin Pingan's father. What's the use of being a good person? He is also a sinner. He is gone just like that, causing his wife and son to suffer for so many years. In the end, the old woman patted Qin Pingan's hand lightly. Don't blame your father. Just take it that you and your mother owed him in your previous life. It's good that you have paid off your old debts in this life. It's a good thing. Maybe you will be reunited in your next life and enjoy life together. Chen Pingon accompanied Aunt Chin and sat obediently on the bench. He held the old woman's withered hand and listened to her complaints. He did not dare to retort. Pei Qian took a small stool and sat not far away. He gently nibbled on melon seeds and quietly looked at his master, who was a little unfamiliar to him. Pei Qian learned the languages of various places very quickly. He was very familiar with the Longquan County's dialect. Therefore, when the two of them chatted, Pei Qian could understand them. His master seemed to be chatting with the old woman. He was both sad and happy. Moreover, Pei Qian felt that it was very strange. His master was such an amazing person. No matter who he met, he would almost never be so respectful. It was as if no matter what the long-winded old woman said, it was always right. Master would listen to it and keep every word in his heart. Moreover, his master's current state of mind was very peaceful. Actually, before his master went down the mountain and came to the shop, Pei Qian felt that she had suffered a great grievance. It was just that her master wanted to practice his fist at Luopa Mountain, so she did not want to disturb him. Therefore, she stayed at the shop and stepped on the small stool in a daze. She was always depressed and could not raise the slightest bit of spirit to go out and wander around like before. When she thought of the few big white geese in the small town bullying passers-by again, Pei Qian became even angrier. Because a few days ago, she heard a lot of gossips in the small town. Actually, a few years ago, Pei Qian also heard it. It was just bits and pieces. At that time, Pei Qian felt that she was a Jianghu person and should be more magnanimous. Therefore, she did not teach them a lesson on the spot. She only secretly recorded it in a small account book and secretly hid it at the bottom of a small bamboo box. Which day, which bastard, grandson, old woman, and what kind of words she heard. However, after her master returned to Luopa Mountain, there were especially many bad words recently. There were many idle men who were full but did not die from eating too much. There were also people who were about the same age as her master and some gossipy women who gathered at the corners of the streets and alleys and gossiped together. Most of them were old affairs that happened in Mud Bottle Alley and some rumors about Chen Pingon being an apprentice of the Dragon Kiln. They liked to joke about the pitiful things that happened to Chen Pingon when he was young. This was not too much. There were also some more disgusting words. They took out her master's friend Lu Xianyang, the neighbor Song Jisin and the servant girl GQ, as well as Gu Can's mother, the widow, and even Wan Xiu's sister to make up stories. For example, her master relied on fawning on Wan Xiu to achieve today's glory. They also said that he had an affair with Gu Can's mother, so he often helped the widow and often borrowed money from Song Jisin and did not pay it back. It was too much. Pei Qian firmly remembered it. Every time she returned to the shop, behind Shi Ro's back, she took out the account book at the bottom of the box. When she started writing, she gnashed her teeth, so the ink was especially heavy. If her master was not in Luopa Mountain now, Pei Qian would have already taken action, no matter if she was a little kid or an old woman who was dozens of years old. Later, Shi Ro noticed some clues one day and comforted Pei Qian. She said that whether it was in the marketplace or in the imperial court, how many people would really see others doing well? There were definitely some, but there were very few. When they met you face to face, they would flatter you and say good things about you. Then, they would turn around and gossip behind your back. This was a very normal thing. As a result, Pei Qian retorted, saying that he did not care, but saying bad things about his master, no. Shi Ro felt that it was tricky. She was really afraid that Pei Qian would not be able to hold back one day and hurt someone. Therefore, when Chen Pingon came to the shop this time, she actually wanted to talk about this matter. However, Pei Qian was sticking to her master, so Shi Ro did not have a chance to speak for the time being. She just thought that Pei Qian had met her master today and heard the old woman's nagging. Suddenly, she was angry and felt wronged, but not so much. In particular, Pei Qian remembered that one year, when he helped his master pay respects to his parents' graves, he met an old woman halfway up the mountain. When Pei Qian looked back, the old woman seemed to be standing at the grave of his master's parents. She was bending down to put a plate of glutinous rice cake and smoked tofu in front of the grave. Pei Qian chewed on melon seeds and grinned. He would not tell his master about this troublesome matter. Also, he would smile more often to this old woman who would have to call his master Auntie Chin in the future. After leaving the straw shop, Chen Pingan did not directly send Pei Qian back to the shop. Instead, he took Pei Qian to go shopping. They walked up the stairs of Dragon Rider Alley and then took a detour through the streets and alleys to Lu Xian Yang's ancestral home. After opening the door, Chen Pingan picked up the broom and began to clean. Pei Qian was no stranger to this place. When they parted in Red Candle Town, her master had given her a bunch of keys, including this place. Every now and then, she would come here with the girl in pink to clean this place. When they parted that time, her master had specially instructed her not to touch anything in the house. At that time, she was still a little sad, so she asked the girl in pink if she had told her master that. The girl in pink hesitated and Pei Qian knew that she had not. She squatted on the threshold and felt melancholic for a long time, letting the girl in pink work alone. Pei Qian said that she looked at the almanac and that she did not have the strength today. Today was different. When her master was sweeping the floor, she did not need to look at the almanac to know that she was full of strength today. She ran to the kitchen and took a bucket and a rag. She scooped some water from the water tank that still had some water left and helped to clean the tables, stools, and windows in the house. Chen Pingan laughed and told Pei Qian many stories. In the early years, how he went up the mountain and into the water with Lu Xianyang, how they set traps to catch wild animals, made slingshots, made bows and arrows, caught fish, caught birds, and caught snakes. There were many interesting stories. When Chen Pingan did not speak, Pei Qian had nothing to do. She would recite something like the rules of the village and the ancestral teachings of the family. It was so catchy that even Chen Pingan did not know where she learned it from and recited it. When the rooster crows, sweep the courtyard and make it clean inside and outside. Lock the door and personally inspect the house. 3 provinces of gentleman and son. Every porridge and meal is not easy to come by. The quality of the utensils is clean and the jar is better than gold and jade. Do not think of the kindness that is given, do not forget the kindness that is received. Follow the rules and listen to the heavens. Chen Pingan listened to her recitation and did not ask much. He just looked at Pei Qian, who was working and shaking her head. Chen Pingan's face was full of smiles. After finishing, the two of them sat together on the threshold to rest. Pei Qian asked, "Master, your relationship with Lu Xianyang is so good?" Chen Pingan nodded and said, "Of course." Master was Lu Xianyang's little follower back then. Later, there was a little slug who was a burden behind Master. The 3 of us had the best relationship back then. Pei Qian turned to look at her master, who had lost a lot of weight. She hesitated for a long time and asked softly, "Master, I mean if someone said bad things about you, would you be angry?" Chen Pingan smiled and said, "If someone said bad things about me to my face, I would not be angry. If someone said bad things about me behind my back, I would not be angry." Pei Qian wondered, "Master, didn't they say that even a clay bodhisattva has some anger? Why are you not angry?" Chen Pingan patted Pei Qian's little head, "Because it's useless to be angry." Pei Qian handed a handful of melon seeds to her master. After Chen Pingan took it, the master and disciple ate the melon seeds together. Pei Qian said sullenly, "Then we'll just let others say bad things." Master, this is not right. Chen Pingon sat there lazily, eating melon seeds. He looked forward and smiled. Do you want to hear a big reason or a small reason? Pei Qian smiled and said, I want to hear both. Chen Pingon nodded and said, then let's talk about a big reason first. It's not only for you to hear, but also for me to hear. So it's okay if you don't understand for the time being. How should I put it? What we say and do every day, is it really just a few words and a few things? No, these words and things are strands that gather together. It's like the streams in the mountains in the west, which eventually become the Dragon Whisker River and the Tifu River. This river is like the most fundamental foundation of each of us. It's an important vein hidden in our hearts. It determines the greatest joys and sorrows of our lives. This long river of veins could hold a lot of fish, prawns, crabs, water plants, and stones. But sometimes, it would dry up and flood. It was hard to say, because most of the time, we didn't even know why it became like this. So in the article you just recited, it mentioned the 3 virtues of a gentleman. Actually, the Confucian school has another saying, it's called restraining oneself and returning to propriety. When I was reading the writings of the scholars, I saw a great Confucian scholar in Tongya Continent who was known as a perfect person throughout history. He specially built a plaque with the words restraining anger written on it. I think that if you can do this, your state of mind will not be flooded. You won't be flooded when you meet a bridge or a dam bursting when you meet a dam. Pei Qian asked, then what about me? Chen Pingon smiled, it's a small principle. Then it's even simpler. When you're poor, when you're being criticized, you can only endure. You can't help but criticize others behind their backs. It's fine as long as you don't break them. If your family is rich and you're living a good life, others will be jealous. Why can't you let them say a few words? When you return home, the family that's living a good life will be criticized by others. Their ancestors' blessings won't be reduced at all. The poor family might even lose their own merits and make things worse. Thinking about it like this, you're not angry anymore, right? Pei Qian crossed his arms and frowned. He thought hard about this small principle and finally nodded, I'm not that angry anymore, but I'm still angry. Chen Pingon smiled, it's normal to be angry. But when you're angry, you don't rely on your ability to beat people. You don't use big mistakes to deal with small mistakes. That's very good. Pei Qian jumped for joy, Master, I've heard so many bad things, but I didn't beat people. Not even once. Chen Pingon nodded and said, then I'll give you a verbal reward. Pei Qian smiled and said, Master, give me a few copper coins as a reward. Chen Pingon smiled and shook his head, that won't do. You have to pay attention to profit and loss. You can't be like this. Since you followed me as your master, you have to suffer this. Pei Qian smiled and said, what kind of suffering is this? Chen Pingon turned his head and saw that Pei Qian was holding the shells of the sunflower seeds in his hand. Pei Qian did the same as Chen Pingon. Chen Pingon poured the melon seed shells in his palm into Pei Qian's palm and said, one day, you will meet some people. As long as you casually throw the melon seed shells on the ground in the alley, they will point fingers at you. These people can be divided into 2 types. One type is from a rich family and has never struggled in the mud. The other type is people who have left the Riding Dragon Alley, but they are destined to stay in the Riding Dragon Alley for the rest of their lives. In the future, you have to be more careful of the latter. Because the former is arrogant, the latter is evil. Pei Qian opened his eyes wide and said with a look of disbelief, throwing the melon seed shells casually and getting scolded. The ground is full of chicken dung and dog dung, and I don't scold them. What kind of world is this? Chen Pingon didn't talk about the 2 more extreme kinds of cause and effect, such as the moral defects of the saints and the occasional good deeds of the wicked. It was too early to talk about these things with Pei Qian. It wouldn't make Pei Qian more reasonable, but would only become a burden for him. Moreover, Chen Pingan didn't want Pei Qian to become the second him. Therefore, when Chen Pingan told Pei Qian about the principles that he had figured out, it was like a bowl of millet porridge or a steamed bun. No matter how much Pei Qian ate, he wouldn't go bad. Even if he ate too much, Pei Qian would only feel a little bloated. If he felt that he couldn't eat anymore, he could just put it aside first. On Pei Qian's side, Chen Pingan hoped that he wouldn't hand him a bowl of bitter medicine, a bowl of strong wine, or a dish that was too spicy. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "The reason why I told you this is because I'm afraid that you will hide and sulk alone in the future. I just want you to know that there are such people in the world. And these people that you may not like may do something that you don't like, but they may do other things better than you. So, let's try to understand more about this world first." Pei Qian scratched his head. "Master, my head hurts." Chen Pingan patted his head. "It's enough to know the general meaning. In the future, when you travel the world, see more and think more. When it's time to act, don't be vague. Not all right and wrong will be vague." Pei Qian said timidly, "Master, in the future, when I travel the world, if I don't go far, will you not buy me a little donkey?" Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Of course not." Pei Qian was relieved. "That's good, I can go back to Luopa Mountain in time for dinner." Chen Pingan suddenly asked, "How far do you plan to travel the world for the first time?" Pei Qian's eyes turned sharply, but he couldn't think of a good idea, and he didn't want to lie to his master, so he was a little helpless. Chen Pingan said helplessly, "At least go to Red Candle Town, right?" Pei Qian was relieved. Fortunately, his master didn't ask him to go to Huangting, Dali, or other places so far away. He promised, "No problem. Then I'll bring enough dry food and melon seeds." Chen Pingan smashed a chestnut. Pei Qian quickly endured the pain, but he didn't forget to cover his hand to prevent the melon seed shells from falling to the ground. Chen Pingan stood up, locked the door, and left the alley with Pei Qian. He casually picked up a branch on the side of the road. When there was no one around, Chen Pingan smiled and asked Pei Qian to scatter flowers. Pei Qian pecked at the melon seed shells in his hands like a chicken. "Master, I'm starting." Chen Pingan nodded with one hand behind his back and the other hand holding the branch. Pei Qian shouted softly and threw the melon seed shells in his hands high. Chen Pingan didn't move, and neither did the branch in his hand, but the cuffs and corners of his green robe were already swaying without wind. Chen Pingan took a step forward, leaving only a green afterimage in his original position. The melon seed shells were hit by the sword tip and shattered one after another. When Chen Pingan regained his footing, in Pei Qian's eyes, the area within a radius of 1 zhang seemed to be filled with portraits of his shifu and the others wielding their swords. Pei Qian hit his palm with his fist. "Master, your peerless swordsmanship is even stronger than my crazy demon swordsmanship." "Amazing, amazing." Chen Pingan threw the branch and laughed. "This is your crazy demon swordsmanship." Pei Qian blinked. "Is there a crazy demon swordsmanship in the world that won't hit you?" Chen Pingan couldn't help laughing. He thought for a while and said with a rare playful smile, "Watch carefully, there's still one more move." Pei Qian immediately took a deep breath and put his palms down slowly, making a posture of dantian. "Master, please make your move." Chen Pingan glanced at the branch on the ground, put 2 fingers together, and suddenly twisted his body forward. His big sleeves fluttered, and the branch on the ground was like a flying sword driven by qi, drawing an arc. When Chen Pingan stood still, he pointed to one place. "Go." The branch was like a long sword, nailing straight into the wall in the distance. Pei Qian held his belly and laughed. Master was just learning from her. How could a master steal a disciple's special skill? Chen Pingan laughed and brought the bouncing Pei Qian back to Dragon Rider Alley. Pei Qian suddenly ran back and pulled out the branch from the wall, saying that this divine weapon, she had to treasure it well. After sending Pei Qian to the shop, Chen Pingan said goodbye to the old woman and Shi Rou and was about to return to Luo Pa Mountain. Pei Qian said that she wanted to send him off, so they walked together to Dragon Rider Alley. Chen Pingan reached the entrance of the alley and told Pei Qian to go back. Pei Qian ran back to the shop like a wisp of smoke. When she arrived at the entrance of the shop, she saw that her master was still standing in the same place. She waved her hand with all her might. After seeing her master nod, she swaggered into the shop and raised the branch in her hand high up. She smiled at Shi Rou, who was standing behind the counter, and said, "Big sister Shi Rou, can you tell what kind of treasure this is?" Shi Rou looked at the charcoal girl in high spirits and didn't know what she was up to. She shook her head. "Forgive my poor eyes, I can't see it." Pei Qian's eyes were full of pity as she lamented, "Sister Shi Rou, you can't even see it, it's just a branch." Shi Rou didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She was sure that if she said that it was a branch, Pei Qian would say something else. At the end of the alley. After Pei Qian's figure disappeared, Chen Pingan continued to walk, but suddenly looked back. Back then, on another small street, there was also an adult and a child walking side by side. However, compared to his and Pei Qian's master and disciple status, there was nothing at that time, only rain. Chen Pingan looked at the alley like this, as if he was looking at the two people slowly walking towards him. Chen Pingan, the heart of a child is not blindly pure. You think of the complicated world as simple. Instead, you know a lot of things in the world, human relationships, rules, and principles. In the end, you are still willing to insist on being a good person. Even if you have experienced a lot and suddenly feel that good people don't have good karma, you will still silently tell yourself that you are willing to bear the consequences. No matter how good a bad person is, he is still a bad person. That is ultimately wrong. Do you understand? Mr. Qi, I understand. Can you do it? I don't dare to say that I can do it now. It's okay, take your time. At this moment, the young man in a green robe suddenly said, "Beyond the principles, we are already walking very slowly. We can't be any slower." Chen Pingan closed his eyes. They chose to build the martial temple in Longquan Commandery in Dali near the immortal tomb. The statues shook. Not only that, many statues of bodhisattvas and heavenly officials in the immortal tomb also started to shake. On the doors of every house in Longquan Commandery, as long as it was a martial temple, it was shining with golden light. Chen Pingan stepped over the threshold, holding the shining pearl that was slowly rotating in his palm. He walked to Pei Qian, bent down and smiled, "Catch it." Pei Qian stretched out her hands. Her eyes were as bright as the sun and moon of a blessed land. Chen Pingan put the pearl made of martial arts fate in Pei Qian's palm, and it disappeared in a flash. The world returned to silence. Pei Qian suddenly burped and said in a daze, "Master, what is this?" Chen Pingan smiled, "One of your principles." Pei Qian wiped his mouth, patted his belly, and said with a bright smile, "Master, it's delicious. Do you have more?" Chen Pingan bent down again, pulled Pei Qian's ear, and asked with a smile, "What do you think?" Pei Qian smiled, "You can have more. If you don't, it doesn't matter." Chen Pingan was about to speak, but he seemed to be pulled by someone and disappeared. He came to the bamboo house of Luo Pa Mountain and saw the old man and Wei Pai standing there. Wei Pai smiled and clasped his hands, "Congratulations." Cui Cheng said expressionlessly, "Not bad." Chen Pingan was slightly relieved. It seemed that he could indeed go to the colorful clothes kingdom and the comb water kingdom. If he went now, he could eat a bowl of stir-fried meat with winter bamboo shoots made by the old woman and treat Senior Song to a hot pot. However, before Chen Pingon could be happy for long, the old man had already turned and walked into the house, saying, "Come in. I'll let you, a great grandmaster of the 6th realm, see the glory of the 10th realm. Now that you've seen it, it won't be too late to leave when you can get out of bed and walk." Wei Pai ran away without saying anything. Only a sorrowful Chen Pingon was left. Pei Qian actually didn't understand what had happened. When her master came and left for no reason, she put her hands behind her back and walked behind the counter. Looking at the female ghost who was still squatting on the ground, Pei Qian jumped onto a small stool. Feeling bored, she took out a yellow paper talisman from her sleeve and slapped it on her forehead. Then she turned to Shi Ro and said, "Coward." For 67, it was rare for Zhu Lian's courtyard to be so lively today. Wei Pai did not leave Luopa Mountain but came over to play chess with Zhu Lian. There were 2 exquisite chess jars on the table. They were imperial items that Chen Pingon found during his travels. They were not cheap, but they were pleasing to the eye. When he returned to Luopa Mountain, he gave them to Zhu Lian. Wei Pai was good at chess and often came to play chess with Zhu Lian. Zhu Lian liked to watch Sui Yuyu and Liu Baixiang play chess. He pretended to be a bad chess player, but in fact, his chess skills were quite good. Although Jing Dafeng's body was damaged in Old Dragon City and his martial arts path was cut off, his eyesight and intuition were still there. He guessed that it was most likely Chen Pingon who caused the commotion, so he rushed over from the foot of the mountain. The boy in green and the girl in pink were watching the game from the side. The former was blindly giving advice to old chef. Zhu Lian was also completely uninterested in winning. When the boy in green told him to place his piece, he really did it. Naturally, the game went from being balanced to being at a disadvantage, and then from being at a disadvantage to being defeated. This made the girl in pink anxious. She was the incarnation of the fire python of Zhilan's Chao clan's library. After she gained spiritual intelligence, she had nothing to do for hundreds of years. She spent all her time reading books to relieve her boredom. She did not dare to say anything about waiting for the imperial decree or being a national player, but she could still see the general direction of the game clearly. Qin Yuanji also came over to join in the fun after finishing her training. She had a good impression of the godlike Mr. Wei. It couldn't be helped. Mr. Wei was too good-looking. Qin Yuanji's closeness was not a romantic relationship. Qin Yuanji only felt that it was a gain for her to even look at him. She treated it as admiring the beautiful scenery and pleasing to the eyes. This young girl probably did not know that on this Luopa mountain, other than the young mountain master who was a little strange and scary, the old immortal Zhu she trusted the most was not a 6th realm peak martial artist, but a real remote travel realm martial artist. As for the man who was even more hunchbacked than old immortal Zhu, the so-called Brother Gale, he was once a peak martial artist. As for the barefoot old man in the bamboo house, he was a legendary ultimate martial artist. 8, 9, 10, all of them. With the help of the little boy in green, Zhu Lian lost the game without any suspense. The girl in pink complained incessantly. The little boy in green glanced at the miserable game of chess where the dragon was slaughtered and clicked his tongue. Old Chef Zhu, losing a game of chess is still an honorable defeat. Zhu Lian nodded, raised his arm and said, "That is indeed the case. Next time, let us brothers work harder. If we work together, we can cut through gold." The green-robed little boy beamed with joy. After Zhu Lian raised his hand, he hurriedly rubbed Zhu Lian's arm. "Old chef, you might not know, but my hand has immortal qi. Isn't that right, Wei Pai?" Back then, he had slapped sect master Lu Chen's shoulder twice. If this news were to spread to White Jade Capital, regardless of whether one was an immortal or a heavenly monarch, who would not give him a thumbs up and praise him as a hero? Wei Pai smiled and said, "Are you itching for a beating again?" The green-robed little boy rolled his eyes. The green-robed little boy did not hide his resentment towards Wei Pai, the disloyal god of Dali's northern peak. Back then, for the sake of Huang Tingguo's brother, the Yujiang water god, he had tried to ask the Dali imperial court for a peace and quiet board. However, he was rejected everywhere, especially when it came to Wei Pai's side. Therefore, whenever there was a game of chess, the green-robed little boy would stand on Zhu Lian's side and cheer him on. If not, he would give Zhu Lian 120% of his strength. He wished he could defeat Wei Pai and make Wei Pai kneel and beg for mercy, losing so badly that he would never touch a chess piece again. In short, with him present, the game between Zhu Lian and Wei Pai had nothing to do with leisure or elegance. Zhu Lian suddenly said, "Have you two really decided?" The green-robed little boy snorted with his nose in the air. "If we don't hurry up, we'll be killed by Qin Pingan." The girl in pink nodded lightly. It turned out that they now had their own names. They were not natal names, but names that Qin Pingan said might be added to the ancestral hall's records in the future. The green-robed little boy named himself Qin Lingjun and the girl in pink Qin Rishu. Zhang Dafeng teased, "Qin Lingjun, what's that?" "I think I'll call you Little Qingqing. It's easier to call you that." The green-robed little boy did not stand on ceremony with Zhang Dafeng. "Brother Dafeng, what do you know?" Zhang Dafeng chuckled. "I know you." The green-robed little boy said angrily, "Stop nagging. Let's fight on the chessboard if you have the ability." Wei Pai sneered. "You're asking to be humiliated." Zhang Dafeng was eager to try. He rubbed his hands. "Let's make a small bet for fun." "But you're good at chess. You can't give me a handicap." "Give me a handicap of 2 or I won't bet with you." The green-robed little boy was skeptical. He frowned. "A handicap of 2? Aren't you looking down on Brother Dafeng? How about a handicap of 1? Wei Pai laughed out loud. Zhu Lian slapped his forehead. Zhang Dafeng had dug such an obvious hole and was still jumping in with all his might. Zhang Dafeng held back his laughter. He did not want to bully this silly little boy. He waved his hand. "Forget it. We'll talk about it next time." Zhang Dafeng's chess skills were simple. When Zhu Lian and Wei Pai played chess, Zhang Dafeng would help whoever won. Perhaps Zhang Dafeng was not a wise man, but he definitely had the qualifications to be one of the smartest people in the Pearl Grotto heaven. The green-robed little boy glanced at the girl in pink. The latter shook her head gently. Only then did he come to a sudden realization. Maldiv *Ker, this guy Zhang Dafeng was also quite crafty. He had almost ruined his reputation. Xin Yuanji left silently and continued to practice her martial arts. During the day, she would choose the green hills and clear waters on Luopa Mountain. Alone, she would practice the 6-step stance. At night, she would stay in the courtyard. At the very least, she would be closer to old immortal Zhu's residence. She didn't have to worry about being molested. She wouldn't be able to cry out for help. The green-robed little boy looked at the sky and decided to go to the town's shop to find Pei Qian. The girl in pink bowed to Zhu Lian and the rest. She asked the green-robed little boy to wait for her. Then, at the sword room of the Oxhorn Mountain Ferry, one after another, messages for Qin Pingan were received by flying swords. First, there was Lu Jimao's reply from the Verdant Canyon Island, saying that Hong Su of the Chunting Mansion was no longer a female official in the mansion and had returned to the Zhu Xian Mansion as a gatekeeper. Lu Laoqing said to let nature take its course and that the verdant canyon island could only guarantee that she would be safe for the rest of her life. Then, there was the news of the reconstruction of the Hengbo mansion, but Zhang Yi took the wrong medicine and actually left the verdant canyon island. He only asked for a low-grade offering jade tablet, an immortal's secret manual, and a transcendent artifact. Then, he ran off to a small, nameless sect in the Yulua Mountains, changing his name and becoming a guest elder. In the end, Lu Jimao gave Chen Pingan two choices. He had promised that if he survived this crisis, he would give him a great gift. So, Chen Pingan could either wait for him and have someone bring the gift to the Longquan County, or he could simply settle the two debts he owed the Verdant Canyon Island's secret storehouse. Chen Pingan's reply was concise and to the point. It was 3 words, "We're done." Chen Pingan did not ask about the fate of Lord Tianhu and the others from the White Scale Island. The second letter was from Lu Zhongruan of the Pearl Hairpin Island. She told Chen Pingan a secret. The old granny of the Gold Core Earth Immortal had a decaying gold core and was only holding on with her last breath. Her heart had been stretched taut for too long. When the situation at Calligraphy Lake was settled, not only did the Pearl Hairpin Island not suffer, they even gained a lot of benefits. Her heart suddenly relaxed. After the great worry and joy, she was completely exhausted and passed away at the beginning of autumn this year. In the letter, Lu Zhongruan confessed that the old granny advised her not to be calculative about the money of the Waterhall's secret medicinal pills. So, she hoped to make another deal with Chen Pingan. Pearl Hairpin Island also wanted to learn from the high and mighty Jade Gui sect and migrate some of their cultivators and disciples to the northernmost Longquan County of the Dali dynasty. There, they could stay away from trouble and cultivate in peace. So, whether Chen Pingan wanted to rent a piece of land with good feng shui or sell it to the Pearl Hairpin Island, he could name a price. Even if she had to sell everything, she would still agree to it. She would definitely give Chen Pingan a copper coin less. Chen Pingan's reply was also very straightforward. He said that he would not sell the mountain, but he could rent it. However, even if she immediately set off for Dali after receiving the letter, he would most likely have left the Longquan County by then. She only needed to find a person named Zhu Lian in the Luopa Mountain to discuss this matter. Gu can also send a letter. The little girl in pink had just curled her lips when Pei Qian glared at her, causing her face to tense up. Chen Pingan smiled. Why are they both surnamed Qin? Whose idea was it? The little girl in pink pointed in the direction that the little boy in green had left. His. Chen Pingan was surprised. The little girl in pink asked with a smile, Master, what were you planning to name us? Can you tell us? Pei Qian interrupted, You'll be called Little Muddle Ball and he'll be Big Silly Ball. That's how it is. Chen Pingan flicked a sunflower seed and it hit Pei Qian's forehead. While Pei Qian was rubbing his forehead, Chen Pingan smiled and narrowed his eyes. He slowly said, I originally planned to name him Jing Qing. Qing means clear, and green means green. He likes to wear green clothes, and he likes water. Since water is clear, I picked a line from a poem, and that's how he got this name. I took it from the line, Jing Yu Chu, refreshing the air. I think this line is a good omen, and it can be considered somewhat cultured. You, on the other hand, are called warm tree, which comes from the phrase, warm rhythm hidden urge, deep valley harmony, yellow oriole fluttering, suddenly moving fragrant tree. 2 people, 2 lines. Both of them take a line from the beginning to the end and end well from the beginning to the end. The little girl in pink was about to cry. She seemed to think that her master's name was better. Chen Pingan consoled her hurriedly, Your current names are even better. The little girl in pink stood up without a word. She bowed to Chen Pingan and left. She must have gone to her residence to cry secretly. Chen Pingan raised his hand and tried to persuade her to stay, but he was unable to do so. Chen Pingan glared at Pei Qian, who was eating sunflower seeds without a care in the world. "Why aren't you following her?" Pei Qian nodded and chased after the little girl in pink who wished her name was Chen Wanshu. Chen Pingan sighed. If he had known this would happen, he would not have shown off his pitiful talent. Chen Pingan clapped his hands and stood up. He was prepared to go to Cloud-Splitting Mountain and tell Wei Pai about the little boy in green. He had to show some sincerity when he was asking for help. Moreover, he wanted to walk around Linlu Academy and see if he could coincidentally bump into Gao Xian. However, a cool breeze brushed past his face. A person in white was already standing beside Chen Pingan. This uninvited guest sat down on a stone bench and began eating sunflower seeds. This could be considered as birds of a feather flocking together. Chen Pingan joked, "You have to refine that thing and are busy with the night banquet. Yet, you still come to my place every day. Do you really think Luopa Mountain is your home?" Wei Pai waved his hand. "It's not a problem. I'm different from you. You're busy when you can, but I'm not busy when I can." Before Chen Pingan could speak, Wei Pai said, "Leave Chen Lingjuan's matter to me." Chen Pingan said, "Thanks." Wei Pai smiled playfully. Chen Pingan smiled. "I'm just being polite with you." Wei Pai asked, "When are we leaving?" Chen Pingan felt a little regretful. "We really can't delay any longer. We can only miss this night banquet." Wei Pai said indifferently, "It doesn't matter. I can hold another one every 10 years. Chen Pingan stretched out a palm. "Don't. I can't afford this infamy." For this kind of banquet, not only did the Dali imperial court mobilize a large number of people, but they also had to prepare gifts out of their own pockets. If even the slightest bit of news is leaked out, I can forget about staying in Longquan County in the future. Wei Pai shook his head and said, "It has nothing to do with you." Chen Pingan looked at Wei Pai. Wei Pai nodded slightly. Chen Pingan did not say anything else. Because this meant that Wei Pai could successfully refine the glazed golden body fragment within 10 years. Wei Pai could rely on this opportunity to have a chance to ascend to the upper 5 realms. With just the word, have a chance, he could steadily suppress the 5 Dali mountain gods from before in terms of momentum. At that time, he would be even more justified. The Dali court and the people on the mountain would naturally not have the slightest objection. The mountain gods ruled over the mountains and rivers of the land. They were originally similar to a saint overseeing a small world. They could naturally ascend to a higher realm. If Wei Pai really broke through the bottleneck and ascended to the unpolished Jade realm, the significance and far-reaching impact would be even more immeasurable. Chen Pingan felt that apart from the rare glazed golden body fragment, Wei Pai being able to untie the knot in his heart, or some kind of new expectation, was also very important. Wei Pai stood up. "Chen Pingan, thank you." Without waiting for Chen Pingan to speak, Wei Pai added with a smile, "I'm being polite with you." It disappeared in a flash. Chen Pingan looked up at the sky. Unknowingly, the moon was already bright and the stars were sparse. He often liked to hide in the mountains and rivers, but when night came, he would bring the stars and moon. Wei Pai was so carefree. He was really envious. A few days later, as if they had agreed, a group of visitors came to Luopa Mountain. They were all cultivators from the powers of the neighboring mountains. They were either staying in the immortal mansion to cultivate or staying here to better communicate with the Song clan of Greatly. Most of them were Golden Core Earth immortals, and even the weakest were Dragon Gate cultivators. Chen Pingan's current treatment of people might not be flawless, but it could be considered that there would not be any major mistakes. However, 2 groups of guests that Chen Pingan did not expect came. They were acquaintances and could also be said to be friends. They came from the north and south. The ones who came from Dolly's capital were a group of 3 people. When they found the shop, Shiro happened to be there. In the end, both sides were wary and probed each other. Later, Shiro returned to Luopa Mountain and reported the news to Chen Pingon. Chen Pingon immediately brought Shiro down the mountain and went to the town. Of course, Pei Qian was beside him. When they arrived at the shop in Dragon Riding Alley, the other party almost did not recognize Chen Pingon. Chen Pingon did not find him unfamiliar at all. The blind old Taoist priest was still the same. He carried a peachwood sword that he had cut out and had a string of silver bells hanging on his waist. His Taoist robe was old and he was wearing straw shoes. Of course, it was difficult for business to take the initiative to come to him. The old Taoist priest's Taoist name was Xian Guzi. He knew some Taoist thunder techniques. Of course, it is also possible that Master is wrong, so Master will let Wei Pai keep an eye on them. If the other side really has some unspeakable difficulties and can't speak, or if they really encounter an insurmountable obstacle and don't want to implicate me, at that time, Master will send you to invite them back. Pei Qian nodded. It was not important whether she understood or not. Anyway, Master was always right. However, she was puzzled and asked, why did Master deliberately talk to them about Sister Shusho? Chen Pingon smiled and said, Master still hopes that they can stay. Pei Qian was confused. She tried her best to think about this troublesome matter, but still could not understand the twists and turns inside. In the end, she sighed and stopped thinking about it. She had flipped through the almanac today, so it was not good to use her brain. Pei Qian suddenly lowered her voice and said, that old Taoist priest's eyes seemed to have been blinded by the lightning that was running around in his stomach. Chen Pingon nodded. Lightning techniques are known as the head of all techniques. However, in our Aquarius continent, other than the Divine Grandeur sect and a few great immortal sects, the so-called 5 lightning techniques are all unorthodox techniques and belong to a very fragmented inheritance. Therefore, cultivating this technique will result in a backlash. After a long time, perhaps one's vitality will wither away, the Tao will collapse, or one's sword will go astray, using a certain aperture as a place to eliminate the disaster. For example, eyes will be blinded, intestines will rot, life source items will be corroded, and there are many other reasons. Pei Qian was speechless. Chen Pingon said, cultivation is not all about enjoying life. Pei Qian nodded vigorously, that's why I don't cultivate, I only practice martial arts. Chen Pingon pulled her ear. Pei Qian wailed, Master, I will definitely be more diligent in my stance walking. I will suffer more. Chen Pingon then brought Pei Qian to the old school. Chen Pingon stood outside the window. Pei Qian stood on tiptoe and rested her head on the windowsill, looking inside. Chen Pingon asked, what do you think? Do you want to go to the school opened by the Qin clan in Dragontail Creek? Pei Qian didn't move an inch. He said sullenly, if Master wants me to go, then I'll go. Anyway, I won't be bullied by others. No one will call me charcoal or complain that I'm short. Chen Pingon did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said gently, if you really don't want to go, then you can study with Zhu Lian on the mountain. Xing Dafeng is also fine. In fact, Xing Dafeng is very knowledgeable. But I suggest that whether you like it now or not, you should go to the school for a while. Maybe you won't be able to leave at that time. But if you still feel uncomfortable at that time, you can go back to Luopa Mountain. Pei Qian asked, is it wrong for me to go to the school to learn how to use swords? Chen Pingon shook his head and said, no, you have to look like a student when you study. There was no room for discussion. As a master, no matter how much he doted on Pei Qian, the rules must be followed. A child was innocent and childlike. As an elder, no matter how much he liked the child, he could not really let the child be free and unrestrained in the years when rules were most needed. Pei Qian did not speak. Chen Pingan said, "This matter is not urgent. Think about it before master goes down the mountain." Pei Qian still did not move. "If I go to the school, can master not leave?" Chen Pingan stretched out his hand to press Pei Qian's head and looked inside the old school in silence. A child's small sadness was often like the wind and mist. When Chen Pingan bought a stick of candied haws for Pei Qian, the two walked back to Luopa Mountain together. Along the way, Pei Qian had been laughing and asking questions. The blind Taoist was in a good mood. He told the little cripple and Zhou in private that they only needed to wander outside for a year and a half, and then they could return to Longquan County to make a name for themselves. Not long after the three of them left Longquan County, a pair of traveling men and women came to Luopa Mountain. They either traveled on foot to the famous mountains and rivers, or took the immortal ferry. After 5 or 6 years, they finally went from the Qinghuan Kingdom in the southeast of the Aquarius continent to the Dali dynasty in the northernmost part of the continent. Qinghuan Kingdom's Lion Garden, the scholar Lu Qingshan. Inverted Hanging Mountain Division's female champion, Lu Boqi. She had a Dharma saber, called Bai Shin. She was ranked 17th in the Inverted Hanging Mountain Division's saber room. Her life item was still a saber, called Jia Zhua. Chen Pingan and Lu Boqi could be said to have become friends after a fight. Of course, their relationship was not good, and they could not be considered friends. When they saw Lu Qingshan, they naturally chatted happily. Compared to Lu Boqi's domineering rampage in the Lion Garden, Lu Boqi was much more restrained in Luopa Mountain. Firstly, Chen Pingan looked more and more strange now. Secondly, the stooped old servant named Zhu Lian was even more difficult to deal with. The third point was the most important. Not only was the bamboo building filled with immortal qi, it was extremely outstanding. Moreover, there was an astonishing atmosphere on the second floor. Lu Boqi was good at this point. She was not shy. "I am stronger than you, so I won't be polite with you." If they took turns to be romantic, she would not feel unhappy. She accepted it. Chen Pingan led the two of them around Luopa Mountain and to the ancestral temple at the peak. Lu Qingfeng said that other than to see Chen Pingan, they also wanted to be in a favorable position to see the powerful god's night feast. Of course, they would definitely go to Linlu Academy. Of course, Chen Pingan agreed. He said that when the time came, he would arrange a suitable spot for the two of them to view the scenery at Linlu Academy on Cloud Pinning Mountain. It was a good thing that Lu Qingfeng was more heroic than when he was in the study room of the Lion Garden. Besides being a famous scholar, Lu Qingfeng was more heroic now. A hero might not be a saint, but which saint wasn't a true hero? A day later, Chen Pingan realized that something was wrong. After seeing Zhu Lian, Lu Boqi actually called him old Mr. Zhu. Moreover, she was extremely sincere. He did not ask Wei Pai, but Huangting Country's old dragon to arrange for Lu Qingfeng to stay at Linlu Academy. After that, Chen Pingan and Zhu Lian returned to Luopa Mountain and asked about it on the way. Zhu Lian chuckled. This old servant was just speaking casually, using a phrase from a book. Lu Boqi appreciated it. Chen Pingan was even more curious. "What do you mean?" Zhu Lian casually pointed to a lush green mountain. "I see how charming the green mountain is. I think she sees me the same way." Chen Pingan was stunned for a moment, then he was very impressed. Wasn't this the only way Lu Boqi would fall for it? Chen Pingan slapped Zhu Lian's shoulder. "You're so experienced." Zhu Lian said seriously, "You flatter me. A young phoenix is clearer than an old one." Chen Pingan suddenly felt a little emotional. After leaving the mountain, especially in the North Continent, it would probably be a few years before he could hear the flattery of Luopa Mountain. Chen Pingon quietly went to Oxhorn Mountain's immortal fairy in the middle of the night. Pei Qian actually knew, but she pretended not to know. Compared to the first time they parted for a long time, Pei Qian felt that it was actually okay now. It was just that her heart felt empty after her master left. For the first time, she really looked at the almanac and found that the day her master left Luopa Mountain was suitable for a long trip. Lu Qingfeng and Lu Boqi temporarily stayed at Linlu Academy. The night party was about to be held. And in Red Candle Town, there was another reunion. The little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket and Jiao Er met again. It turned out that the Great Sui Kingdom's Cliff Academy arranged a study tour to observe the night party of Dali Beiyue. It was led by Mao Xiaodong, Li Baoping, Li Huai, Lin Shui, Yu Lu, and Xie Xie. The blind Taoist still did not dare to take advantage of the situation. He followed his disciple Jiao Er back to Longquan County. After all, the identity of the Cliff Academy's St. Mao was too scary. At the top of Qidong Mountain, a slender girl in red was in a daze. She was no longer a little girl. Over the years, her temperament had changed completely. The lively little red bottle in the academy suddenly quieted down. She became more and more knowledgeable and spoke less and less. Of course, she also became more and more beautiful. There was the sound of birds flying in the air above her head. She looked up. What did the book say? The sound of birds passing is like persuading guests. The immortals call me to travel in the clouds. The wind was blowing and the rain was drizzling. In a mountain call near Yanji County in the colorful clothes country in the central part of the Aquarius continent, there was a young man in green, wearing a bamboo hat and carrying a sword on his back. 468, unexpected or not. The young swordsman in green robes with a sword on his back traveled through the familiar low mountain range. Compared to the time when he traveled with Zhang Shanfeng, it was like a ghost town with no life force. Now, there was not a bit of yin energy. Not to mention that it was a beautiful place with abundant spiritual energy, it was still green mountains and clear waters. It was far better than before. Moving forward based on his memory, he finally came to a familiar old house in the night. There were still 2 stone lions guarding the door, and it had changed slightly. Now, there were spring festival couplets hanging and painted door gods pasted on it. After knocking on the door, he waited patiently. An old granny bent over and held a lantern in her hand. She opened the door with some difficulty and saw a young man who took off his bamboo hat and had a bright smile on his face. He was quite tall, but a little thin. He also carried a sword on his back. He looked like a wanderer who had traveled far away. The old granny's face was pale. It was really scary in the middle of the night. She tried not to scare the visitors. After all, the house had survived the crisis and even benefited from the disaster. There was no need to deliberately scare away the ordinary teachers, lest they be implicated. The old granny asked softly, "Young master, do you want to stay the night?" The young man smiled and said, "Not only do I want to stay the night, but I also want to drink wine. I want a big bowl of fried meat with winter bamboo shoots as a side dish." The old granny was stunned. Then, tears filled her eyes. She asked in a trembling voice, "Are you young Master Qin?" The person who came was Qin Pingon, who had traveled south alone. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Old granny, are you feeling well?" The old granny quickly grabbed Qin Pingon's hand, as if she was afraid that this great benefactor would leave after seeing her. She raised the hand holding the lantern and wiped her tears with the back of her dry hand. She looked emotional and said, "Why did you come so late? How many years have it been? With my body, if young Master Qin didn't come, I wouldn't have been able to hold on." How could I cook for my benefactor? I have wine, I have all left for young Master Chin. You haven't come for so many years, but every year, you can drink as much as you want. Chin Pingon put the bamboo hat under his armpit and gently held the old granny's hand. He said guiltily, "Old granny, I'm late." The old woman quickly turned her head and shouted, "Master, madam, young Master Chin is here. He really is here." Back then, in order to prolong his wife's life, the man who didn't hesitate to become a ghost servant, Yang Huang, was dressed in a scholarly robe. He quickly rushed to the door with a woman with a radiant expression. When the couple saw Chin Pingon, they were about to kneel and kowtow. No amount of words would be enough to repay the great kindness of the past. Chin Pingon wanted to stop the two of them, but his arm was held tightly by the old mama. It was obvious that she wanted Chin Pingon to accept this great gift. Chin Pingon could only give up. Yang Huang and his wife Ying stood up. Only then did the old maid let go of her hand. Yang Huang and his wife smiled at each other. In the blink of an eye, the young man of the past had become a young master. Although he looked a little thin and haggard, he looked more like a true sword immortal. How nice. The group walked into the house. Chin Pingon naturally helped the old granny close the door. Yang Huang and his wife smiled knowingly. The old granny who was robbed of her job was still a little grumpy. She said that this kind of rough work that didn't require much effort did not need to trouble young Master Chin. The old granny said that she wanted to start a fire in the kitchen and make a midnight snack. Chin Pingon said that it was too late. They could talk about it tomorrow. The old granny didn't agree. She said that she wanted to personally cook a few dishes. She took it as a lack of hospitality and reluctantly considered it a welcome dinner for young Master Chin. Yang Huang pulled Chin Pingon to the familiar hall and sat down. Along the way, he talked about the scene after Chin Pingon left. It was all good. Yang Huang, who had almost fallen into the demonic path, was now able to return to the path of cultivation. Although he was destined to lose his bright future after his great Tao was delayed, compared to the ghost that was neither human nor ghost, the difference was like heaven and earth. One had to know that Yang Huang was originally regarded as a future golden core earth immortal in the Divine Grandeur sect and was heavily nurtured by the sect. After this incident, he voluntarily abandoned his great Tao for the sake of love. Yang Huang knew his own gains and losses, but he never regretted it. As for his wife, who was originally detained in the embroidery building, she recovered her appearance. On the path of cultivation, she was even luckier than her husband, breaking through a level. Thus, she could now stay in the embroidery building in the backyard and roam at night with her own spirit. She was no different from a mortal woman. She no longer had to suffer the torment of the astral winds and the agitation of her spirit. Yang Huang asked about the young Taoist, Zhang Shanfeng, and the bearded swordsman, Su Yuanxia. Chin Pingon told him everything. Chin Pingon also asked about the governor of Yanji County and the son of an official, Lu Gaohua. Yang Huang told him everything he knew. He said that Governor Lu had been promoted a few years ago and went to Cai country to become the provincial governor of Qing province. He became a governor and brought honor to his family. His daughter was now a direct disciple of the Divine Grandeur sect. Governor Lu's promotion to the position of provincial governor might have had something to do with this. As for Lu Gaohua, he had taken the initiative to come to the house twice in the past few years. Compared to his previous debauchery, he liked to use the excuse of indulging in the mountains and rivers to not be willing to take the imperial examinations. Now, he had toned down his temper. However, he did not do well in the previous examination and was only a juror. Thus, the second time he came to the house, he drank a lot of sorrowful wine and complained a lot. He said that his father had said that if he could not pass the imperial examinations, he could marry a wife and bring home Chen Pingan also asked about the cultivator, Mr. Fisherman. Yang Huang said that it was a coincidence. This old man had just returned from his travels in the capital and was in Yanji County. He also heard that he had taken in a female disciple called Zhao Wan. She was very talented. However, fortune and misfortune came hand in hand. The old man also had some troubles. It was said that the leader of an immortal master in Sai country had taken a fancy to Zhao Wan. He hoped that the old man would give up his disciple and promised a great gift. He was also willing to invite Mr. Fisherman to be a consecrator of the mountain, but the old man did not agree. Chen Pingan listened quietly and asked, "What's the reputation of this immortal master? What's his realm?" Although Yang Huang had been a ghost for many years and damaged his soul and cultivation foundation, he was still a proud son of heaven who came out of the divine grandeur sect. In addition, he no longer had any burdens. Thus, he did not fear the leader of an immortal master in Sai country. He smiled and said, "It's probably because he entered the Dragon Gate realm a few years ago that he became a little arrogant." Everyone in the mountain became impetuous and began to wantonly take in new disciples. The good and the bad are mixed together. Originally, the sect had a good reputation, but now, it's no longer the same as before. Chen Pingan nodded and said, "I understand. I'll ask around more." Yang Huang smiled and said, "What I said is based on hearsay. It's not accurate." The wine and dishes were served on the table. The wine was brewed by himself with a lot of effort. The dishes also looked, smelled, and tasted good. The woman and the old granny sat down. This house was not so old-fashioned. Perhaps because she wanted Chen Pingan to drink more, the old granny gave the master and Madame Tsai country's specialty wine cups. She only gave Chen Pingan a big wine bowl. Yang Huang stood up respectfully and toasted Chen Pingan. His wife Ying Ying and the old granny also stood up. Chen Pingan could only hold the wine bowl and stand up. He said helplessly, "If this continues, I won't dare to be a guest next time." After Yang Huang finished the wine in one gulp, he said jokingly, "We'll talk about it when benefactor comes next time." Chen Pingan finished the wine in the bowl in one gulp. The old granny was anxious. She was afraid that he would drink too quickly and hurt his body. She quickly advised, "Drink slower. Drink slower. The wine can't run out of the bowl." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Granny, my alcohol tolerance is not bad. I'm happy today, so I'll drink more. At most, I'll get drunk and fall asleep." The old granny poured wine into Chen Pingan's bowl while still nagging, "No matter how good your alcohol tolerance is, you still have to drink slower. If you drink slower, you can drink more." Chen Pingan nodded and said, "All right, then I'll drink slower. I'll listen to Granny." Chen Pingan roughly explained his journey. He said that he left Sai country and went to Shui country. Then, he took the immortal ferry and followed the dragon path to Old Dragon City. He took the cross-continent ferry and went to inverted Hanging Mountain. He did not return to Aquarius continent directly. Instead, he went to Tongyi continent and then to Old Dragon City. He went to Qingwan country before returning to his hometown. Among them, Chen Pingan did not mention the Great Wall of Sword Chi and Book Slip Lake after some hesitation. During this time, Chen Pingan picked out some interesting stories to tell them. Yang Huang and the woman listened with great interest, especially Yang Huang, who was born in a sect. He knew that it was not easy to travel across continents. As for the old woman, no matter whether Chen Pingan talked about the boundless universe or the trivialities of the streets and alleys, she loved to listen to him. That night, Chen Pingan drank more than 2 caddies of wine. It was not a small amount. This time, he slept in the same room as last time. On the second day, Chen Pingan accompanied the old granny to bask in the sun and chat. Chinpingan, who was supposed to leave on the third day, was urged to stay by the old granny and stayed for another day. At dawn, the autumn rain continued. Chinpingan put on his bamboo hat and said goodbye to the three people at the door of the old house. However, the old granny said that although the autumn rain looked light, it was actually harmful to the body. She insisted that Chinpingan put on the green raincoat. Chinpingan had no choice but to wear it. As for the blade-strengthening gourd that revealed his identity as the Sword Immortal, he naturally gave it to the old granny. Before leaving, the old granny stood under the eaves and held Chinpingan's hand. "Don't think that I'm talkative. I won't be willing to come again in the future." Chinpingan said softly, "How can that be? I love wine and I'm greedy." "Granny, you don't know how many times I've thought about the wine and dishes here over the years." The old granny lowered her head and wiped her tears. "That's good. That's good." Chinpingan held his bamboo hat and said goodbye softly. He slowly left. After walking for a distance, the young swordsman suddenly turned around and walked backwards. He waved goodbye to the old granny and the couple. The old granny shouted, "Young Master Chin, don't forget to bring Miss Ning next time. She'll be a guest here too." Chinpingan blushed slightly and said loudly, "Okay." In the rain, the young man wearing the bamboo hat and the green raincoat gradually disappeared. The old granny was sad. Yang Huang was worried that she couldn't withstand the cold autumn rain, so he let the old granny go back first. The old granny waited until the young man's figure was completely out of her sight before she returned to the house. The old granny's voice was soft and gentle. She called softly, "Husband." Then she felt a little ashamed and didn't continue. Instead, she apologized, "Husband, please don't blame me for being vulgar." The thought in her mind disappeared immediately. She murmured, "How can I let young Master Chen be distracted by these trivial matters?" "Husband, you did well by not mentioning it at all. We shouldn't be so greedy." Yang Huang held her hand and said with a smile, "You're doing it for my sake." The old granny's mood suddenly became better. She said with a smile, "Husband, good people will definitely be rewarded, right?" Yang Huang said, "I'm not sure about other good people, but I hope that Chinpingan will be like that." The old granny smiled sweetly. "I suddenly feel that young Master Chin is just coming to our house to drink. I'm very happy." Yang Huang nodded and said with emotion, "It's autumn, but it's like a spring breeze." In the rain, Chinpingan took a slight detour and came to a mountain deity temple that the colorful clothes nation's imperial court had just added to the mountain deity register. He strode in. It was early in the morning during the autumn harvest. There weren't many pilgrims in the mountain deity temple that was built on the ruins of an obscene temple. Chinpingan took off his bamboo hat and shook off the raindrops. He stepped over the threshold. He no longer deliberately hid his fist intent in chi. The local mountain deity immediately revealed his golden body. He was a tall and sturdy military general in armor. He walked out from the painted deity statue and anxiously cupped his fists and bowed, "This little deity greets immortal master." Chinpingan smiled and said, "I'm sorry to disturb you. I'm here to ask if there are any cultivators in the nearby immortal mountains who covet the spiritual energy of that house." It was not the official language of the colorful clothes nation, nor was it the official language of the Aquarius continent. It was Dolly's official language. Now that he was familiar with the official language of Dolly, all the mountain deities in the central region of the Aquarius continent had to have it. The mountain deity smiled awkwardly. He was about to think of a suitable excuse when the young sword immortal with a frightening aura put on his bamboo hat again. "Then I'll have to trouble Master Mountain Deity to take care of me." The mountain deity only felt that a ghost door had closed. He immediately said, "I don't dare to say anything about taking care of you. Immortal master, don't worry. This little deity and Yang Huang couple can be considered neighbors. This little deity knows that close neighbors are better than distant relatives. Before Chen Pingan cupped his fists and left, he reminded with a smile, just treat it as if I've never been here. This new mountain deity who was appointed by the imperial court of the colorful clothes nation was in charge of overseeing this precious land. He quickly nodded and understood. If he was not smart enough, he would not have the ability to fight for this delicious cake just by relying on his merits in life and merits after death. A deity ruling over a land was actually no different from climbing up the ranks of the officials. Chen Pingan left the mountain deity temple. The mountain deity slowly paced back and forth in the main hall. He finally decided that he would not provoke that house in the future. No matter how much spiritual energy there was, it was not something he could take a share of. Chen Pingan went to the colorful clothes nation's Tuoji County. He handed in a customs document at the city gate. It was a brand new household registration document that Wei Pai got him. Of course, it was still from Dolly's Longquan County. He asked along the way and finally found out the location of Mr. Fisherman's house. It was a quiet alley with only the sound of rain. Chen Pingan knocked on the door knocker. Soon, a tall and thin young man with a wooden expression walked out. After seeing Chen Pingan, the young man hesitated, as if he was not sure of Chen Pingan's identity. Chen Pingan smiled and greeted, Zhao Xuxia. The young man was surprised and said, Mr. Chen. Chen Pingan nodded and looked at the tall and thin young man. There was not much fist intent, but it was pure. He should be a third-realm martial artist for now, but there was still a long way to go before he could break through. Although he was not like Qin Yuanji who could be seen through at a glance, Chen Pingan liked Zhao Xuxia's intention more. It seemed that Zhao Xuxia had been practicing the six-step stance that he had secretly learned all these years. The young man was Zhao Xuxia, the one who held a hatchet to protect a little girl. Zhao Xuxia closed the door and led Chen Pingan into the backyard of the house. Chen Pingan smiled and asked, the stance that I taught you back then, have you finished it 100,000 times? Zhao Xuxia was a little embarrassed and scratched his head. According to what Mr. Qin said back then, each time counts as one punch. All these years, I did not dare to slack off, but I was too slow. I only finished 163,000 punches. Chen Pingan asked, have you ever fought with an enemy? Or been taught by an expert? Zhao Xuxia shook his head and said, never. Chen Pingan was relieved. Mr. Fisherman, who killed demons and devils together in Yanji City, was surnamed Wu and named Shuowen. He was an old Confucian cultivator. Chen Pingan had nothing but respect for him. Otherwise, he would not have dared to entrust Zhao Xuxia and Wan Wan to the old man. It could be seen that the old scholar did not disappoint Zhao Xuxia and Wan Wan. Moreover, Chen Pingan felt somewhat apologetic these years. As his experience in Jianghu grew, he became more and more aware of the evilness of people's hearts. He knew that the so-called good deeds back then might have brought a lot of trouble to the old scholar. As long as one set foot on the mountain to cultivate, they would have no choice but to do so. If they were not in Jianghu, there would be fewer disputes and struggles that might involve life and death. If they were not on the mountain, they would be unlucky. They would not be able to experience the path of Tao and the wonderful paintings on the path of immortality. They would not be able to live a long and carefree life, but it was also a kind of stable fortune. Moreover, the better Zhao Wan's talent was, the greater the burden on the old scholar's shoulders and heart. How could he not delay Zhao Wan's cultivation? How could he ask for an immortal spell that matched Zhao Wan's talent? How could he ensure that Zhao Wan cultivated in peace and did not need to worry about the consumption of immortal money? In the past, Chen Pingan would not have thought of these. Only after traveling thousands of miles and seeing hundreds of people and thousands of things could one truly understand how difficult it was to be a good person. Only then could one empathize with the countless sufferings of the world. Therefore, before entering the colorful clothes kingdom, Chen Pingon first went to the ancient Yu kingdom and found the ancient Yu kingdom's imperial tutor, who he had a deadly feud with. Because he was worried that this spiritual monster with a high status would cause trouble for the old house. The assassination of the Brushing Water Kingdom had left a deep impression on Chen Pingon. When he arrived at the capital of the other party's territory, it was very simple. Chen Pingon went to find him and knocked him out with 3 punches. The other party was badly injured and at least 30 years of hard work and cultivation went down the drain. He then asked him if he wanted to continue pestering him and if he had the guts to send assassins to kill him. The ancient Yu kingdom's imperial tutor, who had the appearance of a scholar, was already covered in blood and dirt. He fell to the ground and said that he did not dare to. After all, there were 2 flying swords. One was hovering between his eyebrows and the other was pointing at his heart. Chen Pingon then left. He purposely sat at a tea stall outside the capital of the ancient Yu kingdom. Chen Pingon sat there and waited for the imperial tutor's next move. But there was none. Chen Pingon then went to the colorful clothes kingdom. Chen Pingon drank a mouthful of hot tea and went straight to the point. Mr. Wu, I heard that the cultivators of the colorful clothes kingdom want to take Wan Wan as a disciple. Wu Shuowen nodded and said worriedly, if that great immortal master really wants to impart immortal techniques to Wan Wan, no matter how reluctant I am, I will not spoil Wan Wan's opportunity. However, the great immortal master insisted that Wan Wan go up the mountain to cultivate. Half of it is because of Wan Wan's talent, and the other half, sigh, it is because of the great immortal master's son. He is a wastrel with terrible conduct. He met Wan Wan at a banquet in the capital of the colorful clothes kingdom. Forget it, let's not talk about such a dirty matter. If it really doesn't work, I will take Wan Wan and Shushi and leave the central part of the Aquarius continent. We will not stay in the colorful clothes kingdom. To be able to become a great cultivator of the Dragon Gate, apart from their cultivation, which one of them was not an old fox? Did he not have a backer? Zhao Shuxia was not too worried. He probably thought that Mr. Qin, who taught him fist techniques, could not be too strong. Zhao Wan was even more anxious than her master, Wu Shuowen. She did not care about her status and etiquette. She walked quickly to Chen Pingon's side and tugged at his sleeve. Her eyes were red as she said, Mr. Qin, don't go. Chen Pingon looked at the old monk and then at Zhao Wan. He smiled helplessly and said, I'm not going to die. If I can't win, I'll run. Zhao Wan burst into tears. Mr. Qin, you just said that you're going to reason with them. Chen Pingon was speechless. He gave Zhao Shuxiao a look, wanting him to help comfort Zhao Wan. However, he did not expect this rash kid to be so stupid. He just laughed and stood there without moving. Chen Pingon sighed. Then sit down and drink tea again. Zhao Wan's teary eyes were even more hazy than the misty mountain. Really? Chen Pingon nodded. She then let go of Chen Pingon's sleeve and walked back to her seat timidly. Wu Shuowen also sat down and said, Young Master Qin, there's no rush. I'll just take the 2 kids on a trip. Chen Pingon asked, what about Mr. Wu's family? Wu Shuowen said, I think a Dragon Gate cultivator would not be so shameless. Chen Pingon looked at Wu Shuowen. Wu Shuowen lowered his head and drank tea. The old monk could only sigh. He knew that the trip was just to ease the guilt of Wan Wan and Shuxia. Chen Pingon gently put down the teacup in his hand. In an instant, Chen Pingon was no longer in the room. Wu Shuowen held his teacup and was stunned. Zhao Wan and Zhao Shuxia looked at each other. The green-robed man was already standing in the courtyard. The long sword on his back was already out of its scabbard. It turned into a golden rainbow and flew into the sky. The man tapped his toes and jumped onto the long sword. He broke through the rain and flew north. After the old monk came to his senses, he quickly drank a mouthful of tea to calm himself down. Since he could not stop him, he had no choice but to do so. Zhao Luan's eyes were dazzled. She quickly wiped away her tears. It was a moving scene. No wonder the young master of Misty Mountain fell in love with her at first sight. Zhao Shuxia scratched his head and laughed. Mr. Chen is really something. He's going to the ancestral hall. Why is he in a hurry to buy wine? It was noon on an immortal mountain. The rain poured down, making the sky as dark as night. Therefore, the appearance of the long golden line in the sky was very eye-catching. Moreover, it was accompanied by a thunderous sound. To the cultivators of Misty Mountain, blind or deaf, they knew that a sword immortal had come to visit their mountain. Unfortunately, he was not proficient enough. His biggest wish in this life was to be able to meet Song Zhangqiang once and humbly ask the Dali god of war for the essence of military tactics. Thus, there was a beautiful story of him acknowledging his ancestors. However, the Colorful Robes nation was not much better off. Not only did the Colorful Robes nation, which was known to have the most powerful armors, not fight a single battle in this war, the Colorful Robes nation's royal family had always liked to announce to the public that there was a Jin Dan Earth Immortal in the capital. They would often spread rumors that were vague, making it difficult for people to tell whether it was true or false. Thus, in the past, the cultivators of Colorful Robes nation had always hoped to look down on the mountains of the other countries. However, when Dali's metal cavalry arrived, the ancient Yu nation, symbolically at the border, mobilized more than 10,000 border troops. As an elite force in the field, they fought a head-on battle with Dali's metal cavalry. Of course, the result was not surprising. A finger of Dali's metal cavalry was thicker than the thigh of the ancient Yu nation. The ancient Yu nation had paid a heavy price for this. The Colorful Robes nation saw that the situation was not good and surrendered earlier than the ancient Yu nation. Before Dali's envoy entered the country, they had sent a convoy of envoys led by the Minister of Rights to find Dali's metal cavalry and voluntarily become a vassal of the Song family. This was nothing. The Dali nation then searched through many records of the various countries and mountains. Only then did the world realize that the ancient Yu nation was actually quite deep. There was a hidden Dragon Gate realm sword cultivator from the Zhuiying dynasty who was jointly killed by a group of Dali's military secretaries. The battle was soul-stirring. On the other hand, if Lu Yundai had not broken through and ascended to the Dragon Gate realm in the Colorful Robes nation, the Sea-Viewing realm cultivators would have been the leader of the country's immortal masters. Other than the ancient Yu nation's imperial court who looked down on the weak Colorful Robes nation, the cultivators and heroes of the Jianghu from the neighboring Chushui nation almost laughed their heads off. Lu Yundai was a laurel old man who wore luxurious clothes. His appearance was extremely good. Lu Tingio was a handsome young man with slightly sunken eyes. His appearance was not bad, and he wore a snow-white robe that was a high-grade spiritual artifact. His name was Lu Hua. He was 30 years old, but he looked like he was in his 20s. Regardless of whether it was the realm that he had obtained through the use of immortal money or his aptitude, he was still a cultivator of the fifth realm on the surface. In addition, he liked to travel and often made friends with the children of the Colorful Robes nation's nobles. Therefore, in the Colorful Robes nation, he was not considered bad. Therefore, in the secular dynasty, he was indeed young, promising, and elegant. However, in the eyes of a true cultivator, especially in the eyes of the Colorful Robes nation's immortals of the Middle Five Realms and the gods of the Five Mountains, this Lu Tingio was naturally nothing. His Tao heart was not firm, and he liked to indulge in sex. He squandered a large amount of time on the piles of women at the foot of the mountain. If Lu Yundai really wanted to hand over the entire Misty Mountain to his son in the future, there might be an internal conflict. However, in recent years, there had been a rumor quietly spreading. It said that the reason why the Misty Mountain had been able to smoothly hook up with a powerful military general of the Song clan and was expected to become the next imperial tutor of the Colorful Robes nation was because Lu Tingjio had helped his father, Lu Yundai, to act as a go-between. If this was true, then the real person did not show his true colors. An old cultivator with a walking stick in his hand asked softly, "Sect Master, forgive this old man's eyesight for not being able to see the true realm of this person. Could it be the legendary Earth Immortal?" Lu Yundai looked calm and replied with a smile, "Earth Immortal Sword Cultivator?" The old cultivator seemed to feel that he had scared himself too much. With the protection of the formation and at the entrance of his own ancestral hall, he should not have lost his sense of propriety. He said resentfully, "That's too shocking. I don't think it's like this." A beautiful woman with an ancient sword hanging on her waist sneered, "So what if it's a passing sword cultivator of the middle 5 realms? Would he dare to barge into the Misty Mountains formation? Does he really think that our Misty Mountain is a soft persimmon that anyone can pinch?" Lu Tingjio glanced at the woman's chest that was as tall as a mountain range. He narrowed his eyes and quickly retracted his gaze. This woman's realm was actually not too high. She was in the cave realm. However, as a cultivator, she was proficient in the sword-controlling technique of the Jianghu sword masters. She once had a magnificent feat. She used her sword-controlling technique to disguise herself as a cave realm sword cultivator and scared away a sea-viewing realm great cultivator of the Brushwater Nation. She was really too hot-tempered and did not understand the situation. She was blinded by her good figure. Lu Tingjio felt that it was a pity. Otherwise, he would not have retreated in the face of difficulties. He should have put in more effort. However, after the situation in Colorful Clothes Nation was stabilized, father and son had a heart-to-heart talk. Her father had privately promised her that as long as she ascended to the cave realm, her father would be the matchmaker. At that time, Lu Tingjio could be her Tao companion in reality, but not in name. To put it bluntly, it was taking a concubine on the mountain. A talented young direct cultivator asked softly, "Are those dolly cultivators not going to do anything about it?" Although he was able to stand here tonight, his seniority was low, so his position was at the back. He was the outstanding disciple of the woman in the cave realm who carried a sword. He carried a sword gifted by the ancestral hall. Because he was a sword cultivator, he was only in the 3rd realm. He had almost exhausted all of his master's savings and tried his best to nourish his natal flying sword. Only then did he have a sword embryo. Now, it was still weak. Therefore, when he saw the sword immortal coming with the wind and thunder momentum, the young cultivator was both yearning and jealous. He wished that person would crash into the great protective formation of the Misty Mountain and be killed on the spot by the flying sword. Perhaps the long sword under the sword immortal's feet would become his personal belonging. After all, he was the only sword cultivator in the Misty Mountain. The golden line at the end of the sky became clearer and clearer. The other party's sword broke through the sky with rolling thunder. The momentum was so great that it affected the spiritual chi of the mountains and rivers of the Misty Mountain. The 6 protective formation flying swords actually trembled slightly. The strict orbit of the stars in the sky actually began to become chaotic. Lu Yundai said softly, "If he's willing to stop outside the formation, it's fine. He's most likely not here to seek revenge." Everyone nodded in agreement. The old cultivator with the walking stick tried his best to open his eyes and look into the distance. He wanted to discern the other party's approximate cultivation level so that it would be easier to deal with him. However, He did not expect that the sword light was so dazzling that it made the eyes of a dignified sea-viewing realm cultivator ache. The old cultivator actually almost burst into tears. The old cultivator was so frightened that he quickly turned his head and did not want to be mistaken as a provocation by the sword immortal. If the sword immortal chose to kill him as a warning to others, he would die an unjust death. He hurriedly switched to the red wooden walking stick with both hands. He bent down and murmured with his head lowered, "How can there be such a sharp sword light in the world? It's already so dazzling from dozens of miles away. There's no doubt that it's an immortal magic treasure. Sect Master, why don't we open the door and welcome the guest? He's just a passing sword immortal, but our Misty Mountain coincidentally activated the formation." The old cultivator, who was getting more and more timid, rambled on. His voice was as soft as a mosquito's. Those with poor hearing could not hear him at all. As a Dragon Gate realm cultivator and a leading figure of the country's cultivators, Lu Yundai clearly heard his martial uncle's attempt to curry favor with both sides. He laughed and said, "Martial Uncle Hong, the other party is coming for our Misty Mountain. There's no doubt about that." Martial Uncle Hong could not even look directly at the golden sword light, let alone young mountain master Lu Tingio, the cave-dwelling realm woman, and her proud disciples. In the end, only Lu Yundai could gaze at the sword light. Lu Yundai seemed to be reminding everyone, but more like he was talking to himself, "He's here." The radiant sword light that illuminated the rain became as bright as day, and the closer it got to Hazy Mountain, the faster it became. The unknown sword immortal riding the sword clearly didn't care about a mountain-protecting formation. Without the slightest hesitation, the sword light suddenly became brighter and brighter. At this moment, even Lu Yundai had to squint his eyes to avoid the dazzling sword light that exploded. "I am from Dolly, so if your backer happens to be the Dolly Cavalry, it might not be useful. Of course, it's up to you to believe it or not. Moreover, my relationship with the Dolly Imperial Court is actually quite ordinary." Lu Tingio cursed in his heart. "With your hypocritical words, how can the bunch of fence-sitters on Mount Hazy be united against a common enemy and be united as a stronghold?" He, Lu Tingio, was indeed a good-for-nothing when it came to cultivation. The rumors in the outside world were not false at all. In fact, his father could not do anything about it. However, his ambition was not to attain immortality on the mountain. It was too far out of his reach. Taking a step back, Lu Tingio felt that he was more than qualified to be a mountain master who did not have to personally fight and kill. Chen Pinggan's following words were very straightforward. In fact, to be precise, he had pushed open the door and entered to see Misty Mountain. "As Xiao Luan's path protector, I am visiting Misty Mountain this time. I will not talk nonsense with you. I only want to ask you and your father if one of you covets Xiao Luan's cultivation aptitude and the other covets the young lady's beauty in the future. You only need to say yes or no." Lu Yundai's face darkened. He hated this kind of straightforward style of doing things the most in his life. Lu Tingio was about to say something to salvage some of Misty Mountain's reputation and reason. Unexpectedly, the green-robed swordsman laughed and said, "I'll remind you one last time. Your glib words and so-called reason are just you, Lu Yundai, being certain that Misty Mountain will treat Zhao Luan with respect and nurture her wholeheartedly without any improper thoughts. If she is really unwilling to go up the mountain, we will not force her, nor will we use Wu Shuowen's family to threaten her. Furthermore, a fair lady is a good match for a gentleman." Since Lu Tingio did not have any substantial offense to Zhao Luan, how can he be convicted? There is also Dolly's rule that no one is allowed to provoke on the mountain without permission. Otherwise, they will be held accountable. You are very free and can waste your time. I am very busy. Therefore, I will only ask you the question from before. Answer me yes or no. Chen Pingon stretched out his hand from his sleeve and rubbed his cheek. He said self-deprecatingly, "No, I cannot have this habit of fighting and nagging. Otherwise, I will be no different from Ma Kuxuan in the past." Chen Pingon waited quietly for a moment. Nodding his head, Chen Pingon said, "Then I understand." Chen Pingon stretched out his hand. The sword immortal in the scabbard on his back came out of the scabbard and was held in his hand. He casually swung his sword forward. The sword chi contained in the sword immortal in his hand was not casual at all. The Misty Mountain's ancestral hall was split into two. However, it did not completely collapse. Those with a bit of experience in fighting did not dare to turn their heads. Only those young swordsmen of the Third Realm who were inexperienced on the mountain would stiffly turn their heads to see the result of that sword. Chen Pingon raised his arm and circled behind him, sheathing his sword. At this moment, Lu Yundai seemed to have sensed something and wanted to take the risk to confirm it. Therefore, one of his hands moved slightly in his sleeve. The peak of Misty Mountain shook loudly. However, it was not the magnificent ancestral hall that was in trouble. Instead, it was the place where the green-clothed sword immortal stood. The earth had shattered, but he was nowhere to be seen. The instant Lu Yundai wanted to move, Chen Pingon's other hand hidden in his sleeve had already taken out a mind talisman. 20 steps away. You hazy mountain cultivators are all quite bold, swaggering so boldly, getting so close to a pure martial artist who fights with distant roaming martial scholars every day, almost risking his life. Is the physique of a Dragon Gate cultivator so indestructible? There was a loud bang. Chen Pingon was already standing near Lu Yundai's previous position. As for the sect master of Misty Mountain and the leader of the immortals of the Tsai Empire, he had already been sent flying like a kite with its string cut. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices as he fell hundreds of feet away. In Chen Pingon's line of sight, everyone, including the old cultivator with the surname Hong and Lu Tingjio, began to retreat. Chen Pingon patted the blade-strengthening gourd. Flying swords number 1 and number 15, which were already eager to take action, flew out one after another. 2 streaks of fireflies streaked across the sky and nailed themselves into Lu Yundai's palms, causing him to wail. From Chen Pingon's point of view, this Dragon Gate cultivator must have been used to a smooth-sailing life in the Tsai Empire. It had been too long since he had suffered, so he could not withstand the pain of such minor injuries. Was that why he was similar to Pei Qian? Chen Pingon looked at Lu Tingjio and asked, "You are also one of the main characters, so tell me." Lu Tingjio said uneasily, "Since Senior Sword Immortal is Zhao Wan's Dao Protector, we MD Hazy cultivators, no matter who we are, will definitely take a detour when we see Zhao Wan in the future." Chen Pingon said with a smile, "You must be feeling indignant now, thinking that you still have a trump card that you have not used. It's fine, I will wait for you in the Tsai Empire's Yanji County for a few days. Either send someone or send a letter. Give me a sincere answer, or I will have to make a trip back to Mdhazy." Chen Pingon glanced at the ancestral hall that could still be repaired. His eyes were deep, so much so that the sword immortal sword on his back was vibrating happily in its scabbard. It was like 2 dragon roars were echoing each other. Golden light constantly overflowed from the scabbard, and sword chi flowed like water. This scene was extremely strange, but it was naturally even more shocking. Chen Pingon took a deep breath and calmed his mind. He said slowly, "Don't delay my cultivation." Chen Pingon turned around and took a step forward. His figure swept out of the mountain peak like a wisp of green smoke. He descended and unsheathed his sword immortal sword. Then, he suddenly soared into the sky. In the eyes of the Mdhazy cultivators, the sword immortal sword had used some unknown method to shatter the offensive flying swords of the mountain's protective array formation. He was in an extremely sorry state. The unfamiliar green-robed man who had broken through Mdhazi's array formation with a single sword had arrived on his sword and returned on his sword. The sword immortal sword was already gone, but there were still wisps of bone-piercing sword chi lingering around the mountain peak outside the ancestral hall. The young cultivator of the third realm sat on the ground, sweating profusely. The woman of the cave-dwelling realm hurriedly helped him up. Her face was still filled with panic, but she still comforted this proud disciple who had high hopes for her. She lowered her voice and said, "Don't hurt your sword heart. Don't let your mind be in chaos. Quickly calm that natal flying sword. Otherwise, you will have bumps and bruises on your great Tao in the future. But if you can suppress that panic and trembling, it will be a good thing. Although I am not a sword cultivator, I heard that sword cultivators subduing inner demons is a method to sharpen their natal flying sword. Since ancient times, there has been a saying of sharpening one's sword by the lake of one's heart." The disciple's eyes were in a daze. Fortunately, he was reminded by his master, so he was not muddle-headed. He did not even care about the phenomenon in his natal aperture that was nourishing his natal flying sword. The young sword cultivator hurriedly recited the incantation of the Mdhazi's ancestral hall's direct disciple. He circulated his spiritual chi and tried his best to calm his mind. No one cared about this pair of master and disciple anymore. This was because everyone had gathered around sect master Lu Yundai. Lu Yundai's face was as pale as a sheet of gold, but his foundation was not damaged. He would be able to recover to his peak after a few years of careful recuperation. This was the silver lining of misfortune. If he had fallen back to the sea-viewing realm after just ascending to the Dragon Gate realm, coupled with the ancestral hall being split into two, Mdhazi would have been scared out of its wits. Lu Yundai waved his hand and said, "All of you go back first. As for today's disturbance, we will discuss it tomorrow in the ancestral hall, in my misty estate." Everyone retreated, each with their own thoughts. LV Tingio accompanied his father to the ancestral hall. Someone still had to close the mountain protecting array. Otherwise, it would cost a small sum of money for every incense stick. On the road, there was a line that was as wide as a finger. It extended out and then divided the Mdhazi's ancestral hall into two. Lu Yundai stopped outside the ancestral hall's door and asked, "Did you see anything?" LV Tingio shook his head. Lu Yundai's tone was flat. With such a heavy sword chi, how did he manage to leave such a neat sword mark with a casual strike? Generally speaking, he is undoubtedly a genuine sword immortal, but I keep feeling that something is wrong. Facts have proven that this person is indeed not a golden core sword immortal, but a cultivator who does not follow common sense. His skill is that of a martial arts grandmaster, but his aura is that of a sword cultivator. As for his specific background, it is hard to say at the moment, but it is enough to deal with Mdhazi, which only acts tyrannically in Sai Kingdom. Chen Pingon suddenly stared at Lu Yundai and asked, "Between Ma Tingio's life and the survival of Mdhazi's ancestral master hall, which will you choose?" Lu Tingio was burning with anxiety. He knelt on the ground, his face covered in tears. He begged for mercy, "Father, this is a vicious plan to sow discord. Don't listen to it so easily." Lu Yundai and Chen Pingon looked at each other. They did not look at their son and slowly raised their hands. With such an obvious action, it was naturally not a desperate move to shed all pretense of cordiality with that sword immortal. Lu Tingio's heart trembled. He did a somersault and frantically rushed backward, trying his best to escape. The reed-flower Daoist robe on his body helped him a lot. His speed was not inferior to a sea-viewing cultivator. Even if the chances of escaping alive were extremely slim, Ma Tingio could not just wait for death. Moreover, he would be beaten to death by his father outside the ancestral master hall. How could he not know his father's ambitious and ruthless nature? He would really kill him to turn a big problem into a small one. At the very least, he would use this to tide over the current crisis. Moreover, Matingio had a sliver of hope in his heart. As long as he escaped from the sword immortal sight, then his father might lose the opportunity to make a move. At that time, it would be his vicious and merciless father's turn to settle the score with the sword immortal. Chen Pingon glanced at Lu Tingio, whose aura had already been locked onto by Lu Yundai from afar. He said expressionlessly, "Lu Yundai, go burn incense in the ancestral master hall and let this matter pass. People who cultivate the Tao still have to talk about repaying one's blessings. You should pay more attention to the matter at hand." Lu Yundai hurriedly withdrew his hand, turned around, and walked towards the ancestral master hall in large strides. He suppressed the sorrow in his heart and removed the mountain and river array. Facing the memorial tablets and hanging portraits, he dripped 3 drops of his heart's blood and silently lit 3 secret incense sticks. Using the immortal secret technique that was rumored to be able to ascend to the heavens and descend to the underworld, he acted according to the agreement and offered sacrifices to his ancestors. With the incense sticks in his hand, he loudly swore a venomous oath. When the cave-dwelling realm woman arrived at the mountain peak, she happened to hear the oath from the ancestral master hall of Misty Mountain. In her eyes, she saw the green-robed sword immortal with a jade hairpin on his head and a gourd on his waist. The mountain rain fell, blowing the young man's hair and sleeves endlessly. That person flew backwards and lightly stepped on the sword immortal that followed him like a shadow. A wisp of golden light drew a large circle in the sky above Misty Mountain and headed south. It was as if the ancient immortal had drawn a large circle in the mortal world with a brush. Not only this woman whose mind was swaying, but almost all the cultivators of Misty Mountain had similar thoughts in their minds. They were incessantly agitated. The bearing of a sword immortal was unparalleled. But in the distance, a person and a sword rapidly broke through the entire curtain of rain and the thick sea of clouds. Suddenly, the world was illuminated as the sun hung high in the sky. Chen Pingon changed from a standing posture to a strange sitting posture that was slightly suspended in the air. He was connected to the sword immortal's aura, so he was able to sit stably. However, it was definitely not the kind of telepathic connection that sword cultivators had with swords. It was the legendary realm where sword immortals seemed to be connected to the grotto heavens. It was a new fish stance in the mountain shaking manual. It was called corpse stance. This was because it was recorded in the fist manual that the ancient gods entrenched themselves in the heavenly courts like corpses. Chen Pingon was able to travel on his sword because he was standing on a sword immortal. He had to endure the pain of the astral winds. Apart from his abnormally tough physique, it was also thanks to this sitting stance that was as immovable as a mountain. Cui Qing once said that the fist stance was dead and was not considered brilliant. It depended on the state of mind of the person practicing the fist stance, whether they could produce boldness and aura. An ordinary rudimentary fish stance could also lead one to the end of the martial Tao. Under the illumination of the sun, the green-robed swordsman sat on the sword immortal. Man and sword, sword and heart, clear and bright. 470, at dawn, at the city gate of Yanji County in Tsai Kingdom, a group of wandering Jianghu heroes were waiting for the gate to open. Among them, a famous Jianghu figure of Shui Kingdom was sitting high on his horse. He was rubbing a piece of white jade handle in his palm. He had nothing to do, so he looked around and saw a travel-worn young wanderer coming from afar. He looked tired, but his eyes were not cloudy. The old man thought that the young man should be a martial artist, but judging from the depth of his steps, his skill should not be too high. The old man continued to look around. He saw some women and young girls, but unfortunately, most of them were village women. Their skin was dry and their looks were average. He was a little disappointed. He hoped that after entering the city, the women of Yanji County would not all be like this. The young man in green looked at the crowd outside the city gate and walked to a breakfast stall. There were no more chairs to sit on, so he asked the stall owner for some white sugar cakes and a bowl of porridge. After receiving the pastries and porridge, the stall owner wanted to remind him to return the bowl and chopsticks. However, when he saw the long sword on the customer's back, he swallowed his words. People of Jianghu should be polite. After the young wanderer paid the bill, he squatted by the roadside and ate the pastries and porridge. He ate and drank very slowly. When the young man with the sword returned the bowl and chopsticks to the stall owner, the city gate had already opened. He stood by the roadside and waited. The old man put away the beautiful jade handle in his hand and could not help but glance at the young wanderer. He smiled knowingly. When he was his age, he was no longer in such dire straits. Chen Pingan ignored the old man's scrutinizing gaze and followed the crowd into the city after handing in the pass. It was not that Chen Pingan did not want to return to the house on his sword, but that he was really exhausted. After going back and forth from Yanji County to Hazy Mountain, if he continued, he would not be practicing the corpse boxing stance anymore. He would be a corpse falling from the sky. Although the stance could benefit the soul as long as he could sit still, the benefits to the soul would come at the expense of his body and vitality. Overdoing it would be as bad as not doing enough. However, it was indeed a good idea to travel on the sword in the future in a corpse boxing stance. Although it was possible to do so in the Aquarius continent, it might not work in the North continent where swordsmen were as common as clouds. After all, over there, anyone who disliked someone could come up with such a ridiculous reason and cause both parties to fight until their brains splattered everywhere. Chen Pingan did not go directly to the old fisherman's house. Instead, he went to the city god pavilion. However, after asking, he found out that the city god lord had changed. It was not the golden city god lord Shen. Chen Pingan sighed. This could not be considered as the imperial court of the colorful robes nation burning the bridge after crossing the river. Yanji County was an important place of the nation. After Chen Pingan's golden body died, a new city god was needed to inherit the deity position and be responsible for supervising the county's mountains and rivers. Chen Pingan did not enter. Instead, he followed a path that he had taken in the past and came to a secluded local temple. The temple was too small and there was no temple attendant. Even if he came here to burn incense and pray, he would bring his own incense. It was here that he bid farewell to Yanji County's golden city god, Shenwen. Chen Pingan thought for a moment and then stepped over the threshold. Taking advantage of the fact that there was no one around, he took out 3 incense sticks. The fragrance was fresh and clean. It was a genuine product from the mountains. Not only could it be used to drive away mosquitoes, it could also be used to ward off evil spirits in the marketplace. Back then, on the way to the lion's garden, the person who gave them the incense caught up with them and passed them a bamboo incense tube. After checking, he found that there were a total of 24 precious incense sticks. When he went down the mountain this time, he left most of the incense sticks in Luopa Mountain, but he only brought 3 incense sticks with him in case of emergency. He did not expect to use them now. Offering incense was a taboo among the gods. However, in places like the city god pavilion and Wenwu temple, there was no harm in offering incense. Chen Pingan gently twisted the incense stick. It burned without a fire. Chen Pingan stood still. He raised the incense stick above his head and said in his heart. Finally, he inserted the 3 incense sticks into a bronze cauldron. He closed his eyes for a moment and turned to leave. When he returned to the house in the small alley, Chen Pingan knocked on the door again. This time, it was not Xiao Shuxia who opened the door. It was Xiao Luan. When she saw Chen Pingan, the little girl's eyes were dim. Mr. Fisherman Wu Shuoan and Zhao Xuxia stood by the projector wall in the courtyard. Chen Pingan had been with Pei Qian and the little girl in pink for a long time. He wanted to rub their heads and deal with it. However, he suddenly remembered that Wan Wan was still a young girl. He could only smile and say, "It's okay. The cultivators from Misty Mountain are reasonable. Luan Luan, from now on, you can follow me and cultivate." Zhao Xuxia secretly clenched his fist to express his congratulations. As expected, Mr. Qin, who taught him fist techniques, was omnipotent. Although Wu Shuoan had a lot of questions, he could not ask them in front of the two children. He only smiled and nodded at Chen Pingan. Then, they walked back to the hall in the backyard. However, this time, Zhao Xuxia and Zhao Luan still drank tea to nourish their souls. On the other hand, Chen Pingan took out 2 pots of woody wine and gave one to the fisherman. Wu Shuoan said regretfully, "It's a pity that Luan Luan and Xuxia are still too young. They can't drink." Wu Shuoan only took a sip and could not bear to drink more. He smiled and said, "I'll keep it for now. When the 2 children are older and drinking becomes normal, I'll take it out." Chen Pingan quickly took out another pot of woody wine. He stood up and placed it in front of Wu Shuoan. He said helplessly, "Mr. Wu's ability to cheat wine is not small. Just drink, I have more." Wu Shuoan did not hold back at all. He drank Chen Pingan's wine and did not show any mercy. "Child Chen, don't measure the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain." Chen Pingan smiled and raised his wine pot. Wu Shuoan did the same. They clinked their cups and drank. Master told Mr. Qin that a gentleman should stay away from the kitchen. However, he ate a lot of food and drank a lot of wine. He drank until his face was red. In the afternoon, Mr. Qin still patiently practiced with her brother and demonstrated it over and over again. When it was close to dusk, Chen Pingan looked at the sky and smiled at Zhao Xuxia. "Okay, that's it. Remember, you can't neglect the 6-step stance. Try to do it until you reach 500,000 punches. Follow the method I taught you. Before you punch, assume the stance. If you feel that it's not meaningful or even slightly wrong, don't punch the stance. Then, when you're tired from the stance, use the formula I taught you to practice the sword furnace stance. We're both stupid, so we'll just use the stupid method to practice. One day, at a certain moment, you'll have a flash of inspiration. Even if that day comes late, there's no need to rush." Chen Pingan gently smoothed down his sleeves and patted Zhao Xuxia's shoulder. "All right, that's all for now." Zhao Xuxia wiped the sweat from his forehead. Zhao Luan had already stood up. Chen Pingan said, "I'm going to talk to Mr. Wu about something and then I'll leave." Chen Pingan found Wu Shuoan practicing calligraphy in the house. He sighed and decided to tell him the truth. At the end of the day, the script he had prepared was useless. "Mr. Wu, Wan Wan is your disciple. Logically speaking, I shouldn't tell her what to do. However, Wan Wan is now at a crucial point in her cultivation. It's a good thing for her to reach the cave-dwelling realm as soon as possible. So, I've prepared a sum of money." Wu Shuoan smiled and said nothing. Chen Pingan had to bite the bullet and said, "I also have a few talisman pieces as a parting gift. Of course, there's also a copy of the swordsmanship manual, and a magic sword I bought from a celestial shop. It's called Chu Huang. Of course, it's an imitation and it's not of high quality. I'll give it to Zhao Xuxia for self-defense. Regarding Zhao Xuxia's sword practice, I hope Mr. Wu can help me check it out. When Zhao Xuxia's fist practice reaches a certain level, I'll give him the swordsmanship manual and Chu Huang's imitation sword. To tell you the truth, if Mr. Wu agrees, I'd like to take Zhao Xuxia as my unofficial disciple." In the future, if we're fated, and Zhao Xuxia is willing, Mr. Wu won't object, we'll officially become master and disciple. Wu Shuowen gestured for Chen Pingan to sit down. When Chen Pingan sat down, he smiled and said, "Why? Are you worried that I'll be embarrassed? Then you've underestimated the importance of Zhao Xuxia and Luan Luan in my heart." Wu Shuowen sighed and said, "Zhao Xuxia is fine. I don't have to do much. In fact, I can't do much. So, if you're willing to take him as your unofficial disciple and wait for a few years before deciding whether to take him as your official disciple, of course, it's Zhao Xuxia's great fortune. I don't have any objections. But to be honest, leading Luan Luan in cultivation, I'm really strapped for cash. How can a hero be without a penny? This is the truth. I'm not asking for credit or complaining to you. Over the years, in order not to delay Luan Luan's cultivation, I've borrowed money from my friends on the mountain more than a few times." The old man sighed and then laughed and said, "Now that you've exposed your family's dirty linen and said these things, can you rest assured and give us immortal money? There's no harm in giving more. My old bones don't have the ability to fight to the death with people, but it's not difficult to carry some immortal money." Chen Pingan took out the manuscript Swordsmanship Classics, a yellow sword, and 3 golden talisman. Then, he took out a handful of immortal money and gently placed it on the desk. At first, Wu Shuowen stroked his beard and smiled. When he saw the immortal money, he was silent for a long time. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, "Are you running a bank on the mountain? The small summer money is fine, but why are there 3 grains of grain rain money?" Chen Pingan was stunned and said, "This is too little. Do you really want me to sell everything I have?" Wu Shuowen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect Chen Pingan to be so shameless. The old man picked out the 3 grains of grain rain money and said firmly, "Take it back. There's no need for this. In the future, when Luan Luan reaches the cave realm, I won't stop you if you give her more. Not now." Chen Pingan didn't insist. Chen Pingan put away the 3 grains of grain rain money, which was originally his trump card, and said goodbye with a fist salute, "Mr. Wu, you don't have to send me off." Wu Shuowen stood up and said, "Then, just send me to the door. This is a courtesy." When they left the house and came to the courtyard, Zhao Luan had already taken Chen Pingan's bamboo hat. Zhao Xuxia smiled and said, "Luan Luan and I will send Mr. Chen to the city gate." Chen Pingan took the hat and shook his head, "No, I plan to hurry." Zhao Xuxia scratched his head. Zhao Luan said timidly, "Then send me to the door." Chen Pingan smiled and nodded. Wu Shuowen walked back into the house and looked at the items and divine coins on the table. He smiled and shook his head, thinking that it was unbelievable. However, when the old man saw the 3 golden talisman papers, he understood. He was still the same person, but he had become a young man from a teenager. Wu Shuowen stroked his beard and smiled, "Thanks to Luan Luan, I've finally seen more than 1 grain rain money in my life." Outside the house, Chen Pingan put on the bamboo hat and prepared to leave on his sword. He was going to the Jianshui mountain villa in Shushui Nation, where he still needed to eat hot pot. Zhao Xuxia was still okay. He didn't seem too sad about parting. He kept chatting with Chen Pingan. The little girl didn't say a word. Zhao Xuxia suddenly remembered something and said that he would go back first, and let Luan Luan say goodbye to Mr. Chen. Chen Pingan couldn't help but laugh. "Did you use your cleverness in the wrong place?" Zhao Luan lowered her head. It was as if there was no need to say goodbye if she didn't speak. Chen Pingan hesitated for a moment, but still patted the little girl's head gently and called her Luan Luan. Zhao Luan looked up, blushing slightly. Chen Pingan wasn't stupid. The way the little girl looked at him was different. Sometimes, the word like was written in the eyes even if it wasn't said. Chen Pingan thought for a moment and said softly, Wan Wan, let me tell you something. Just treat it as a small promise between us, okay? Zhao Wan was a little flustered, but she was also looking forward to it. Chen Pingan smiled and said, you like me, right? Zhao Wan's face turned red. Chen Pingan smiled and said, I like you too, but it's different because I already have a girl in my heart. They were playing and playing. Among them, the beautiful woman was particularly trembling. They laughed together and floated into the ancient temple. Then, they saw the young man with his eyes wide open. They were a little timid and shyly stopped. They gathered together and slowed down. They pushed each other toward the bonfire and the scholar. The beautiful woman seemed to be braver. She squatted down and reached out to warm herself by the fire. She looked straight at the young man. The tall woman stood at the side and looked down coldly. She seemed to be sure that the young man was not a dangerous playboy. The girl with almond-shaped eyes was the most shy. She stood sideways and crossed her fingers. She lowered her head and stared at the embroidered shoes that exposed the hem of her skirt. The woman was suddenly stunned. Because the young scholar suddenly laughed. It seemed that he could not hold back that fake seriousness from before. The plump woman who had been squatting down actually took out an embroidered handkerchief from her snow-white breasts. She gently fanned herself and said in a soft voice, Young master, are you hot? I suddenly feel that the clothes on my body are a little thick. Chen Pingan had been reaching out to the bonfire. He smiled and said, If you feel hot, do you still need to warm yourself by the fire? The woman was speechless. Then, she rolled her eyes charmingly and laughed. Young master really knows how to joke. I think you must be a man who understands women's feelings. Chen Pingan laughed and said, Then you can laugh a little longer. As a result, the charming and enchanting woman laughed for a while. Soon, she could not laugh anymore. However, she was not willing to admit defeat. She licked the corner of her mouth and said with a smile, Young master's appearance is very handsome. Your words are also pleasant to the eye. I wonder if they are useful. Chen Pingan still smiled and said, Auntie, you also know how to joke. The woman's smiling face stiffened. Chen Pingan, who had deliberately used this appearance to revisit his old home, sized up the three people again. In the end, he looked at the most timid girl and said with a smile, Okay, I know your background. We've dealt with each other before. Of the three women, the plump woman was at a loss. She covered her breasts with an embroidered handkerchief. The tall woman frowned. The young girl turned a deaf ear. She was still embarrassed and embarrassed. Chen Pingan added a dry branch to the bonfire. He still looked at the girl wearing embroidered shoes with a smile. He really did not know if she had a bad memory or if she really liked to be clean. Whether it was her embroidered shoes or her skirt, she still walked on the mountain path without a trace of dust. He said slowly, You don't remember. Then I'll help you remember. About 7 years ago, there were 4 foreigners sitting here with me. A bearded hero, a young Taoist priest, a refined scholar, and a shabby youth. Later on, we met again at the Swordwater Manor. The almond-eyed girl no longer turned to face Chen Pingan. She covered her mouth and laughed, How can I not remember? That time, I suffered a great loss at the hands of you and that bastard old song. Now, when I think of this tragic matter, my little heart still hurts. You stinky men, you don't know how to be tender and protective of the fairer sex. You killed my 2 pitiful maids just like that. If I'm not wrong, young master, you're that young man who was the most ruthless in destroying flowers back then, right? Oh my, you're really getting more and more handsome as you grow up. I wonder what you're here for this time. She put her hands behind her back and walked half a circle around the bonfire. From beginning to end, she kept a certain distance from Chen Pingan. What? Could it be that young master is not as young and ignorant as before? Could it be that you're beginning to understand the taste of women? After tasting the women of the mortal world, you're a little tired of them and want to come here to try something new. You want to try out the skills of us ghostly beauties in bed. Chen Pingan waved his hand. I don't dare. I know that madam likes to eat stir-fried hearts and livers. It's best if it's a cultivator, because it doesn't have an earthy taste. Chen Pingan glanced at the entrance of the ancient temple. It seems that after old Senior Song sacrificed his sword, he killed many of your ghostly otherworldly items in one breath. Now, you're no longer as powerful as before. The almond-eyed girl curled her lips. She stretched out an embroidered shoe and gently fiddled with the bonfire. Tell me, what do you want to do by luring us to show up this time? Chen Pingan asked. After the battle at the Sword Water Villa, the original 4 devils of the Comb Water country suffered heavy casualties. Some died, some ran away, and... Forget it, let's not talk about this. I already knew this. However, I heard that in the beautiful clothes country, there were soon new 4 devils of the Comb Water country. Some of them took advantage of the situation and rose to power. She squatted down and sighed. 2 of them died. They didn't have the life to enjoy life. They were casually killed by a cultivator from Dali called Secretary Wu. Fortunately, he listened to my advice. He did prosper, but I regretted it so much. A few years ago, during the turmoil and chaos of war, that fellow's business suddenly flourished, and he gathered a large group of vicious ghosts. His army was strong and his horses were strong, and he never provoked the Great Li's barbarians. His days were so happy, and he even received a title from the imperial court that made me jealous. Not only did he no longer mention the title of, for evils of Comb Water country, even I was almost kidnapped by that beast to be his mistress. In this world, it's hard for a human to live, and it's hard for a ghost to live. What kind of trouble is this? Chen Pingan had been staring at her, but in fact, he was also looking at the 2 female ghosts out of the corner of his eyes. She, who looked like a young girl, was a ghost with a high cultivation in the Comb Water country. However, this was not important for Chen Pingan at the moment. The important thing was that when the old sword sage Song Yutian of the Comb Water country faced her, he found the old almanac and said, "You should abstain from fasting and seek wealth." Then the female ghost took out a small coin, and Senior Song actually let her go. At first, Chen Pingan really thought that it was because of the old almanac. The female ghost, who was famous in the Comb Water country, was lucky that night. Later, when he went to the restaurant in the town with Senior Song to eat hot pot, he chatted with him. It turned out that among the 4 devils of the Comb Water country, this female ghost had the most complicated life experience and style. She was the kind of ghost that could be killed without injustice, but not killing her was not necessarily a bad thing. Chen Pingan sighed and said, "Tell me, how many men in the world of the living have you killed over the years?" She rolled her eyes and said, "What do you mean by cruel? It's really unpleasant to hear. You and I are willing. They get the pleasure of men and women, and my sisters get the yang qi. They don't have to become ghosts and never be reincarnated. Everyone is happy. Of course, if I really meet those guys who you cultivators don't care about and the government can't control, I don't mind cooking a few dishes of fried hearts and livers." Chen Pingan didn't say a word. He seemed to have remembered some old things. She put her hands behind her back and said, "I really didn't recognize you. If you didn't tell me, I wouldn't have recognized you even if I was beaten to death. Back then, you looked quite a tanned young man. It said that a woman changes 18 times before she grows up. Are you men the same? Chen Pingan said as if he was joking, since you can't recognize me even if I beat you to death, I can consider not killing you. She glanced at the green robe on this guy and suddenly became angry. She turned her head and glared at the tall woman. Don't think that I don't know that you're still fooling around with that poor scholar. Are you thinking that one day, he'll help you escape the sea of suffering? Do you believe that I won't deliver you to that bastard tonight? He's now an upright mountain deity. A mountain deity taking a concubine. Even if it's not as glorious as marrying a wife, it's still not bad. When she said these words, the almond-eyed girl's eyes were pitch black and a baleful aura lingered around her body. A scarlet color slowly flowed on her pair of embroidered shoes, as if blood was flowing on the shoes. The tall female ghost looked terrified. With a thump, she knelt on the ground and trembled all over. The plump woman on the side had a face full of ridicule. Perhaps there was also a bit of jealousy in her ridicule. Chen Pingan glanced at the temple door and waved to the three female ghosts. You can leave. A moment later. The female ghost with the appearance of an almond-eyed girl frowned. She said to the two remaining maids beside her in a deep voice, you can leave first. Go through the back door and directly return to the mansion. At this moment, a dense black wind mixed with specks of golden light rolled into the temple. A burly man with a bare upper body and two fangs exposed from the side of his mouth appeared. After he appeared, he took large strides forward and laughed loudly. Leave. I don't think anyone can leave. I've been waiting for this day for many days. I'll catch you all in one fell swoop. You little girl, you're really hard to catch. I've sent people as bait several times, but you didn't take the bait. As long as you ask, I'll even let the county city god clear the way and the land carry the palanquin for you. The female ghost named Wei Wei raised one of her legs high and shook her embroidered shoes. Do you see how clean it is? Why don't you pee and look at yourself? The mountain monster pushed the beautiful woman in his arms away and touched his crotch. He chuckled and said, I like this temper of yours. I have no choice but to use the mountain deity's supernatural powers to snatch the bride and do the proper business first. In the future, we'll make up for the marriage ceremony. Don't blame me, you're the one who asked for it. With this temper of yours, if I don't torture you properly in bed, how are we going to live in the future? Wei Wei patted her chest. Oh, you scared me. The tall female ghost standing beside her was in a dilemma. She took a step forward. I'm willing to be your concubine. Can you let my master go? Wei Wei's expression was displeased. With a wave of her sleeve, the female ghost was sent flying and crashed into the wall. Looking at the strength and posture, it seemed that she would break through the wall and escape. The burly mountain monster's mouth twitched. With a stomp of his foot, the mountains and rivers flowed rapidly. The tall female ghost crashed into the ground as though she had crashed into an iron wall. The colorful dress on her body fluttered along with the dust. Some of the ashes scattered. She curled up at the corner of the wall and stretched out her hand to cover a portion of her body. The mountain monster sneered, Wei Wei, times are different now. Are you still unwilling to accept your fate? Do you really think that I'm still that big idiot that you can tease? Did you know that every time you tease me back then, would give you a whip in my heart, you little b*tch. I will let you know what is called beating is affection and scolding is love. He stretched out his hand and a thick mercury-like nimble whip appeared in his hand. Among the whip, there was a golden thread that was as fine as a hair. However, it showed that he was now the orthodox mountain deity. Wei Wei did not turn her head. She only pointed at the green-robed scholar behind her. You filthy beast that hasn't even shed all your hair. Do you see him? He is the lover that I was planning to take in. Today, I'm a ghost. I'm going to die with a scholar in an ancient temple. It's not a loss. Chenpingon laughed. Don't drag me down with you when you're about to die. Being a ghost is so unkind. No wonder there is such a calamity tonight. Wei Wei sneered. She no longer paid attention to the pitiful fellow behind her who was bound to die. On this mountain, the meaning of a mountain deity was self-evident. The slap that she gave earlier was already very good for the long-legged but brainless maidservant. For a maidservant, it was impossible that she, Wei Wei, would say something stupid like I, Wei Wei, am willing to go with that beast and only ask for the maidservant to be spared. She, Wei Wei, did not have the heart of a bodhisattva. As for the young man behind her who came to her door and caused her to be reduced to this state, she would not care about him. He deserved to die here tonight. Die for love. Die for love, my ass. Hundreds of years of glory were gone just like that. If that beast did not kill him, she would have slapped him to death herself. She did not want to be skinned and tossed into the frying pan by those mountain monsters. He even had to thank her for giving him a quick death. Chenpingon suddenly asked, Master Mountain Deity, you were able to be conferred the title of Mountain Deity. Did you follow the path of a civil official of Dali's Iron Horse Cavalry, or did the officials of Jishui country accept money and help you? The mountain monster laughed sinisterly and said, When you die, if you can still become a ghost servant, I will tell you. Wei Wei laughed heartily and said, He dares to find the barbarians of Dali. I reckon that when he hears the word Dali, his 3 legs will go soft. Chenpingon nodded and said, So that's how it is. The mountain monster said sternly, Wei Wei. Just you wait. In less than 10 days, I will make you give up on that pitiful hobby of grinding mirrors. The tall female ghost in the corner, as well as the beautiful female ghost, had a strange expression on their faces. Wei Wei did not care at all. She began to think about how to strike a stone with an egg. She tried her best to destroy both jade and stone. Chenpingon slowly stood up and patted his clothes. It was about time. His luck was not bad. There was one of the Jishui country's 4 demons who came to find him. However, looking at the aura of the black smoke and the golden thread of the whip, it should be because the golden body was not stable and there was not enough incense. Chenpingon bent down to rummage through the book box. The mountain monster frowned. Wei Wei could not help but take a few steps back. Only then did she turn her head to look. She did not know what the fellow who carried a bamboo box up the mountain wanted to do. She saw that person trying to carry the long sword that was originally placed in the book box on his back. After seeing Wei Wei's inquisitive gaze, Chenpingon laughed and said, A half-immortal weapon. Have you never seen it before? How can you travel over land and water without any treasures? Wei Wei laughed at this fellow's shameless boasting. She smiled and nodded, I've seen it before. I've seen dozens or even hundreds of half-immortal weapons. The mountain troll immediately relaxed. A true cultivator wouldn't need to act mysterious and bluff his way out of this predicament. Chenpingon looked around. This is a Buddhist land of tranquility. The monks and scriptures are no longer here. However, perhaps the Dharma is still here. That's why back then, because of her kindness, that fox demon obtained quite a bit of good karma and followed that blue Chi-Ching everywhere. Then what about you guys? Looking at the young man's mocking smile. Wei Wei was somewhat flustered for no reason. Chenpingon shook his wrist. The bamboo box disappeared into thin air and was kept in the Fengsuan object. With a twist of his wrist, a bamboo hat appeared in his hand. He put it on his head and adjusted it. For some reason, the godly mountain monster that had already been included in the country's mountains and rivers record could not help but feel its knees ache. Its original magical ability seemed to be suppressed by a supreme immortal technique and was completely ineffective. However, compared to that time in the mountains south of the Book Slip Lake. After practicing his fist in the bamboo house of Luopa Mountain, Chen Pingon began to restrain his divine intent. Although he could not completely control it, it would not casually leak out like before without him noticing. Otherwise, Chen Pingon would not have been able to see Wei Wei and the two maidservants on this trip to the ancient temple. The next moment, the female ghost, Wei Wei, widened her beautiful almond eyes. Unknowingly, the young man in the green robe was already standing at the place where the tall and sturdy mountain monster's sword was. It was just the distance of the sword. Because that person had already unsheathed his sword. The tip of the sword rose and pierced the mountain monster's jaw, directly lifting it off the ground. The golden body of a mountain god began to shatter into countless cracks on the spot. Chen Pingon raised his head slightly. Back then, when I killed a river monster of the Eel River, I was entangled with karma. Then, when I killed a righteous god of mountains and rivers, it should be more, not less. For the first time, Wei Wei was somewhat at a loss. She only felt that the world was silent. Only the voice of the Green Mountain swordsman could be heard. It doesn't matter. I'll take this karma. The female ghost, Wei Wei, did not even know when that person left. After a long time, she came back to her senses and was able to use her brain. However, she began to be in a daze again. She did not know why he did not kill her. Of course, in the end, she did not know whether that sword was really a half-immortal weapon. In the ancient temple, it was the plump female ghost who began to kowtow and beg for mercy. The tall female ghost came to Wei Wei's side, trembling. She said in a trembling voice, "Master, you've been lost in your thoughts. That immortal master called you but you didn't respond. He asked me to tell you that we shouldn't come to this ancient temple in the future. It's not a bad thing if we can accumulate more karma. Maybe the bodhisattvas of this ancient temple are watching." Wei Wei also realized her strange situation. She forcefully operated her magic, as if she was forcefully pulling her feet out of the mud. Only then did she regain her senses. She gasped for breath. Even though she was a female ghost, she was sweating all over. Her dress and embroidered shoes were different from those of the maidservants around her. They did not use those kinds of coarse camouflage. Wei Wei glanced at the empty ground where the body of the mountain monster should have been lying. There was not even a trace of blood. She frowned and asked, "Where's that person?" The tall female ghost shook her head and said, "He left after he finished speaking." Wei Wei was just about to kick that lowly servant girl into ashes when she suddenly withdrew her embroidered shoes. She said angrily, "I'll spare your life. Go back and receive your punishment." She waved her hand and said, go quickly." However, before she left the dilapidated ancient temple, she stopped at the doorstep and turned around. She put her palms together. This evil female ghost who never believed in Buddhism actually lowered her head and murmured, "Bodhisattva bless, Bodhisattva bless." Finally, Wei Wei glanced at the bonfire that had not yet been extinguished. It was a ball of light. For 71, on the banks of the Tiefu River, several laurel-robed old masters led the way. Behind them were young men and women dressed in Confucian robes. Obviously, they were all Confucian students. The team was like a long green snake. Everyone was reciting the persuasion to study loudly. The river water gurgled, and the sound of reading was loud. In the team, there was a young woman dressed in red. She had a small silver gourd filled with clear water on her waist. She carried a small green bamboo box on her back. After passing Red Candle Town and Chiduan Mountain, she had told the Maoshan master in private that if she wanted to return to Longquan County alone, she could decide where to go faster and where to go slower. However, the old master did not agree. He said that trekking through mountains and rivers was not the way to study. Along the way, they passed by the Tiefu River deity temple. Yanghua, the highest-ranking river deity of the Great Li, a deity who almost never showed herself, appeared in front of the disciples of the academy for the first time. She held a golden tasseled sword in her arms and watched the students who came from both the Great Sui and the Great Li. Logically speaking, now that Cliff Academy had been stripped of its title as one of the 72 academies, Yanghua, as one of the top river gods in Dali, did not need to be so courteous. However, Cliff Academy, which had moved to Donghua Mountain in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, was once the holy land in the hearts of all students in Dali. The Maoshan master, Mao Xiaodong, was still in Dali. He was especially well respected in the departments of rights and military affairs. When Yanghua was still the sword-bearing maid of the empress in the palace, she had admired the Cliff Academy that was still in the capital of the Li dynasty for a long time. She had even followed the empress to the academy and had long seen the tall master Mao. That was why she had appeared today. At the waterfall at the junction of the Tiefu River and the Longshu River, there were already people waiting for a long time. The Maoshan masters of Mount Deer Academy, Longquan County Governor Wu Yuan, County Magistrate Yuan, and Supervisor Chao were all there. There was also an old man from the Li family. He was the head of the Li family on Fulu Street, the grandfather of the three siblings Li Baoping, Li Shixing, Li Baozhen, and Li Baoping. The old man with nascent soul cultivation was now Dali's top consecrator. It was just that he hadn't announced it to the public. In the past, the Song clan of the Great Li had bestowed upon the 4 families and 10 great clans who controlled most of the dragon kills. They had signed a secret agreement with the sages, whereby the Song clan allowed each family to retain the natal porcelain of 1 to 3 talented cultivators. Under the watchful eyes of the sages, they were allowed to make an exception and cultivate. Furthermore, they were allowed to disregard the Heavenly Way suppression and secret methods prohibition in the Dragon Pearl Cave. However, after cultivating, it was tantamount to drawing a circle around the cave, and they were not allowed to leave the cave without permission. However, the Song clan of the Great Li had a fixed quota of 3 people every 100 years. They were allowed to secretly bring people out of the cave. As for why the family head of the Li family had not been taken away by the Song clan of the Great Li even though he had ascended to Earth Immortal of Gold Core, this secret must have involved a lot of people. After all, the old man from the Li family was an Earth Immortal of Yuanying realm. When he saw his beloved granddaughter from afar, he couldn't hide the smile on his face. However, for some reason, he felt that his granddaughter was still as unsociable and solitary as before. Yet, there seemed to be something different about her. The old man suddenly felt both gratified and disappointed. Little Baoping had grown up after all. She had grown up so secretly. She didn't even dare to greet her grandfather who doted on her so much. She had grown up so quietly. The generation-skipping relationship was the most obvious in the Li family. In particular, the old man treated his youngest granddaughter Li Baoping more than his 2 grandsons combined. The key was his eldest grandson, Li Shixing, and his second grandson, Li Baozhen. Even though their mother's favoritism was too obvious and the relationship between the two seemed to be a little subtle in the eyes of the servants, they had never held back their love for their younger sister. Carrying the old and small bamboo box, Li Baoping walked alone on the bank of the Dragon Whisker River, which was shallow but louder than the river. In fact, not far from the group, Li Huai, who was walking with 2 good friends, and Lin Shui, who was conversing with a teacher from the academy, were also carrying bamboo boxes of similar style. The 3 bamboo boxes were all made by the same person. It would be strange if they didn't resemble each other. However, Li Baoping's box was made the earliest and was made of the most common green bamboo. Lin Shuyi and Li Huai's boxes were made by Chen Pingan after crossing the Chituan Mountain using Wei Pai's valiant bamboo. However, after so many years, the boxes were still green and glistening. As for Yu Lu and Xie Xie, who met Chen Pingan for the first time at the Dali Pass, they did not receive such treatment. Dali's northern peak god, Wei Pai, did not appear. Saint Wan Tong did not appear either. A deputy headmaster of Cliff Academy, who had once slammed the table with Mao Xiaodong and had a heart-to-heart talk with Cui Dongshan, frowned. Dali's actions were reasonable but not reasonable. The two most important people had ignored Cliff Academy. The key was that neither Linlu Academy nor the prefectural governor, Wu Yuan, seemed to have any intention of explaining. This deputy headmaster, who was born in the Great Sui Kingdom, could not help but sigh in his heart. In the end, it was because of the difference in strength between the two countries. Back in the days, the Great Sui Kingdom and the Lu dynasty had many Dali scholars who came to the Great Sui Kingdom because of their reputation. They were complacent because they had sung poems with famous scholars from the two countries. The group stopped, and the old teachers of the academy and Dali's group exchanged pleasantries. When Li Baoping saw her grandfather, she finally acted like a child. She gently shook the bamboo box and the silver gourd at her waist and ran over. The old man laughed and shouted, "Little treasure bottle, run slower." Li Baoping stopped in front of the old man and laughed. She called him grandpa loudly with a bright smile. The old man grumbled insincerely, "You're a big girl. You're outrageous." Not far away, Ma Lian, who was born in the Great Sui Kingdom, finally saw the girl smile. She bent down and wiped Pei Qian's tears. She said softly, all right. Blame me, blame me." After Pei Qian was done crying, she felt guilty. "I am sorry, Sister Baoping. I was talking nonsense." Li Baoping patted Pei Qian's shoulder and smiled. "See you later." Pei Qian nodded and watched as Li Baoping turned and left. Sister Baoping was carrying the small bamboo box and wearing the familiar red clothes. However, Pei Qian looked at the back of the figure that was gradually disappearing. She did not know why, but she was worried that she would be taller and different when she saw her the next day or the day after. She wondered if her master had the same feeling when he walked into the Cliff Academy. Back then, he must have dragged them to do those things that Pei Qian thought were fun on the Academy Lake. Was it because her master had thought of this day? Because it seemed fun, but growing up was actually not fun at all. Pei Qian scratched her head and stomped her feet. She was annoyed. She was now the third shopkeeper of 2 shops. How could she not remember? She took out 2 sticks of candied haws that were wrapped in oil paper from her sleeve. She forgot to give them to Sister Baoping. She sighed and put 1 stick of candied haws back into her sleeve. She kept the other stick and started eating. It tasted good. As for the money for the candied haws, it was paid by Shiro. Shiro was really too much. Pei Qian was just talking about the candied haws in the shop. She asked Shiro if she heard the sound of hawkers hawking candied haws. After a while, Shiro took the initiative to give her a handful of copper coins, saying that it was a treat and that she did not need to pay back the money. Pei Qian was not a greedy child. She stared at the copper coins in Shiro's hand and shook her head, saying that it was not necessary. However, she accepted it in the end. It was hard to refuse such kindness. After eating the candied haws, she kept the stick in her sleeve. After all, the money was paid by Shiro. She would give it to her when she returned. As for Sister Baoping's share, she would pay for it herself tomorrow. The people of Jianghu were so forthright. Pei Qian waved her walking stick and saw the dog hiding in the distance. She glared at it and the dog immediately ran to her side with its tail between its legs. Pei Qian squatted down and grabbed its mouth. She said angrily, "Little brother, what's wrong with you? You're so short. Are you a short winter melon? Don't you feel embarrassed?" Speak. It had inexplicably obtained a great fortune. In fact, it had already become a spirit. The dog that was supposed to run around the mountains in the west of Longquan County was motionless. Its eyes were filled with grievance and resentment. It was now enlightened and had the backing of the Longquan sword sect. In the mountains in the west, it could be considered a mountain spirit that no one dared to provoke. However, it was still lacking in cultivation to speak human language and transform into human form. Pei Qian held the dog's mouth tightly and did not let go. She widened her eyes. Not speaking means you're not convinced. Who gave you the guts? It did not dare to move at all. Pei Qian twisted her wrist and the dog's head turned. The dog immediately whimpered. Pei Qian said angrily, "Speak, did you go behind my back to bully the big white geese in the town again? Otherwise, why would they run away every time I bring you along? Do you know what it means to not use your fist? I'm so angry. You followed me in Jianghu for so long, but you haven't learned anything good. That stray dog probably wanted to die. Back then, who was it that rode a big white goose and ran around in the alley?" Pei Qian finally let go of the dog. She let go of her hand and stood up. She clapped her hands. Suddenly, she blinked her eyes and rubbed them. In the hearts of the women in the small town, his popularity was not inferior to that of the young Taoist priest who set up the fortune-telling stall. On Mount Padding Cloud, Mao Xiaodong opened his mouth and greeted Linlu Academy. Only then did the teachers from the Great Sui Kingdom meet Prince Gao Xian, who was studying here. Otherwise, no one would dare to open their mouth. It was not that they were afraid of getting into trouble. Who among the teachers of Cliff Academy did not have this bit of responsibility and the spirit of a scholar? They were worried that they would implicate Gao Xian, who was in a foreign country, the son of the Great Sui Kingdom's Guiyang, who had asked to replace his elder brother as a hostage here. Mao Xiaodong only left after the two sides met. The patriarch of the Gao family of Guiyang, who was at the 11th level, did not appear. Gao Xian looked at the most knowledgeable old scholars of the Great Sui Kingdom who bowed to him with tears in their eyes. The young man who did not feel wronged by coming here also had tears in his eyes. Gao Xian bowed respectfully towards those white-haired Great Sui scholars, using his identity as a Confucian scholar of the younger generation, returning the greeting to his seniors. The old teachers straightened their clothes and stood solemnly, accepting this bow. In the scenic spot of Linlu Academy named Haoran Pavilion, the patriarch of the Gao family of Guiyang, who had accompanied Gao Xian to Dali, was standing beside Mao Xiaodong and old dragon Cheng Shuidong. The patriarch of the Gao family chatted for a while and left. He was not the deputy headmaster of Linlu Academy. Instead, he concealed his identity and was just an ordinary teacher. The students of the academy liked his lectures because the old man would talk about things outside of books and knowledge, which were unheard of. For example, the strange and variegated paper white blessed land. However, the native Dali teachers of Linlu Academy did not like this old man who did not do his job properly. They felt that teaching the students was not strict enough and was too frivolous. However, the deputy headmasters of the academy did not say anything about it. The Dali teacher of Linlu Academy could only let it go. There were only 2 deputy headmasters of different academies left in the Haoran Pavilion. Cheng Shuidong seemed to be old friends with Mao Xiaodong and spoke freely. Old Dragon and Mao Xiaodong talked about a lot of things in the academy. They also talked about Luopa Mountain Chinpingan. They talked about a small matter, about the request to let a foreign man and woman stay in Linlu Academy. They did not let Wei Pai pass the message to the academy, but personally came to ask for the deputy headmaster's help. Mao Xiaodong said with a straight face, "At least you know a little about the ways of the world." Old Dragon laughed. At the peak of Cloud Peak, a man and a woman looked into the distance and admired the mountain scenery. They were Lu Qingshan of the Lion Garden and Lu Boqi of the Saber Division. Lu Qingshan said, "After going to the capital of Dali in the northernmost coast of the Aquarius continent, shall we go back? Let's go back to see my father and my brother." Lu Boqi nodded slightly, blushing. According to the earliest agreement, the day they returned home was the day they got married. In her eyes, the scholar Lu Qingshan was a green mountain that was green all year round. The mountains were green and the water rippled in the spring. He was well-read, worried about the country and the people. He treated people with sincerity. He was a famous scholar. He had no shortcomings. But she was a cultivator. She was average-looking and only knew how to fight and kill. She did not speak elegantly and drank tea like wine. She did not know how to play the zither, chess, calligraphy, or painting. She was not gentle at all. It was as if she only had shortcomings. In fact, she had been worried about whether Lu Qingfeng, as an ordinary teacher, would die of old age in the future when they were traveling together. Would Lu Qingfeng suddenly be tired of her and feel that she was not worth his love until his hair turned white? Lu Boqi was worried. It wasn't until they went to Luopa Mountain that Elder Zhu's words broke the knot in her heart. "I think the Green Mountain is charming. I think the Green Mountain will see me the same way. How I, Lu Boqi, see Lu Qingshan and how much I like Lu Qingshan, will be how Lu Qingshan sees me and how much he likes me." Lu Boqi wanted to confirm it herself and mustered her courage. But when it came to it, she was still very nervous. She could not help but grip the hilt of the saber at her waist tightly. She turned her head and said, "Qingshan, I want to ask you something. Don't think I'm stupid, and don't laugh at me." However, before Lu Boqi could continue speaking, Lu Qingshan gently held her hand that was holding the knife. He held it with both hands and said with a smile, "Do you know how beautiful you are in my eyes? It's a beauty that you can't even imagine." Lu Boqi lowered her head slightly, her eyelashes trembling. Lu Qingshan said softly, "It's my fault. I should have told you. If not for Elder Zhu's reminder, I might have to wait until we return to the lion's den to tell you what's on my mind." Lu Boqi raised her head. Now that the knot in her heart had been untied, there was no longer any shyness in her eyes. Only the faint blush on her face revealed the ripples in her heart lake. Lu Boqi said softly, "Elder Zhu has actually been reduced to watching over Chenpingan's house. It's really a pity." Lu Qingshan laughed involuntarily. He wanted to help Chenpingan say a few words. But for some reason, he remembered Elder Zhu's teachings. It's enough to not give in on major matters. Why argue with the woman you love over minor matters? Have you married a wife or have you taken in a disciple as a teacher? Lu Qingshan immediately felt that Elder Zhu was really a towering mountain. His words were priceless. This time, before leaving Longquan County, he had to ask Elder Zhu for advice again. At the Yang family shop, the young man who was both a shop assistant and old Yang's disciple felt that he could not continue living like this. The shop's feng shui was not good and it had a grudge against money. It was not a good thing for business to always be so cold. The young man called Shi Lingshan had to at least acknowledge his master and do some filial things. So he acted on his own initiative and ran to his uncle who worked at the construction supervision office to ask if he could help draw in some customers. In the end, he was scolded by his uncle. He said that the shop and the young family's reputation was now so bad that no one dared to run there. The young man returned to the shop dejectedly. The name was also given by her uncle, and her nickname was also given by her uncle. At this moment, a young man carrying a bag ran over from the small town. Jing Dafeng wiped his face. It was over. He met this heartless brat again. Back then, he had caused him to suffer so much injustice from his sister-in-law. Li Huai ran to the entrance of the shop and smiled. Hey, isn't this Dafeng? You're sunbathing. Where's your wife? Tell the aunties to stop hiding and come out to see me. I heard that you've married 7 or 8 wives. You've become successful. He touched the pot that didn't boil. Jing Dafeng said in annoyance, get lost. Li Huai laughed and ran into the shop. He went straight to the backyard and shouted, Old Yang, guess what I brought you? Old Yang, who was sitting in the backyard, raised his head and looked at Li Huai. Li Huai took off the bag and ran directly into the main room that Jing Dafeng, Su Dian, and Shi Lingshan regarded as a forbidden area. He threw the bag on Old Yang's bed and left the room. He ran to Old Yang and took out a jar from his sleeve. This is the best tobacco bought in the Great Sui Kingdom's capital for 100 years. A full 8 maces of silver for 1 tael. Are you convinced? I'm just asking you if you're scared. In the future, when you smoke, you have to remember my kindness. You can't forget my father, mother, and sister either. The young man handed over the jar of tobacco. He raised his hands and waved his 8 fingers. Jing Dafeng moved a stool to the backyard and sat down to watch the show. Shi Lingshan also followed. He was curious where this guy came from. It was fine if he was casual with Jing Dafeng, but he didn't even respect his own master. Su Dian hesitated for a moment and also stood by the bamboo curtain. Old Yang's wrinkled face squeezed out a smile for the first time. He still didn't say anything nice. Leave the tobacco and go to the side. Little bastard, you're so young, but you don't wear diapers? Don't you think it's troublesome to take a dump and pee? Li Huai eagerly circled behind the old man and slapped the back of Old Man Yang's head. A filthy mouth can't spit out ivory. If you have the ability to say such shameful words in front of my mother, you'll be struck by lightning. Are you looking for a beating? Old Man Yang didn't get angry. He skillfully packed the tobacco and began to smoke. Then, with a gloomy face, he spat out a mouthful of smoke and cursed, Go and smash that shop signboard. What kind of trash is that? It's not worth that price. Li Huai laughed out loud and said, I don't dare to. I can't afford a treasure that costs 8 maces of silver per tael. It's still on display in other people's shops. I want to buy it, but they won't sell it. I know what I can do and bought some cheaper ones for you. It's the thought that counts. How far have I come with all these tobacco? Old Yang, you're a guy who likes to lie still. How would you know how far the mountains and rivers are? The ancient temple was about 700 miles away from the Swordwater Mountain Villa in Shui Nation. Back then, they traveled on foot, so naturally, it was slow. However, when Chen Pingon traveled on his sword, it was very fast. He didn't go straight to the villa or even outside the bustling town. When he was still 100 miles away, Chen Pingon rode on his sword and landed on a tall mountain. Previously, when he overlooked the mountains and rivers, he could vaguely see some clues. Not only were the mountains and rivers beautiful, but there were also clouds and mist that shrouded one of the mountain peaks like a veil. When Chen Pingon landed on the mountain peak and sheathed his sword, a god who should be from a land appeared. He bowed to Chen Pingon and called him Immortal Master. Chen Pingon took off his bamboo hat and quickly returned the greeting. He smiled and said, "I'm just passing by. The lord of the land doesn't need to be so polite." In the customs of his hometown in Lonquan County, after one's loved ones died, they had to choose a grave to open the mountain. They had to first use stones to press paper money and place it at a specific location on the mountain. It was equivalent to renting the mountain with the local god. When the coffin was buried, paper money would be thrown out along the way. According to the old man back then, this was to buy money for the loved ones through the local god so that they could smoothly pass through the gates of hell on the road to the underworld. Chen Pingan had a deep impression of this matter. However, when he left the town for the first time, he met the local god who was still detained in Chidun Mountain, Wei Pai. At that time, Chen Pingan was actually very disappointed for a long time. At that moment, the middle-aged local god didn't dare to stay any longer. He had a respectful expression. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the local god in charge of a mountain range was about to leave. It was because the other party was clearly a sword immortal. A small local god couldn't afford to be associated with him. If it was only a cultivator of the middle 5 realms, he naturally wouldn't want to miss it. Chen Pingan took out a pot of woody wine and handed it to the somewhat reserved local god. "This pot of wine is my gift for taking the liberty of visiting the mountain." The low-level god who didn't even have the qualifications to have his name recorded in the register of mountains and rivers of the Combe country immediately panicked. He hurriedly went forward and bent his waist to receive the pot of wine. Just by weighing the wine bottle, he knew that it wasn't something of the secular world. Chen Pingan took off the blade-strengthening gourd and drank the wine made by the old granny in the old house. He asked, "Lord of the land, I'm going to visit a friend at the Swordwater Manor. I wonder how the manor has been in the past 10 years. The local god carefully pondered. He didn't ask for merit, but he didn't ask for fault. He slowly said, "Reporting to the immortal master, the Swordwater Manor is no longer the #1 sect of the Combe country. Instead, it has been replaced by the Sword Grandmaster Wang Yiran's Hengdao Manor. Although this person is the younger generation of Sword Saint Song, he has vaguely become the martial arts alliance leader of the Combe country. According to the words of the Jianghu, only Wang Yiran and Sword Saint Song are left to fight. Firstly, Wang Yiran has successfully broken through and become a first-rate grandmaster. His sword skills have already reached perfection. Secondly, Wang Yiran's daughter has married the son of a tycoon of the Combe country. Thirdly, the Hengdao Manor was the first to join the Dali cavalry when they went south. On the other hand, our Swordwater Manor has the spirit of the Jianghu. We aren't willing to rely on anyone. In terms of reputation, we gradually fell into a disadvantage." At this point, the local god hesitated for a moment, as if there was something he couldn't say. Chen Pingan said, "Lord of the land, please speak." The man lowered his voice and said, "The imperial court is planning to let the Swordwater Manor move. They want to build the highest standard mountain god temple below the 5 peaks. I heard that great General Chu Hao wants to facilitate this." Chen Pingan drank a mouthful of wine and said with a smile, "Is it that great General Chu Hao who acknowledged his ancestors with the Dali vassal lord in the art of war? Whether it was Wang Yiran or Chu Hao, they were all acquaintances. Wang Yiran wasn't bad. Although his daughter, Wang Shanhu, was far inferior to him, Wang Yiran's words and actions during that storm were worthy of the title of a hero. As for Chu Hao, who fought side by side with Senior Song in the past and fought with him on the battlefield, Chen Pingan didn't want to seek revenge. The battlefield and the Jianghu were 2 different places. However, now that the topic was mentioned, Chen Pingan naturally wouldn't be polite. The local god chuckled. The more he spoke, the more mistakes he would make. It was fine as long as his intentions were clear. After all, he was still a small local god of the Combe country, while Chu Hao was in existence above everyone in the Combe country's imperial court. Of course, he had to exclude that group of civil officials who were stationed in Greatly as the retired emperor of the Combe country. Chen Pingan wore his bamboo hat and fastened the blade-strengthening gourd. He cupped his fists and thanked the local god. The local god hurriedly held the pot of wine and bowed. "Immortal master is too courteous." Chen Pingan rode his sword and left the mountain. The local god suppressed the fear in his heart and asked doubtfully, "Song Yu is only a martial artist. How did he get to know such a sword immortal?" On a secluded mountain outside the small town adjacent to the Sword Water Manor, Chen Pingan sheathed his sword and went down the mountain. He walked slowly on the official road. After passing through the small town, he arrived at the gate of the Sword Water Manor. Chen Pingan took off his bamboo hat and smiled at an old gatekeeper of the villa. "Please tell old Sword Saint Song that Chen Pingan has invited him to eat hot pot." The old gatekeeper hesitated and looked at the young man. He had a sword on his back and a wine pot on his back. He should also be someone from the Jianghu. However, his face and name were unfamiliar. He shouldn't be an old friend of the manor. Moreover, it was unfortunate and inappropriate for him to visit the manor at this time. Therefore, the old gatekeeper said apologetically, "Young master, our manor isn't receiving guests recently. Please go back." Chen Pingan could only explain that he and Senior Song were really friends. Back then, they had stayed in the manor for a period of time and practiced at the waterfall of the Mountain Water Pavilion. The rules of the Sword Water Manor were strict. But drinking or not drinking was one thing, and whether a young man like you asked or not was another. Of course, Chen Pingan had his own difficulties. The blade-strengthening gourd was only a smokescreen. Once the old man took it, he would be exposed. Chen Pingan couldn't possibly conjure a pot of woody wine out of thin air. Moreover, he really couldn't bear to part with it. Both sides were unrelated. How could he give away immortal wine whenever he met someone? Chen Pingan's stinginess was somewhat famous in the Jianghu. Since the old gatekeeper had nothing to do, he complained about the young man's lack of understanding. At the same time, he followed the young man's words and told him some things that the entire Combe nation knew. In the imperial court, Chu Hao had already announced that if the Sword Water Manor didn't move out of this place within a month, they would have to bear the consequences. As for Wang Yiran, he was still kind. He didn't come to the manor to cause trouble. He only invited heroes from all over to the Horizontal Blade Manor as guests to participate in the grand event. As for that green bamboo sword deity Su Lang, he would soon come here to ask for a sword. He didn't come with good intentions. If he didn't have some confidence, he wouldn't dare to play around with this kind of thing. The old gatekeeper also said that he had clearly rejected Su Lang's challenge. However, that green bamboo sword deity was still young and hot-blooded. He said that he would definitely visit the Sword Water Manor. After Chen Pingan heard this, he remained silent. He had fought with that Su Lang twice. However, Su Lang changed sides at the last moment for some unknown reason. He turned around and cut off the head of Lin Guxin, who was supposed to be his ally. The old gatekeeper lamented, "You outsider, now you know why I didn't let you in. If it were any other time, I would have let you in. Our Sword Water Manor doesn't lack a few pots of good wine. However, this isn't the peaceful days of the past. Who knows if there are spies from the imperial court watching over the small town? Once you walk in and out, it won't be clear. Young man, think carefully. Is it worth it to get into trouble for a bit of reputation in the Jianghu? Why bother? Let's go." Chen Pingan suddenly turned his head to look inside the door. The old gatekeeper also turned his head, thinking that someone from the manor had come to the door. In the end, there was no one. By the time the old gatekeeper withdrew his gaze, the young man had already handed him a pot of wine. He smiled and said, "Old Mister is experienced in the Jianghu. Just based on these kind words, you should accept this pot of wine." The old man was puzzled as to why the young man would look at him like that, so he didn't think much of it. He thought that this young man still had some aptitude for the Jianghu. Otherwise, he wouldn't necessarily be able to make a name for himself. The old man still shook his head and said, "If I took your wine and blocked you from entering for most of the day, wouldn't I feel guilty?" "Forget it. You don't seem to have much money on hand. Keep it for yourself. Besides, I'm just a gatekeeper. I can't drink right now." Chen Pingan opened the mud seal and shook it. "You really don't want to drink?" The old gatekeeper smelled it and was tempted. However, he didn't take it. No matter how good the wine was, it didn't conform to the rules. Besides, people's hearts were unpredictable. He didn't dare to take it. However, the young man suddenly put on his bamboo hat and stuffed the pot of wine into his hands. He turned around and walked down the stairs. He smiled and said, "It seems that someone is coming. Most likely, it's someone like me. I'll go greet him on behalf of old Mister. He doesn't need to come to the manor to fish for fame." The old gatekeeper held the pot of wine and looked up. As far as his eyes could see, there was no one on the road. He still lowered his head and wiped the green pearl sword. Wiping the sword edge was to nurture the sword intent and constantly accumulate sword intent. The female sword attendant only felt that a day was like a year. She looked at Swordwater Manor, afraid that Song Yufan would suddenly run away. Then she looked at the inn, hoping that her master's figure would appear quickly. Finally, Green Bamboo's sword immortal, Su Lang, who had changed into a green robe, walked out of the inn's door and stood in the middle of the bustling street that led directly to Swordwater Manor. A piece of green bamboo, which showed his extraordinary identity, hung on his waist. Su Lang held the green pearl in his hand. On the street, the sword aura was abundant like a surging tide. The pedestrians on the street were so scared that they scattered like birds and beasts. Then, someone took the lead to shout out the name of Green Bamboo's sword immortal. What followed was shocking words, one after another. Then there were countless busybodies. They either went up the stairs or climbed up the roof to watch the battle like Su Lang's sword attendant. Among them, there were some serious-looking men and women in different positions in the town. Compared with the noisy and red-faced spectators, they were more silent. They were the spies and men of sacrifice planted here by the Combe country. The woman stood on the raised eaves of the roof with the widest view and sneered. Su Lang began to take the first step forward. The sword aura swept in all directions. The second step, one step, took him 10 feet. Some passers-by on both sides of the street, who didn't know whether they were dead or alive, began to feel suffocated and hid in the shops. Only then could they breathe a little. When the famous Jianghu sword immortal took the third step, one step was several feet away. Those spies and men of sacrifice planted in the town by General Chu, even if they were watching from afar, were shocked. There was such a fierce sword aura in the world. Su Lang's fourth step happened to leave the town's memorial archway. His sword intent and momentum had climbed to the peak of his lifetime of martial arts. But at this moment, Su Lang stopped. A green mountain swordsman wearing a bamboo hat came from afar. The reason why Su Lang stopped was that he didn't take the opportunity to go to the Swordwater Villa and ask for the sword, Song Yu. It was because of the sudden appearance of this uninvited guest in front of him. Because this person appeared for a moment, just at the moment when Su Lang was about to pull out the green bead in his hand, it made Su Lang's flawless state of mind and perfect momentum seem to have a trace of dust and stagnation. So Su Lang chose to stop. But he let the person come to him with one step. Su Lang had never been afraid of close combat with people, especially if the other party was a cultivator on the mountain, it would be better. The man in the bamboo hat looked very young. I heard that you want to ask for the sword. The man asked, but didn't Senior Song clearly refuse your competition? For a senior in Jianghu like Senior Song, it's already very meaningful. Do you still want to take an inch and want a mile? Su Lang felt that these childish questions were more ridiculous than the other. It shouldn't be asked by a person who could temporarily stop him from moving forward. The man hesitated for a moment. As long as there is a reason, no matter whether it's right or not, you can do whatever you want, right? Su Lang smiled and said, then you also want to find one. The man actually thought about it. Then he adjusted his bamboo hat and said with a smile, I've thought about it. You're delaying me from inviting Senior Song to eat hot pot. Su Lang had already returned to the perfect and flawless state of the sword heart. He slowly said, then try and see if you can block my sword. After one punch. It didn't even make Chen Pingan use a shrinking talisman. The famous green bamboo sword immortal returned to where he came from in a straight line, falling on the side of the small town's inn that he had previously walked out of. Chen Pingan didn't even look over there. He turned around and walked back to the Swordwater Manor. He said to himself, he should have just reached the 7th realm. No wonder he's like paper. He returned to the Swordwater Manor. The old gatekeeper was confused. Because not only did the old manor lord appear, the young manor lord and his wife also came. Everyone's expression was grave. Could it be that green bamboo sword immortal had appeared? But the old gatekeeper only saw the green-robed swordsman who had left and returned. The old man was amused. This kid's skin is quite thick. Forget it, for the sake of that pot of good wine, I won't bicker with this junior. Moreover, in Jianghu, sometimes being thick-skinned also had its benefits. In the old gatekeeper's vision, the young man who was constantly approaching the gate was already waving his hand from afar. Senior Song, do you want to eat hot pot? The old gatekeeper wiped his face. Young man, isn't this a bit too shameless? End of this chapter. For 72, Chen Pingan came to the gate and took off his bamboo hat. Senior Song was still wearing a long black robe, but he no longer carried a sword and looked much older. The sword saint of Combe Nation had a look of disbelief on his face as he asked with a heavy accent, Melon. Chen Pingan didn't know whether to nod or shake his head, but he nodded in the end. Song Yuran laughed heartily and slapped Chen Pingan on the shoulder. Good boy, you've grown so fast that I can't recognize you. Why don't you wear straw sandals and carry a bamboo box? Maybe I'll recognize you at a glance. Chen Pingan asked with a smile, shall we go to eat hot pot? Song Yuran didn't answer the question but asked, what happened in the town? Su Lang's sword chi suddenly stopped. Is it related to you? Chen Pingan nodded and said, I stopped him and sent him back to the town. He shouldn't come to trouble you again. He didn't make up a random reason. After all, Senior Song was an experienced man he admired very much. It was hard to fool him. However, the truth was often false and the lies were true. The old gatekeeper didn't believe it. Song Yuran's grandson Song Fengshan and his wife Lu Qian didn't believe it either. Song Yuhua was the only one who believed Chen Pingan. He took Chen Pingan's arm and said, since it's over, let's go inside and have a seat. What's so urgent about the hot pot? After the hot pot, you'll pay the bill and leave. How can I stop you? Besides, I can't stop you. Song Fengshan and Lu Qian looked at each other. The old gatekeeper secretly swallowed his saliva. When Chen Pingan was about to pass by the old gatekeeper, he stopped and took a step back. He said with a smile, see, I'm very familiar with your village. Don't stop me next time, or I'll directly climb over the wall. The old gatekeeper didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He cupped his hands and apologized. Child Chen, I was blind and offended you. Chen Pingon made a gesture of drinking with his head up. The old gatekeeper understood and gave Chen Pingon a thumbs up. Song Yushan pulled Chen Pingon away. Song Fengshan didn't follow him immediately. He asked softly, Old Chi, what happened? The old gatekeeper then recounted the joke that had happened earlier, and was very amused by his own embarrassing story. Song Fengshan stretched out a finger and rubbed his forehead. Lu Qian smiled and said, Isn't that good? If word gets out, it'll be a great story in Jianghu. The old concierge laughed openly. They all took their seats in the hall of the villa and Lu Qian personally poured tea for them. Chen Pingon took a sip of tea and asked curiously, Chu Hao didn't die back then. Song Fengshan shook his head and said, He's dead as can be. It's just that Han Yuanshan has taken over his identity. Han Yuanshan has always been good at disguising himself. Chen Pingon suddenly understood. The earliest for evil spirits of the Brishui kingdom, the female ghost of the ancient temple, Wei Wei, Han Yuanshan, the devil cult figure who was killed by the sage of the academy, Zhou Ju, in the Swordwater Villa. The last one was Song Fengshan's wife, Lu Qian. Lu Qian did it for her husband, Song Fengshan, and to promote the reputation of the Swordwater Villa in Jianghu. As for the young master of the Han family of the small mountain, Han Yuanshan was ambitious and shrewd, and his methods were not bad. He wanted to use the power of the Jianghu to rise to the center of the imperial court. No one could imagine what Han Yuanshan wanted to do in the future. Chen Pingon did not find it strange that Han Yuanshan could do such a big thing. With Chu Hao's appearance and status, he could do whatever he wanted in the Swordwater manner. However, Song Fengshan and Lu Qian had such a big handle on Han Yuanshan. Han Yuanshan was not the real Chu Hao. Why couldn't the Swordwater Manor fight back when he was so aggressive against them? Wasn't Han Yuanshan afraid that the villa would completely fall out with him and expose his identity? Song Fengshan seemed to have seen through Chen Pingon's doubts and explained with a smile, It's just acting for people to see. It's a business deal. Chu Hao wants to use this to pave the way for the horizontal blade villa that joined him and unify the Jianghu. Han Yuanshan knows that our Swordwater Villa won't be the imperial court's lackey, so he started to support Wang Yiran of the horizontal blade villa. We don't have any objections to this. Wang Yiran cares about the title of the #1 sect in the Jianghu, but we don't. We want to use this opportunity to find a place with beautiful mountains and clear waters, far away from the troubles of the secular world. In exchange, Han Yuanshan will use the name of the imperial court of the Combe Water country to carve out a piece of land on the mountain for us to build a new villa. That's a place with good feng shui that grandfather has long taken a fancy to. Han Yuanshan will strive to obtain the title of a river god for my wife. I'll reject all social engagements and all human relations in the Jianghu. I'll practice the sword in peace. Lu Qian wasn't an ordinary woman. Her status and intelligence were both. Where there's life, there's hope. Chen Pingon nodded and said, Take a step back. Brother Song can concentrate on swordsmanship, and sister-in-law can also seek a long future. Moreover, the ancestral land has been chosen as the mountain god temple. It's also considered a great merit. There will be ancestrally merit to protect the descendants. But the only thing you need to pay attention to is the old senior and brother Song. You need to come here from time to time to take a look. If the incense of the new mountain god isn't pure, it will be cut off early. Of course, that's the worst result. Song Yushan and Song Yushan looked at each other and smiled. Chen Pingon understood that he must have said too much. Indeed, whether it was the old senior or Song Fengshan, they were actually familiar with the things on the mountain. The old senior especially liked to wander around with a sword. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to buy a sword for Song Fengshan from the immortal fairy on the Earth Dragon Mountain. Chen Pingan silently told himself that he wasn't in a hurry. He still had to stay in the villa for a few more days. After all, it was the Song family's own family affairs. Chen Pingan was actually new here, so it wasn't appropriate for him to ask too much. In Chen Pingan's mind, no matter how others traveled in the martial world, his martial world wouldn't be like how he defeated Su Lang with a punch today, ate hot pot with Song Yushan tomorrow, and rode his sword north the day after tomorrow. During this period, he didn't have to think about anything. It seemed that from the beginning to the end, he only had the fastest punches and the fastest sword riding. But this doesn't mean that you can humiliate and bully a decent girl when you see her on the road. Chen Pingan said helplessly, "I've never been to a brothel." Catching a glimpse of Lu Qian drinking tea with a faint smile, Song Fengshan hurriedly echoed, "Neither have I." "Absolutely not. The older, the wiser." Song Yushan turned his head and reminded Lu Qian with a smile, "If a man really hasn't been to a brothel, or if he doesn't have such thoughts at all, he won't be so confident. He will just laugh it off and let it go." Lu Qian nodded gently and said softly, "It seems to be so." Chen Pingan and Song Fengshan looked at each other, but Song Fengshan's eyes were full of grievance and blame. "It's all because of you, Chen Pingan. How dare you blame me? How many years have you been in the Jianghu? How many years have I, Chen Pingan, been in?" Chen Pingan blinked and said, "Anyway, I really haven't been there." Song Fengshan was stunned on the spot. "This guy is so mean." Lu Qian covered her mouth and laughed. Song Yushan laughed and said, "Looks like you haven't been in the Jianghu for nothing all these years." Song Fengshan shook his head and turned to his wife. "Bring me some wine, or I'll be upset." Lu Qian got up and went to get the wine. Song Yushan's voice was a little louder because of the light. Song Fengshan didn't drink much, and Lu Qian only drank a cup symbolically. The 2 jars of good wine that had been in the cellar for more than 5 years were all given to Song Yushan and Chen Pingan. When he heard that Chen Pingan planned to leave the day after tomorrow, Song Yushan waved his hand and said, "Bring me 2 more jars. If this melon skin gets drunk, I'll allow him to leave immediately after drinking, let alone the day after tomorrow." Lu Qian got up and went to get the wine without hesitation. Chen Pingan said helplessly, "Then I'll leave the day after tomorrow. Senior Song, I really have something to do. I have to catch a cross-continent ferry to the North Continent. If I miss it, I'll have to wait for at least a month." Song Yushan glared at him and said, "Then why don't you leave now? Can't you wait for a day or 2? Am I too inexperienced, or are you, Chen Pingan, too influential now?" Chen Pingan muttered, "They say that persuading people to drink at the table is the best way to see the justice of the martial world." Song Yushan slammed the table and said, "Drink your wine. I think that girl, unless she has bad eyesight, she'll never like a man like you who dilly-dallied while drinking wine. What, you're out of luck." When Chen Pingan heard this, he was in a good mood. His eyes sparkled, and he was full of heroism. It was just that he was tongue-tied when he spoke. "Drink, drink, drink. Afraid of you. Senior Song, you've really tricked me. Back then, because of what you said, I was scared half to death. But fortunately, it's not a big deal. Come, drink this bowl first. To be honest, your alcohol tolerance is not as good as before. Just a few bowls of wine and your face is already red, as if you've put on rouge." Song Yushan glared at him and said, "If you have the ability, don't shake your hand when drinking. Hold it steadily. If you dare to shake a drop of wine, you'll lose some of your martial world friendship." Song Fengshan and Lu Qian were secretly happy. He was still young and experienced. His ability to persuade people to drink at the table was endless and impossible to guard against. The old and the young drank until the sky turned dark. In the end, in the eyes of Song Fengshan and Lu Qian, the two had already taken off their boots and sat cross-legged on the chairs. Fortunately, Song Fengshan was controlling them and refused to give them more wine. The two were not completely satisfied. Otherwise, they would probably drink until they vomited, and then drink again after vomiting. Chen Pingan still lived in the same house as before. It was closer to the Shanshui Pavilion and the waterfall. He fell asleep immediately. Song Yushin was not much better. He staggered back to his residence and soon began to snore thunderously. Chen Pingan was really drunk. He lay on the bed and closed his eyes, barely maintaining a trace of clarity. There was something wrong with Senior Song's state of mind. Otherwise, the old sword sage of the Kong country had to agree to Han Yuanshan's request because he was worried about the future of the younger generation. Then, due to the situation, he had to refuse Su Lang's competition. But even so, Chen Pingan would not have such a mentality when he saw him today. He would not admit his old age and accept his fate. However, Chen Pingan did not ask directly. No matter how much wine he drank, he did not mention it. It was not true that a good relationship and drunk could really be unscrupulous. How many unintentional words from the people closest to them had become a knot in their hearts for the rest of their lives? In the end, Song Yushin suddenly glanced at the bamboo hat on the table and the long sword on Chen Pingan's back. He asked, "Is the sword on your back good?" Chen Pingan nodded and said, "Yes." Song Yushin smiled and said, "That's good." Chen Pingan was confused and didn't think too much about it. He couldn't care less and burped. Song Fengshan and Lu Qian looked a little lonely, but they hid it well and disappeared in a flash. Chen Pingan had a headache from drinking. He murmured to sleep. "If there is wine in the morning, I will drink in the morning. If I am drunk, I will be an immortal. Tomorrow's worries will come tomorrow's worries. All kinds of worries and wine." Early in the morning, Chen Pingan opened his eyes. After washing up, he walked along the quiet path to the waterfall. Of course, it was not to practice boxing. He wanted to see the words that he secretly engraved on the stone wall. In the end, he saw Song Fengshan instead of Song Yushin at the Shanshui Pavilion. Chen Pingan walked quickly, and Song Fengshan got up to greet him. Song Fengshan smiled and said, "It's rare for Grandpa to drink without restraint. He hasn't gotten up yet." Chen Pingan felt a little guilty. After a moment of silence, he looked around. "Isn't it a pity to move out of here?" Song Fengshan grunted, "Of course I'm a little reluctant. However, this was Grandpa's idea. He took the initiative to find Han Yuanshan. Actually, Lu Qian and I didn't want to agree at that time. Our initial idea was to take a step back. At most, we would let Wang Yiran, whom Grandpa thought highly of, win in the battle between the sword and the saber. That would allow Wang Yiran to become the Wulian alliance of Shu Shui country. Swordwater Manor would definitely not move. After all, the manor was Grandpa's life's work. But Grandpa didn't agree. He said that the manor was dead and people were alive. What was there to not let go of? You know Grandpa's temper. I can't persuade him. Chen Pingan nodded and said, "Senior is like that. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stopped the Shu Shui country's army alone." Song Yushin was important to Chen Pingan. He was very important. For some people, as long as they were still in Jianghu, everything they did was like holding the Jianghu's wine pot and pouring a cup of wine for others. The cup was full of chivalry, allowing others to take the cup and drink to their heart's content. Song Fengshan smiled and said, Grandpa also doesn't have any thoughts about the current Jianghu. He always says that it's difficult to find a drinking friend nowadays. That's why he's like this. It seemed that his words were a little heavy. Then, Song Fengshan quickly joked, Chen Pingan, don't be afraid to come to our new manor to drink just because Grandpa made you drink like this. To be honest, it's also your fault. You said that you were going to leave soon. Grandpa naturally won't delay your matters. However, at the wine table, old people are all like this. It's not good to say anything soft in front of the younger generation in the family. He can only drag you to drink as much as he wants. Chen Pingan smiled and said, I understand. Song Fengshan said, to be honest, Wei Wei suddenly sent a flying sword to Lu Qian in the manor last night. She just asked if you were in the manor now. It seems that if you answer truthfully, she will come here. I asked Lu Qian to pretend that she didn't receive the flying sword. When you left, she wrote back that she really did come and just wanted to drink with Grandpa. Chen Pingan cupped his fists and thanked him. After drinking too much last night, Chen Pingan roughly talked about his reunion with Wei Wei of the Shu Shui country's 4 evil spirits. However, he didn't mention the matter of the mountain god. Chen Pingan had to clean up the mess himself. For example, after going to the immortal fairy of the Earth Dragon Mountain, he would find an opportunity to send a flying sword message to Wei Pai of the Cloud-Splitting Mountain. He would ask about the size of this matter, as well as the normal reactions of the Dali officials and the local imperial court. Wei Pai was the god of Dali's northern peak. He was far away in the Shu Shui country in the middle of the Aquarius continent. Naturally, he was not in the northern peak's territory. It was because of this that Chen Pingan was so straightforward with his sword. Otherwise, he really would have been merciful. Song Fengshan pointed in the direction of the small town. Su Lang has already left with the sword-wielding maid. I believe that there will soon be a shocking rumor that will spread throughout the Jianghu of more than 10 countries. Su Lang and a real sword immortal of the mountain fought to the death. Although he lost, it was still glorious. Chen Pingan didn't care about the rumors. He smiled and said, I've never understood why there are sword attendants. The former imperial concubine was like this. The green bamboo sword immortal Su Lang was also like this. Song Fengshan looked a little embarrassed. Chen Pingan asked, Brother Song also has such thoughts. Song Fengshan said in a low voice, I only dare to think about it in my heart. Chen Pingan rubbed his chin. Originally, it was a very difficult thing to understand. But when he put himself in Song Fengshan's shoes and thought about it, he immediately understood. In any case, he, Chen Pingan, would not even think about it. Chen Pingan suddenly frowned. This Su Lang was really too persistent. At this time, the old housekeeper surnamed Chu quickly walked over. He stood outside the small pavilion and smiled bitterly. Green bamboo sword immortal Su Lang came secretly. He is outside the gate and wants to see young Master Chen. He said that he would like to trouble young Master Chen with a matter. In the future, there will be great rewards. Song Fengshan thought for a moment, and understood the key point. He sneered, twice you've taken an inch and wanted a mile. Chen Pingan smiled and waved his hand, it's okay. When I came, I drank so much good wine. Song Fengshan shook his head, it's 2 different things. Chen Pingan joked, Brother Song, you can't stop me. Song Fengshan smiled, even 10 Song Fengshans can't stop you, but you already called me Brother Song, without waiting for Song Fengshan to finish. Let's go. Chen Pingan had already put 2 fingers together and gently touched the scabbard. Remember, don't hurt people. You can make a big movement. The sword immortal left the scabbard. Circling out of the mountain water pavilion, it soared into the sky. The golden line hung in the sky. Wherever the sword chi was, the thunder shook, and the sea of clouds above the sword chi villa shattered. Occasionally, the golden line would quickly approach the mountain master, but it would quickly continue to rise into the sky. After a moment, Chen Pingon raised his head and smiled, "Let's go back." The long sword that was like a dragon turning the clouds and rain, as if it was ordered by an immortal, quickly fell to the ground and returned to its scabbard. Song Fengshan was speechless. He knew that the current Chen Pingon's martial arts cultivation must be very frightening, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to defeat Su Lang. But he, Song Fengshan, really didn't expect that it could scare people to death. Chen Pingon flipped his wrist and handed over a pot of woody wine. He held back his laughter. "After drinking the good wine of the villa, you should drink mine. I'm not an old senior, lying that drinking wine can relieve the spiciness. This wine can really relieve the hangover with wine." Song Fengshan opened the mud seal and smelled it, an authentic immortal wine. "This is good wine." Chen Pingon shook his head. "This kind of wine is only good to drink. I never miss it. If I can drink it, I'll drink it. If I can't, I won't think about it. But Brother Song, I've been thinking about the wine of your sword water villa for many years." Song Fengshan lifted the wine pot, Chen Pingon lifted the blade-strengthening gourd, and said in unison, "Let's drink." Song Fengshan drank half a pot of wine and stopped drinking. Chen Pingon stood up and said that he wanted to go to the waterfall to take a look. Song Fengshan didn't go with him. They left the mountain water pavilion together. Song Fengshan walked back with a pot of woody wine that was said to come from Book Slip Lake. He handed the pot to the old housekeeper, Grandpa Chu, and said that it was a gift from Chen Pingon. He said that they would talk later, and that he should give it after drinking it. The old housekeeper, who had a good relationship with Chen Pingon back then, smiled and took the wine pot. As long as it was a gift from that young man, he would accept it regardless of its quality. There was no need to be polite. The old housekeeper said that Green Bamboo Sword Immortal had already left. Before Su Lang left, he held his sword and bowed to the villa's gate. Lu Qian, Song Fengshan, and the old housekeeper met halfway. She called Grandpa Chu, and the old man left with a smile. The couple had just walked for a short while when Song Yufan came over. Seeing his grandpa, Song Fengshan smiled and said, "Grandpa, don't worry. I won't talk too much." Song Yufan patted his grandson's shoulder and continued walking to the mountain water pavilion that was still some distance away from the waterfall. After sitting down, he began to reminisce about the past. It was easy for old people to go to bed late and wake up early. Young people always didn't understand. In fact, when an old man thought about those old people and stories, young people often didn't like to listen to them. The old man had to think about it himself. Chen Pingon broke the waterfall with a punch in the pavilion. He smiled when he saw those words. He turned around and soon left the waterfall and came to the pavilion. Song Yufan had already walked out of the pavilion. "Let's go and eat hot pot." Chen Pingon was a little shocked. "It's so early in the morning. The restaurant isn't even open yet." Song Yufan smiled and said, "The title of the Sword Sage of the Brushing Nation is worthless. But it's still okay to eat hot pot in front of your house. Besides, it's you who is treating. It's not like you don't pay. The shopkeeper will curse you in his mind later." The two didn't fly away like birds as before. They walked slowly. It was Song Yufan's idea. Halfway through, old butler Chu caught up with the two of them and took the bamboo hat that Chen Pingon had left in the house. Chen Pingon asked, "Are you chasing us away?" Song Yufan smiled and said, "The earlier you leave, the earlier you can come back next time." can't you understand this? Don't you look like a fool? Chen Pingan was speechless. When they arrived at the town, there was no smoke yet. There were only a few roosters crowing and dogs barking. It seemed even quieter. Song Yufan knocked hard on the door of the restaurant. It was the old shopkeeper that Chen Pingan was familiar with. He was a middle-aged man with sleepy eyes. When he saw old sword sage Song, he smiled and said, "What's the matter, Mr. Song?" Song Yufan pointed at the green-robed swordsman with a bamboo hat beside him. "This guy said he wants to eat hot pot. Please give him a table." The man's face and heart did not have the slightest bit of complaint. The friendship between the restaurant and the manor had been passed down from his father's generation. Although his father had passed away and it was said that the manor would be moved, the man still remembered the manor and the old manor master's kindness. He smiled and said, "All right, I'll prepare it for the old manor master. It just so happens that the second floor is quiet and there are no other guests." Song Yufan took Chen Pingan to the table by the window on the second floor. The restaurant was familiar with old sword sage Song's taste. They were familiar with old sword sage Song's taste, so they chose the best ones. Soon, the table was full of big and small bowls and plates. The hot pot began to steam. Song Yufan asked for 2 pots of wine from the restaurant, one for each of them. He said to Chen Pingan, "Today, we'll drink less wine and eat more food." Chen Pingan nodded. Song Yufan glanced at the seasoning bowl that Chen Pingan made. It was quite bright red. Just the chopped chili alone was enough to fill half a bowl. "Good, this guy is good." Chen Pingan talked more freely than yesterday. He talked more about the things on the mountain. Among them was the trip to Hazy Mountain in Colorful Clothes Country. Song Yufan was very restrained when drinking today. He mostly sipped wine. After hearing about Chen Pingan's breaking of the mountain and water tactical formation and tearing down the ancestral master hall, he smiled and nodded. In this way, the ancestral master hall will be broken. Father and son will turn against each other and become enemies. Even if they won't turn against each other for a while, they may have to complain about their difficulties. Afterward, they will smile and pretend to be filial. But Lu Yundai and Lu Tingio both know that they can't be united. What you did is more effective than tearing down their ancestral master hole. Good job, kid. You don't kill people, but you destroy their hearts. Who did you learn from? Chen Pingan also took a sip of wine. I learned a little from the mountain, and also from the Jianghu. Chen Pingan then chatted about the fisherman, Wu Shuoan, the young man, Zhao Shuxia, and the young girl, Zhao Wan. He smiled and said that he had mentioned the Sword Water Manor to them and that they might come to visit in the future. He also hoped that the manor would not embarrass him and that they would treat him well. Otherwise, the 3 of them would think that Chen Pingan was bragging without a draft. In fact, he was not friends with the sword sage of the Sword Water Nation. They were just ordinary acquaintances. Song Yufan laughed. He helped to boil a piece of beef tripe and put it in Chen Pingan's bowl. They ate all the side dishes of the hot pot and drank a pot of wine. Song Yushuang once again sent Chen Pingan out of the town. However, this time, Chen Pingan's alcohol tolerance had improved and he could eat spicy food. He was no longer as miserable as before, which made the old man a little disappointed. Chen Pingan stood still with his bamboo hat on. He cupped his fists and said, "Senior, I'm leaving." Song Yufan nodded and said, "He is not handsome. What's there to hide with the bamboo hat?" Chen Pingan held his bamboo hat and said seriously, "It's hard to say. How a man looks can only be judged by a woman." Song Yufan scolded with a smile, "What the hell?" Chen Pingan turned around and left with a smile. Song Yufan waited until Chen Pingan was far away. Then he turned around and went back to the villa along the deserted street. The old man walked alone to the memorial archway where Su Lang wanted to ask him about the sword. There were some things that Qin Pingan wanted to ask but couldn't. Su Lang talked about things that seemed to be out of topic, such as his glory in the Mishti Mountain. Song Yufan's swordsmanship was not high, but he had been in Jianghu for so many years for nothing. How could he not know Qin Pingan's nature? How could he not know that Qin Pingan would not say such words that were more or less suspected of showing off? What was it for? Wasn't it to make this old man feel better? He told him that Song Yu was having a fever. If something really happened and he, Qin Pingan, really asked, then he should just say it out loud and not hold it in. Xian, the reason why I came to you a day later was because I went to the prefecture's capital. I planned to plan something big that involved the foundation of the Great Tao. I won't tell you the details, but you'll know sooner or later. However, during this process, I found the shadow of the horizontal blade manor. That little woman Wang Shanhu is really arrogant now. I could smell the scent of rouge on her body even from a few miles away. It should be that as soon as Su Lang suffered a loss here, the spy Han Yuanshan left in the small town sent a message by flying sword. That's why the horizontal blade manor immediately took action. Wei Wei rubbed her chest with one hand and pretended to be bitter. You have to be prepared early. If my lover Qin Pingan is still in the manor, it won't matter. But now this heartless man has run away. If Han Yuanshan also comes here, I won't be partial to you. At most, I won't help either side. Sisterly love is sisterly love, but if Han Yuanshan really wants to punish you, I can only cry secretly. In fact, Wei Wei was very curious why Han Yuanshan was so ruthless and disregarded the general situation. He insisted on making things difficult for the Sword Water Manor and forced Song Yushuan to move out of the manor and build a mountain god temple here. The mountain monster who was killed by Qin Pingan with one sword had been dreaming that he could rise to the sky in one step and change his position to become the new mountain god of the Sword Water Manor. As for the important matter that she did not mention, of course, it was planning for her to replace that beast on the mountain god throne. She, Wei Wei, had always been secretly competing with Lu Qian. Many sisters in the world were like this. Although they were close, they had to compete to see who had a better life. Wei Wei and Lu Qian were once one of the four evil spirits of the Brushing Water country. Lu Qian, as a spirit of the mountains and lakes, had become the young madam of the Sword Water Villa. Why couldn't I, Wei Wei, be a mountain god and be superior to you? The business between the Sword Water Manor and Han Yuanshan was very secretive. Lu Qian naturally wouldn't tell Wei Wei anything. When it came to heartfelt words, it was better to say as little as possible. It also depended on the person. Otherwise, if she took it out, she wouldn't be able to put her heart back. Lu Qian thought for a while and carefully chose her words. She slowly said, "It shouldn't be a bad thing." Most likely, Qin Pingan's action made Han Yuanshan afraid. With his cautiousness, he most likely wouldn't come in person. He just let the puppet Wang Yiran, whom he supported, come to the manor for a while. This way, the three parties won't be in a deadlock. Wei Wei thought it was most likely so. In the battlefield where an old man and a young man once faced thousands of soldiers and horses, there was a green-robed swordsman wearing a bamboo hat. For 73, Qin Pingan only took a few glances before giving way. Having been in Jianghu for a long time, he had seen all kinds of strange things in the cultivation world. He had seen a lot of things in the human world, so he had a good eye for things. There were officials of the Combe country in this convoy. They were light cavalry guards with bows and sabers on their backs. The end of their quivers was as white as snow. There were also disciples of Jianghu with calm auras. The unique way of carrying a saber in the horizontal blade manner left a deep impression on people. Chen Pingan recognized one of the burly men with a huge horn bow on his back. His name was Ma Lu. Back then, at the waterfall pavilion of the Sword Water Manor, this was Wang Shanhu's retainer. He had a conflict with Chen Pingan and had been loudly reprimanded by Wang Yiran. In terms of upbringing, the horizontal blade manner was not bad. Wang Yiran's current glory was not entirely due to Han Yuanshan. Since Chen Pingan knew about the deal between the Sword Water Manor and Han Yuanshan, and the setback of Su Langwenjian, the situation of the manor was already set. Therefore, even though he recognized the other party, he did not do anything. Not only did he give way, but he also slowly walked into the forest in the distance. The retainer Ma Lu was loyal to his duty. He glanced at the passerby. After carefully examining him, he did not take it to heart. In a carriage, there were 3 women. The woman was Chu Hao's first wife, the daughter of the previous leader of the Combe country's Jianghu. In this life, she regarded the Sword Water Manor and the Song family as enemies. Back then, Chu Hao led the imperial army to encircle and suppress the Song family. It was this Mrs. Chu who added fuel to the fire behind the scenes. The other 2 women were younger, but they also had the hair and accessories of a married woman. One of them was surnamed Han. She had a baby face and a bit of childishness. She was Han Yuanshan's sister, Han Yuanxue. As a disciple of the Han family of Little Mountain, Han Yuanxue married a top scholar. She studied in the Hanlin Academy for 3 years. Her rank was not high, but she was still the most noble Hanlin official. Moreover, she wrote wonderful Bu Su Ci. The emperor, who advocated Taoism, liked her very much. With a huge backer like the Little Mountain Han family, he was destined to have a bright future. The other young woman was Wang Yiran's only daughter, Wang Shanhu. Compared to Han Yuanxue, who was a woman from an aristocratic family, the man Wang Shanhu married was even younger and more promising. At the age of 18, he was the Tanhua scholar. It was said that if it weren't for the fact that the emperor didn't like young prodigies, he would have been moved back by 2 places. Otherwise, he would have been the Zhuangyuan scholar. Now, he was already the governor of a county in the Coming Nation. In the Coming Nation's officialdom, where generations of emperors rejected prodigies, it was rare for someone to become a county official at the age of 30. Wang Shanhu's husband's territory just happened to be adjacent to Sword Water Manor's Green Pine County. The reason why the 3 women met this time was that Madame Chu had specially come from the capital to join in the fun. She wanted to see with her own eyes how Sword Water Manor's reputation plummeted in the Coming Nation's Jianghu after Su Langwenjian. Wang Shanhu had been staying nearby with her husband. Han Yuanshan's Zhuangyuan scholar husband was about to fill the vacancy. There were some exceptions. It was possible that he wouldn't stay in the 6 departments of the capital. Instead, he would go to the provincial capital to be the county magistrate. As the county magistrate of a county that was located in the same city as the provincial capital, regardless of whether he knew how to conduct himself or not, it was a laborious job. This time, Han Yuanshan came south to visit Wang Shanhu in the hope that Wang Shanhu's husband, who would be her husband's immediate superior in the future, could help take care of him. Otherwise, if the provincial governor didn't like him and the governor made things difficult for him, this county magistrate, who was the center of attention, would be ignored. When he became a local official, his original reputation and family background had always been a double-edged sword. There was a point in officialdom that was quite similar to children playing house. Whoever wore a new pair of boots would be kicked by you one by one. After they were dirty, everyone would be the same. This was the so-called one with the light and the dust. Madame Chu had a worried frown. Even though she wasn't young anymore, she maintained herself well and was still charming. She didn't lose to young women like Wang Shanhu and Han Yuanshan. Madame Chu couldn't help but feel sorry for herself. Originally, a good show had already begun with the beating of gongs and drums. She didn't expect that the green bamboo sword immortal of Songshi country, Su Lang, would actually fight twice. He didn't gain any advantage from sword water manner. Instead, he let Song Yu burn that old bastard who had half his body in the ground and earned a lot of reputation for nothing. She was so sad that she couldn't help but rub her chest. She was really unlucky. In this life, she had two unfaithful men. Neither of them were good people. One of them, for the sake of the overall situation, took her person and also received a generous dowry that was equivalent to half of Combe Water Country's Jianghu. However, he was actually a coward. He was unwilling to burn all pretense of cordiality with Song Yu. He wanted her to wait and wait. When Chu Hao finally felt that the situation was settled, he died inexplicably. Han Yuanshan, who had taken over a magpie's nest, was even more shameless than that good-for-nothing Chu Hao. After taking her body and mind, he actually told her directly that she shouldn't think about revenge in this lifetime. Perhaps in the future, the two families would still have frequent contact. Fortunately, this time, Su Lang wanted to ask for a sword. Han Yuanshan didn't refuse her leaving the capital to watch the show. However, he wanted her to promise not to take advantage of the situation and not to take any unauthorized actions. She was only allowed to watch the fire burn across the river. Otherwise, she couldn't blame him for not taking into account the joy of intimacy and the relationship between husband and wife these years. Listen, was this something a human would say? These years, Han Yuanshan relied on Chu Hao's identity to take advantage of the right time, place, and people. Now, he was the most powerful man besides the Emperor of Combe Water Country. Yet, he was still so harsh and heartless to her. Naturally, he also made countless enemies. In the scholarly world and Jianghu, cleaning up the emperor's side became a natural trend. Madame Chu raised her hand and yawned. Clearly, she was already used to this kind of moths flying to the flame. Han Yuanchua grumbled, "These people of Jianghu are annoying. They only know how to vent their anger on us women. They can't be considered heroes." In these years, there had been more than one or two cases where the Han clan's disciples had been attacked. Even Sister Shanhu's husband had encountered an assassination because he was close to Chu Hao and Dolly Barbarian. If it wasn't for the protection of Dolly's secretary, Sister Shanhu would have become a widow. Therefore, when Han Yuanchua thought about how his husband was about to leave the capital and might also encounter this kind of inexplicable hatred, he was very worried. Wang Shanhu's eyes were shining and she was eager to give it a try. However, when she subconsciously reached for her waist, she was very disappointed. After she got married, her father didn't allow her to practice martial arts and carry a saber. Last time, she accompanied her husband to the water god temple to pray for rain. When they returned home, they encountered an assassination attempt. If she didn't carry a saber at the time, the assassin wouldn't have been able to get close to her. After that, Wang Yiran still didn't allow her to carry a saber. He only transferred several experts from the manor to Qingsong County to protect his daughter and son-in-law. There were more than 30 people who had sworn to kill the thieves for the country. They should have come from different mountain sects and each had their own group. Chen Pinggan's situation was a bit awkward. He could only stand in place and pretend to drink wine. He didn't want to offend both sides if a battle broke out. As for stopping these people from sacrificing themselves for justice, Chen Pinggan wouldn't do that. Probably because Chen Pinggan didn't move and was very tactful, these Jianghu people didn't bicker with him. They intentionally or unintentionally changed their path and took a detour. Suddenly, a middle-aged swordsman who had already passed by Chen Pinggan shouted, "Swordwater Manor is here to kill the Chu traitors." Chen Pingan was a bit helpless. This was clearly forcing Swordwater Manor and the old Sword Saint of Combe Country to a dead end. They had no choice but to reappear in Jianghu and fight to the death with Hingdao Manor so that Chu Hao wouldn't be able to unify Jianghu. It was both a conspiracy and an open one. As long as people from both sides died today, Swordwater Manor would be stuck to their crotch with yellow mud. They would be shit even if they weren't. The more people died, the more Swordwater Manor would be placed on the fire pile of Jianghu and stand against the entire Combe Country imperial court. When a pure martial artist entered the realm of Jianghu's grandmaster, unless they had enough soldiers, they would just be adding fuel to the fire and suffering defeat everywhere. The leader turned his head, but he didn't look at Ma Lu. Instead, he looked at two inconspicuous old men. They were the military cultivators set up by the imperial court of the Combe Country according to the rules of the Dali Iron Cavalry. They had real official ranks. One of them was a retainer who accompanied Mrs. Chu to the south of the capital, and the other was a cultivator from the county governor's office. Compared to Ma Lu of the Hingdao Manor, these two were real gods. One of the short old cultivators, who had been riding the horse all the way, seemed like his bones would fall apart at any time. Suddenly, his momentum exploded like a firecracker, and the long sword at his waist vibrated incessantly. Among the Jianghu people who were across the shore from the convoy, a tall and beautiful woman with a face full of despair said in a trembling voice, "It's the sword immortal on the mountain." The old man, who couldn't be judged by his appearance, gently squeezed the horse's belly. He wasn't in a hurry to unsheath his sword. The clanging sound was intimidating. The old man urged the horse forward slowly and stared at the green-robed swordsman with a bamboo hat. "I know you're not Chu Yue of the Swordwater Manor. Get out of my way and I'll spare your life." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "The immortal has come down from the mountain. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Speak properly." The old man laughed loudly. "Are you in a hurry to be reincarnated? How much weight could the Jianghu of the tiny Combe Country have? If Songshi Country's Su Lang and the Swordwater Manor's Song Yufan were here personally, he would be willing to show some respect." However, the young man in front of him was quite strong. He could only flick him away with a finger. However, since the other party didn't appreciate his kindness, he couldn't blame him for drawing his sword. As long as he wasn't a disciple of the Swordwater Manor, he wouldn't have a life-saving talisman. Killing him would be a waste of time. General Chu had told him in private that he couldn't have a conflict with Song Yufan and the Swordwater Manor on this trip to the south. As for the others, whether they were Jianghu grandmasters or Jianghu cultivators who were just passing by and picking up scraps, killing until the edge of the sword rolled up would be considered a military merit. Chen Pingan turned his head and waved his hand at the Jianghu cultivators. He said patiently, "Let's go. I'm sure you can see that this is no longer a place where you can get involved. I'll still say the same thing. If you want to be chivalrous in the future and kill the Chu party, will you harm the innocent? Most of you don't want to think too much about it. Then I advise you not to involve the Swordwater Manor. We still have to talk about the morality of Jianghu. You can't do everything as you wish just because you think you have the moral high ground." The old cultivator who had been riding slowly all this time had already passed the cavalry and was less than 30 steps away from the green-robed swordsman. He sneered and said, "These Jianghu worms want to leave, but they have to be able to." Did this old man agree? "Do you know how much silver each of these guys' heads can be exchanged for? The one who helped you knock out is worth at least 3 snowflakes. You should be able to recognize the woman who has good eyesight and knows to respectfully call this old man's sword immortal. I don't know how many Jianghu cultivators dream of becoming her. Give her a ride on the horse she's sitting on. This little widow's husband is a so-called great hero. With his own strength, he personally killed 2 cultivators from the Li dynasty. Therefore, after her husband's death, this little widow has great prestige in your Ji Shui country. I reckon she should be worth at least a small sum of money. Chen Pingan listened to the old man's long-winded chatter. He gently clenched his fist and took a deep breath. He quietly suppressed the irritation in his heart that was eager to use his fist and sword. Before leaving Luopa Mountain, the old man Cui Qing fed Chen Pingan his fist for the last time on the 2nd floor. In addition to showing Chen Pingan the strength of a martial artist at the peak of the 10th realm, he also said a very important sentence. Chen Pingan, it's time for you to cultivate your heart. Otherwise, you'll become a second Cui Qing. You'll either go crazy, or, even worse, fall into the demonic path. How much you like to reason today, Chen Pingan will be as unreasonable tomorrow. Chen Pingan held his bamboo hat and looked around. The sky was autumn and the heart was autumn. It was just a worry. There had to be a way to break it. Chen Pingan retracted his gaze and looked at the old sword cultivator on the mountain. Since you have a sword, then use it. The old man glanced at the young ranger who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Then, he looked further and saw the woman who was famous in the Jianghu of the country. This old man is a sword immortal. Your Ji Shui country's Jianghu is really funny. However, for you, it doesn't seem wrong to think so. The long sword was unsheathed. It was as powerful as thunder. The old man still held the reins of the horse with both hands, his attitude relaxed. The sword went out, so much so that the eardrums of both sides began to buzz and their hearts trembled. However, the other cultivator who came from the Ji Shui country's local immortal mansion knew that something was wrong. He saw the green-robed swordsman step on the tip of the unsheathed flying sword. Then, he raised his foot again, as if he was climbing up the stairs, causing the long sword to tilt halfway into the ground. The young man stood on the sword hilt just like that. The old cultivator cupped his fists without hesitation and said, "Senior, please forgive me for my offense." The sword was drawn quickly, and so was the lowering of his head to admit his mistake. Perhaps only the 2 opponents and the spectating cultivator would be able to see through the profundity of this technique. Chen Pingan stepped out and landed on the ground again. He stepped on the long sword close to the ground and slid forward. The tip of the long sword pointed at him and slid backward. With a light stomp, the long sword first stopped and then rose into the air. Chen Pingan stretched out 2 fingers and twisted it, using the sword master's sword control technique to push the long sword back into the scabbard. The old cultivator cupped his fists and continued, "Senior, you have returned the favor of the sword." Chen Pingan had already retracted his sword control hand and put it behind his back. He put 2 fingers of his left hand together. Chen Pingan flicked his finger and threw the flying sword into the blade-strengthening gourd. In the world, the blade-strengthening gourd could not only be used to nurture swords, but it could also be used to wash swords. However, to successfully wash a natal flying sword, either the blade-strengthening gourd had to be of a high grade, or the washed flying sword had to be of a low grade. Coincidentally, this Jianghu was of a high grade for that flying sword. When the key flying sword was absorbed into the blade-strengthening gourd, the second flying sword that looked like an ancient painting with a layer of paper peeled off disappeared as well. It returned to its original form and trembled in the blade-strengthening gourd. After all, Chu Yi and Chu Wu were still inside. Chen Pingan said to the old sword cultivator, "Don't ask for help. They won't agree." Then he turned his head and laughed at the Jianghu people of the Combe country. "What are you waiting for? Why aren't you running? Chop off someone's head and sell it for money. What kind of children of wealth are you?" The group of Jianghu heroes, who were unafraid of death, immediately scattered and retreated into the forest. Chen Pingan looked at their backs and suddenly felt a little bored. Presumably, even if he told Senior Song, the old sword sage of the Combe country would not care. He would probably say with a smile like last time at the wine table, "There's nothing in the world that can't be solved by a hot pot. If there is, then have another pot of wine." Chen Pingon glanced at the cultivator who had been watching by the side. The latter nodded in greeting and had no intention of helping. In the end, Chen Pingon did not do much. He just borrowed a horse from them. Of course, it was the kind that would not be returned. One man and one horse left the place. For some reason, the old sword cultivator who had lost his natal flying sword did not dare to speak. He let the young man take away half of his life. It seemed that as long as he spoke, he would lose half of his life. The cultivators in the Dragon Gate realm would not plead for mercy. On the mountain, the Jianghu people of the Combe country ran desperately. There were also whispers. Some said that the person was unfathomable. Could he be an immortal on the mountain who could preserve his looks? There were also people who cursed. What immortal? Even if he was, so what? Wasn't he the same as the old sword sage who had stolen his flying sword? He was just a villain. So what if this kind of person was powerful? Could he be called a hero? But there was also a young man who revered and looked forward to it. The young man still did not like that person, but yearned for that person's elegance. There was also a woman who sighed faintly. Several people leaped onto the branches to check if the enemy was chasing them. Among them, those with good eyesight only saw that the person on the road was wearing a bamboo hat. He was galloping on his horse with his hands in his sleeves. He was not at all complacent, but rather somewhat desolate. Someone tilted his head and spat. It was unknown whether it was out of jealousy or resentment, but he cursed viciously. In the end, he discovered that the green-robed swordsman seemed to have sensed something. He turned his head and was so frightened that he lost his balance and fell to the ground. Chen Pingon suddenly turned his head and said, "Wei Wei, help me pass a message to Senior Song. Tell him that the scabbard that was taken to the central divine continent, I will use the same method he used to reason with the sword water manner to return it." A wisp of faint green smoke condensed and appeared. Following a person and a horse, she rode on the wind. It was one of the four evils of the Combe country, the female ghost Wei Wei. Chen Pingon suddenly laughed. "One more thing. It might take a long time, so I can only trouble Senior Song to wait. In the future, before I go to the central divine continent, I will definitely come and drink with him again." Wei Wei smiled sweetly. She hovered in the air, no longer following. She watched as the horse left, leaving behind a trail of dust. First, he set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, book Guesthouse Mobile Edition website. Song Yuyen had only regarded the bamboo scabbard as the second best choice for the owner of the stillness sword. Song Yuyen lowered his head and looked at the ancient sword. It was still as sharp as ever. Under the reflection of the sun, it was shining and flowing. The water pavilion was filled with mist, but it could not cover the elegance of the sword light at all. Song Yuan stretched out his hand and patted the sword gently. He looked up at the waterfall that was flowing straight down like an immortal. He murmured, "Old man, we are all old now." In the conference hall, Wei Wei told them about the beginning and the end of the battlefield and the message Chen Pingon asked her to deliver. Song Fengshan looked dignified. Lu Qian was a calm person who did not show her emotions because of her double identity. However, after hearing Chen Pingon's words, she knew the weight of it. She also felt a little emotional. Grandpa did not misjudge him. Song Fengshan said softly, "It's hard to say." Lu Qian nodded. After all, she was a men of sacrifice spy arranged by Dolly in the Combe country. Compared with the general grand masters of martial arts and immortal masters on the mountain, her vision was actually higher. Therefore, she was even more aware of the strength of the pure martial artist than Song Fengshan and Song Yuyan. In Jianghu, in places like the Combe country and the Songxi country, a martial artist in the seventh state was the legendary god of martial arts. In fact, the Jinshan realm was only the first of the three realms of spirit refining. After that, the far-traveling realm and the mountain summit realm were even more terrifying. As for the 10 realms after that, they were even more terrifying existences that would make the cultivators at the mountain summit realm feel numb. She had a rough idea of how strong the far-traveling realm martial artist from the central divine continent was. She had once used the official channels of Dolly's Green Wave Pavilion to help the villa investigate the situation. The facts prove that the martial artist was not only a pure martial artist in the 8th state, but also definitely not a far-traveling realm in the ordinary sense. He was very likely to be one of the strongest far-traveling realm people in the world. He was similar to the national masters in the 9 Dan of Go. He could be an existence that could rise to the position of a country's chess player. The reason was very simple. The Green Wave Pavilion had specially sent an expert here to find Lu Qian and the local mountain god to inquire about the details. Because this matter had alarmed the regent of Dolly, Song Jianqiang. If not for the fact that the outsider who forced the transaction took the scabbard and left early, perhaps even Song Jianqiang would have personally come here. However, if that was the case, then the matter was simple. After all, this Dolly god of war was already a martial artist in the 10th state. As long as he was willing to help, Lu Qian believed that no matter how powerful the other party's backing was, Dolly and Song Jianqiang would not have any scruples. This was no longer purely a matter of whose fist was stronger, but the general trend of the world. The Dolly dynasty had now taken half of the continent as its territory. In the future, it would monopolize the fate of the entire continent. This was the Song clan's greatest confidence and reliance. Perhaps when the time came, it would not be difficult for them to become one of the top 5 dynasties in the world. Wei Wei was someone who wished for the world to be in chaos. She sat on the chair and swayed her embroidered shoes. Madame Chu wants to pay a visit. When the time comes, should we directly fight our way out of the door, or should we treat her as a guest and welcome her with a smile? Other than that venomous Madame Chu, there's also Wang Shanhu from the Horizontal Blade Villa and Han Yuanshan's sister, Han Yuanxue. The 3 of them are a pair. It's really lively. Lu Qian smiled slightly. I'll handle the small matters. Of course, Fengshan will still be in charge of the big matters. Song Fengshan said helplessly, I still have to listen to grandfather. I'm naturally not suited to handle these affairs. Wei Wei looked at Lu Qian and giggled. I heard that Wang Shanhu was secretly infatuated with your husband back then. Song Fengshan was indifferent. This kind of topic could not be touched. He was not familiar with the affairs of the world only because he did not want to be distracted and hoped to go further on the path of the sword. It did not mean that Song Fengshan was truly unemotional. Lu Qian smiled. A good man has a few girls who adore him. What's so strange about that? Wei Wei said without reason, that Chen fellow is really impressive. Your grandfather's eyes are still sharp. I didn't see any clues back then. It's just that he and your grandfather are both boring. Their swordsmanship is clearly so high, but when they do things, they're always sloppy. They're not the least bit straightforward. They have to think over and over when they want to kill someone. They're clearly in the right, but they always hold back their strength when they strike. Look at Su Lang. After breaking through, he immediately came to your village without a second word and announced to the world that he wanted to ask for a sword. Even an outsider like me, even though I'm friends with all of you, deep in my heart, I feel that the green bamboo sword immortal is truly unrestrained. Walking the Jianghu, that's how it should be. Song Fengshan laughed coldly. What was the result? The petite female ghost, Wei Wei, lazily leaned back in her chair and said, Su Lang only lacked a bit of luck. I dare say with certainty that even if this fellow was snubbed at the manor this time, this Songshi Kingdom sword immortal is certain to be the leader of the Jianghu of the dozen or so countries in the next few decades. There's no need to doubt him. You, Song Fengshan, are miserable. You can only follow behind him and eat his dust. Whether it's swordsmanship or reputation, you're not as good as that overbearing and selfish Su Lang. Song Fengshan dismissed it with a laugh. Everyone had their own fate. Moreover, the ultimate accomplishments of a swordsman still depended on the sword in his hand. Just like in the past, when the Swordwater Manor was at its peak, everyone said that the sword sage of the Combe Kingdom, Song Yufan's swordsmanship was so high that it had already surpassed the old sword god of the Rainbow Kingdom. The reason why the latter had retired and sealed his sword was because he feared Song Yufan's challenge. He was afraid that Song Yufan would one day ask for a sword. He didn't dare accept the challenge, so he took the initiative to show weakness. In reality, even though the old sword god of the Rainbow Kingdom had met with an accident and died in defeat, ending in an extremely disgraceful manner, he was still the swordsman that her grandfather respected the most in his life. There was no other. Lu Qian was a little angry. Wei Wei hurriedly put her hands together and pretended to be pitiful. She begged for mercy. Okay. My hair is long and my knowledge is short. I didn't think before I spoke. Sister Lu Qian, you're a magnanimous person. Don't be angry. Song Fengshan didn't want to be entangled with this female ghost too much. He said goodbye and went to the waterfall to pass on Chen Pingan's words to his grandfather. The female ghost, Wei Wei, had taken over the mountain. Perhaps it couldn't be said to be full of evil, but Song Fengshan really didn't like it. It was only because his wife had a good relationship with her that they could sit down and drink tea. For example, Song Fengshan was disgusted by the romantic debt between Wei Wei and Han Yuanshan. He privately advised Lu Qian that the alliance was one thing and the exchange of interests was business. However, the personal friendship between Lu Qian and Wei Wei had to stop there. This was one of the few times that Song Fengshan reasoned with his wife using her identity as the head of the family. It was precisely because of trivial matters that Song Fengshan didn't talk much about it. This reason seemed to be important. Fortunately, Lu Qian listened and did the same. Therefore, Lu Qian's words about the important matters being decided by her husband were not empty words. This was also where Lu Qian's intelligence lay. Of course, it was also the head of the family education of the Song family. Otherwise, Lu Qian could only carry the empty title of young madam of Jianshui Villa and never get the real recognition of Song Yuanshan. At that time, the one who would be in the most difficult position would actually be Song Fengshan. If Song Fengshan really left everything to her, he would be asking for trouble. He couldn't blame his grandfather Song Yuanshan for being unreasonable, nor could he blame Lu Qian. It was said that it was difficult for an upright official to resolve family disputes. In the final analysis, it wasn't difficult to reason, but difficult to reason with. Moreover, within a family, there was no one who spoke lowly words. Therefore, it was really difficult. When Song Fengshan passed by Shanshui Pavilion, the mighty convoy had already passed through the town and arrived outside the villa. Lu Qian hesitated for a moment. In the end, she still didn't let anyone inform Song Yuanshan and Song Fengshan. Firstly, the other party was a woman. Madame Chu, Wang Shanhu, and Han Yuanshan were all women. If Song Yuanshan of Jianshui Villa personally went out to welcome them, it would be too much of a fuss. Lu Qian couldn't ask for that either. In fact, it was just right for Song Fengshan to welcome them hand in hand. It was just that Lu Qian didn't want to disturb the grandfather and grandson pair. Secondly, why did the other party come right after Su Lang left? Their intentions were obvious. Jianshui Villa's seemingly declining situation was just an illusion. There was no need to deliberately curry favor with anyone. So what if the great general, Chu Hao, came in person? She, Lu Qian, as the spy of Dali's Green Wave Pavilion and the leader of Jianshui country, did she have enough weight? Did she have enough etiquette? Wei Wei hid and casually wandered around the villa. In the end, she sat in the Shanshui Pavilion near the waterfall. She had nothing to do. Thinking about it, she felt that it was inconceivable. How did an ordinary-looking country bumpkin suddenly become famous? The key point was, how did a pure martial artist with a low realm suddenly become the legendary sword immortal of the mountain? Did he take the wrong medicine? If there was really such a miraculous elixir, Wei Wei would have a lot of it. She wouldn't regret it even if she was stuffed to death. Over at the waterfall pavilion, Song Yufan had already put the ancient sword back into the stone block in the deep pool. After closing the mechanism built by the predecessors, he stood on the small mainstay with his hands behind his back. He looked up and watched the waterfall pour down, letting the mist touch his clothes. When Song Fengshan approached the waterfall pavilion, the black-clothed old man came back to his senses. He rushed into the waterfall pavilion and asked with a smile, "What's the matter?" Song Fengshan then repeated the words that Wei Wei told him. Song Yufan's expression was pleasant. Song Fengshan was puzzled. "Grandpa, you don't seem to be surprised at all." Song Yufan's face was full of smiles. He was quite proud of himself and said, "I know what kind of shit that kid is going to shit when he sticks out his butt. What's there to be surprised about? If he didn't say or do so, I would be surprised." Now that Song Fengshan had a harmonious relationship with Song Yufan, he was no longer restrained. He couldn't help but tease, "Grandpa, look at how proud you are to have a young sword immortal as a friend." Song Yufan smiled and said, "You're not convinced. Then why don't you go up the mountain and pick one up for Grandpa to take a look? If his ability and character is half as good as Chen Pingan, Grandpa will admit defeat. How about it?" Song Fengshan was a little sad. "Grandpa, who's your real grandson?" Song Yufan laughed and said, "Of course it's the one who's not very promising. That's my real grandson." Song Fengshan was speechless. Song Yufan laughed heartily and patted Song Fengshan on the shoulder. "No matter how bad his ability is, he's still my grandson. Besides, his character isn't worse than that kid's." Song Yufan paused for a moment. "Besides, you found a good wife now. Chen Pingan's 8 characters are just beginning to form. It doesn't mean he's lost to you. If you hold on tight and let Grandpa have a great-grandchild, Chen Pingan will still lose to you even if he gets married." Song Fengshan was still speechless. It sounded like a compliment, but it didn't seem to make him happy. However, Song Fengshan was relieved. Grandpa was already in a good mood after meeting Chen Pingan. Now that he heard Chen Pingan's words, the knot in his heart was untied. Otherwise, he wouldn't be joking with him like this. Song Yufan pondered and rubbed his chin. "It's good to have a great-granddaughter. Cultivators seek immortality. Maybe you'll have a chance to be Chen Pingan's father-in-law." Song Fengshan couldn't take it anymore. "Grandpa. That's too much." Song Yufan stopped smiling and looked serene as if he was no longer burdened. He said softly, "Okay, I've made you and Lu Qian worry all these years because of my stubbornness. I also underestimated Chen Pingan. I only felt that the Jianghu principles that I've respected all my life were suppressed by a foreigner who hasn't even fought yet. In fact, it's not like that. The principle is still the same. I'm just not good at swordsmanship, but it doesn't matter. There's still Chen Pingon in the Jianghu. If I can't talk through it, Chen Pingon will. Song Fengshan said softly, in this way, won't it delay Chen Pingon's own cultivation? It's a big taboo to cultivate on the mountain and get involved in worldly affairs. Song Yufan was very pleased. His eyes had never been so bright in all these years. Good, very good. If you can think like this, you won't lose to Chen Pingon. This is the spirit of our Swordwater Villa. Song Yufan paused for a moment and lowered his voice. There are some words that I can't say as an elder. You should say those good words to Lu Qian. The Swordwater Villa owes Lu Qian too much. You're her man. It's good to practice swordsmanship, but it's not a reason for you to ignore the efforts of the people around you. It's never right for a married woman to work hard and suffer hardships. Song Fengshan was about to speak. Song Yufan stared at him and said, Grandpa's principle is not good. Just listen to me. Look at Chen Pingon. He can't wait to remember Grandpa's words and learn from me. Song Fengshan laughed and said, I don't dare to talk back to Grandpa. I'll put this on Chen Pingon's head. The next time he comes, with his alcohol tolerance, one Song Fengshan can drink at least 2 Chen Pingon. Song Yufan nodded, I won't stop him. Song Yufan suddenly said, You're going to see Han Yuanshan. I won't talk to him. There's nothing to talk about. Song Fengshan asked, Is he hiding in the motorcade? Song Yufan nodded, If you don't believe me, we can make a bet. Song Fengshan shook his head and said, It's a bet that I'll lose. I'll go to Lu Qian now. Song Yufan sent Song Fengshan to the landscape pavilion, where the female ghost Wei Wei was still swinging her legs. Song Fengshan left quickly. Song Yufan stepped into the pavilion. Wei Wei turned her head and said pitifully, Old sword sage, don't take out an old calendar from your sleeve. Song Yufan smiled, I haven't been in Jianghu for many years. Old calendars are really old calendars. Wei Wei sighed. When the old sword sage was roaming the Jianghu, we scourges couldn't wait for the old senior to die early so that we wouldn't have to worry about you every day. We wanted the old senior to take a look at the almanac and say that today is the best day to sacrifice your sword. Now looking back, it's not all a good thing that old sword sage is gone. Just like that mountain monster, if old sword sage was still here, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly and hurt people everywhere. He even almost kidnapped me to be his wife. Song Yushin was straightforward and merciless. You despicable evil men and devils. Only by being tortured by people of the same trade can you learn your lesson. Wei Wei was so amused that she couldn't stop giggling. Song Yufan glanced at her, You're so coquettish. You've ruined the feng shui of my manner. Do you want to be punished? Wei Wei quickly sat down and asked softly, Old sword sage, can I ask you something? Song Yufan sneered, Old sword sage. How old are you, woman? Don't you know? Wei Wei was really angry to meet such a rigid old thing. It was just that the situation in Shu Shui country was treacherous, and the Swordwater Manor was strange everywhere. Lu Qian was a heartless woman and didn't think about Wei Wei at all. She was always thinking about this shabby manor that was about to be converted into a mountain temple. As for Song Fengshan, Wei Wei didn't dare to flirt with him. If she accidentally made Lu Qian hold a grudge, it would definitely be a loss. Therefore, she could only come to Song Yufan to curry favor. Wei Wei braced herself and asked, Can Han Yuanshan use Chu Hao's skin to occupy the power of the Shu Shui country's imperial court? Song Yufan clicked his tongue, Aren't you his lover? Why don't you ask him but ask me? No wonder you can't compare to a mountain monster and a porcupine spirit. Wei Wei smiled bitterly, Old sword sage, you know what kind of person Han Yuanshan is. He likes to turn hostile and deny his debts. Even if you do business well with him, you don't know when you'll be sold out. There were a lot of people who fell for his tricks in the past few years. I'm really scared. Even if I leave the mountain this time to scheme for a small mountain god in my own mountain, I still don't dare to mention it to Han Yuanshan. I can only follow the rules obediently and send money and women as I should. I'm just worried that with the help of the sage of the academy, I'll cut off my relationship with Han Yuanshan. If I don't pay attention, I'll take the initiative and let Han Yuanshan remember that I'm a female ghost. After he empties my family, maybe the new mountain god here will take me as an example to show his power when he gets promoted. Anyway, who wouldn't be happy to kill me, one of the 4 evil spirits of the Shu Shui country? Song Yufan said, "You're not stupid." Wei Wei lamented, "I died because I was stupid. Now I can't be so stupid that I can't even be a ghost, right?" Song Yufan seemed to have a draft in mind. "I can ask Fengshan and Lu Qian to help you with your plan to get the mountain god identity. In exchange, in addition to the immortal money you should pay, you have to help us keep an eye on this place. We can't trust the local mountain god. If he destroys the foundation of this precious place, we'll be implicated even if we move." Wei Wei asked tentatively, "Will you help me even if I don't ask for it?" Song Yufan sneered, "Then just pretend I didn't say anything. You wait and see." Wei Wei looked embarrassed and gently slapped herself on the face. "Look at my stupid mouth. Old sword sage, you're a great hero." Jay's words were as firm as a nail. "Otherwise, how could Chen Pingon respect you so much? Venerable Senior, you might not know this, but back at the ancient temple on the mountaintop, all you did was strike out with a sword and you shattered that beast's mountain god golden body. After all, he was a righteous god of mountains and rivers conferred by the imperial government. What a pitiful fate of dying without a corpse." Despite that, he did not suffer any backlash from the mountains and rivers. Even such an impressive young sword immortal was extremely respectful to you, Venerable Senior. At the end of the day, you are still the best. Song Yufan stroked his beard and smiled, "Although it's hypocritical, it's true." Wei Wei smiled sweetly. Unexpectedly, Song Yufan said, "Too much is as bad as too little. Otherwise, you'll only be disgusting." Wei Wei was resentful. After a moment of silence, Wei Wei asked, "Old sword sage, don't you want to see the open and covert attacks over there?" Song Yufan said something strange, "Drinking tea is tasteless." When they saw that there was a guest, they stood up and bowed. They spoke in unison and said joyous words. "Welcome, honorable guest, to our shop. May you be rich." Chen Pingon took off his bamboo hat and laughed. He was very happy. First, he set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, book Guesthouse mobile version reading website. Otherwise, this item would be the most valuable item in the entire Qingfu Square. You have to know that it is the most difficult to obtain a complete collection in the world. Therefore, it is also the most desirable to obtain a complete collection. In the end, the old man pointed at the copybook and said regretfully, "Compared to the previous 2 items, this item is not worth much. It is the calligraphy of a local sword immortal in the Gu Shu country before he cultivated. Although it is a copy, it is almost as good as the original. It is called a Shizai calligraphy. The first sentence of the calligraphy is Shizai calligraphy. The calligraphy of this calligraphy is very wonderful and the content is excellent. Unfortunately, it was not well preserved in the early years. Much of its spiritual qi has been lost. It is like a hero in his twilight years. It is true that it is a pity. Chen Pingan was not very interested in the Shishui country's pine smoke ink and the hedgerow clay female figurine. He did not care much about them. However, when he looked at the last copy of the calligraphy carefully, he realized that Chen Pingan had always been very passionate about writing or calligraphy. However, his own writing was similar to playing chess. It did not have any spiritual chi. It was very rigid and rigid. However, even if his writing was not good, Chen Pingan still had a good eye for other people's writing. This was all thanks to the seal script of Mr. Chi's tripartite seal. Cui Dongshan had written many copybooks casually. He had also bought an ancient seal book during his travels. After that, he had spent 300 years in the lotus flower blessed land and had seen many calligraphy treasures written by famous calligraphers. Although they were only fleeting glances, the general meaning was deeply etched in Chen Pingan's mind. Therefore, Chen Pingan, who did not plan to spend any money in Qingfu workshop, was a little tempted. Anyway, according to Mr. Hong's tone, the pine smoke ink and the hedgerow clay female figurine were full of spiritual chi. They were definitely not cheap. Only this copybook should not be too expensive. Chen Pingan asked for the price. The old man stretched out his hand and shook it. 5 small coins. That was the price of the pair of bamboo chopsticks from the Green Immortal Mountain. Chen Pingan shook his head. I can't afford it. It was not that he did not like it, but he did not want to spend 5 small coins. In the secular world, it was 500,000 taels of silver. In the past, when he was in the county government of Mali country, he bought a large stack of calligraphy copybooks from the crazy drunkard county magistrate. It was only 5 pots of immortal wine. At most, it was not even 1 small coin. When it came to business, the worst thing was to compare the goods. If he did not have the experience of drinking wine with the down-and-out county magistrate, Chen Pingan might have been like the old man who had encountered the bamboo chopsticks. He would have gritted his teeth and bought it. The old man did not force him. He knew that the other party was troubled by the price. No matter what, the swordsman with a sword on his back really liked this piece of calligraphy. It was not a waste for him to take out the copybook. At this moment, the woman in colorful clothes outside the door said softly, "Mr. Hong, why don't you take out the most valuable item in this house?" The old man laughed angrily. "Qing Kai, you did not bring him here. Even if I sell something in this house, it has nothing to do with you. Why are you making such a fuss?" The woman obviously had a good relationship with the old man. She joked, "It's good to take advantage of the guest and see more treasures." She smiled at Chen Pingan and said, "Young master, since you've come to this house, you must see Mr. Hong's most valuable item. It would be a waste if you don't." Chen Pingan did not look any further. After the disappointed man left, an angry old woman walked out from the deck of the boat. The couple immediately separated. The audacious man took a step back and lowered his head. The shy woman took a step forward and looked directly at the elders of the sect. The old woman reprimanded them fiercely and left with a wave of her sleeves. The woman covered her face and wept. The man comforted her. Chen Pingan learned from the old woman that this group of immortal cultivators from Songshi country was going to Mount Yunxia to observe the ceremony. There was someone who had just become an earth immortal of the golden core stage. The old woman was the elder of the sect's ancestral hole. In a fit of anger, she forbade the woman from going up the mountain and only allowed her to wait at the foot of Mount Yunxia. In her words, the old woman favored the man. If it were not for the presence of an outsider, the old woman would not have just cursed the woman as a vixen. After the old woman left, the man was good at talking. The woman's tears quickly turned into a smile. The woman's smiling face was like the blue sky after the rain. It was the most infatuated and moving. Chen Pingan sighed softly. He did not shift his gaze from the beginning to the end. He only looked at the starry sky. After the man and woman returned to their respective rooms, another person came to the railing of the boat. He was in a daze. After secretly complaining to the elders of the sect, he leaned against the railing and stared at the night sky. It was unknown whether he felt guilty or guilty. That person suddenly turned his head. I advise you not to talk too much. The river of time flowed endlessly. There were many passers-by in life. Chen Pingan ignored the young immortal master's threat. That person was furious. Are you deaf? Chen Pingan nodded lightly. Yes, I am deaf. That person was stunned. He said sternly, Are you looking for death? Chen Pingan said slowly, Are you stupid to talk to a deaf person? That person was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. He took large strides forward. However, he suddenly stopped halfway. Thinking of the teachings of the sect and the rumors in the Jianghu, this young man gave up on being impulsive. However, this way, it would seem that he was too cowardly. The young cultivator was hesitant. He did not know whether to continue provoking or leave. Out of sight, out of mind. Chen Pingan asked, If you really succeed in breaking up that pair of mandarin ducks, do you think you can win the heart of the beauty? Or do you think it's enough to take a step back and win the beauty's heart? The young cultivator was silent. Chen Pingan sat up. He turned his head and said with a smile, She's your senior sister, right? Then the man your senior sister likes and the man who likes her don't seem to be good people. Don't you think such a woman is miserable? The water god was obviously an old acquaintance of the former owner of the mansion, Madame Chu. The reason why she treated him like this was because the water god did not hesitate and went straight to the point. She said that she did not expect Chen Pingan to turn from an enemy to a friend. She only hoped that Chen Pingan would not fight to the death with her. Then, the water god told the story of the wedding dress ghost and the dolly scholar in detail. She told him how she used to be kind to others and how infatuated she was with the scholar. The water god did not hide anything about her tyrannical actions after she was let down by the heartless person. The pitiful corpses that she had planted in the soil as flowers and plants in the back garden had yet to be moved away. Resentment lingered, and their souls lingered. Most of them could not be released. At the mention of the tragedy of the poor scholar in the Lakeview Academy, the water god's heart was filled with sorrow. With a solemn expression, he drank a mouthful of wine and said, Before the Li dynasty prospered, which scholar with even the slightest bit of ambition had not been looked down upon and wronged outside? The greater one's talent, the greater one's suppression. This scholar is an example. Back then, one of the scholars of the academy who set him up was a descendant of the Sui dynasty. Even now, he is still in the center of the court. The water god looked out of the hall and sighed, How can we reason with a messy account? Chen Pingan took a sip of wine and said slowly, If we really want to reason, it's not impossible. It's just a sequence. Then, we'll take it step by step. However, there's a very important prerequisite. The person who is reasonable has to be able to bear the price of being reasonable. The water god smiled and said, Why don't you try? Miss Chu is a person in the game and can't understand. Actually, you, Chen Pingan, are the best. You're half a person in the game and half a bystander. If you're willing, I'll owe you a huge favor. Chen Pingan shook his head. I don't have that kind of heart, and I have no reason to do so. The water god did not have any hope, so she was not disappointed. She only felt a little regretful. She raised the wine pot and said, "Then we'll just drink." Chen Pingan raised the wine pot. The wine was good wine and should be quite expensive. He wanted to drink as little as possible and treat it as a way to earn money. Other than the wedding dress ghost, the two of them had nothing to talk about. Therefore, Chen Pingan quickly stood up and bade farewell. The water god of the embroidered river personally sent him to the door of the mountain and river barrier. Chen Pingan cupped his fists and bade farewell. Then, the sword on his back was unsheathed. With one sword, he soared into the sky and flew into the sea of clouds. Although she had already experienced the elegance of this sword immortal through the water curtain divine power, when the water god of the embroidered river saw it up close, she could not help but be shocked. Chen Pingan landed outside Red Candle Town and walked in. When he passed by the post house, he stopped and stared at it for a moment before continuing forward. He first looked at Shueishui Bay from afar. Then, he went to Guanshui Street that crossed Guanshan Street and found the bookstore. He actually met the shopkeeper. He was dressed in a black robe and held a folding fan. He was sitting on a small bamboo chair with his eyes closed. He held an exquisite teapot and drank tea leisurely. He hummed a tune and patted his knees with the folding fan. As for the bookstore's business, he did not care at all. Just like back then, the handsome young shopkeeper didn't even want to open his eyes. He lazily said, "The prices of the books in the shop are all written clearly. It's all up to your judgment if you're willing or not." You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.